Yeah.
War campaign.
Oh yeah, no, that's just the war campaign assholes. They do that kind of thing.
I said, "Hail, brethren! Hail, brethren! Good morning! Good morning! All right, here we go, man. I got my wife and my daughter are watching the blood moon, and now they're doing constellation watching. At 2 or 3 in the morning, they're getting up, and they
wow.
Yeah, I'm just like, what's going on? Like, what are you guys doing to me? I don't get it. Because then I get up, you know what I mean? My fatherly instincts kick in, and I'm like, who goes there? What are you doing?
Right? Who's creeping around the house?
Who's in my house? This porridge is too hot. This porridge is too cold. This porridge is just right. So, yeah, that's basically where we are. Let me see here. Bright last night for sure, says Anonymous. Kim says very cool. All right, there you go. Look halfway presentable. All right, perfect. So, today, what's continuing on? We got the mayor, of course. We got the mayor. Let me add in the chat over here behind me. I think that was a cool addition. I like that, right?
Yeah.
That was a neat addition.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's like just seeing the chat roll at warp speed behind you. It's like,
There you go. Right?
It's very pleasing to the eye.
Yeah, I think so too. We got Tatsusama, who sends 5 CHF.
Wow. Hail, brother.
Hail, brother. Tatsusama, appreciate it, brother. He says, this super chat is for the Canadian Indian beard master, Roro. Hi, Pan. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. You know what? Let me get a little bit of of Doug over here, what Doug has said. Doug inquiry, Doug Ford, just for you to read, if you'd be so kind, man. Let's see
In the Doug Ford voice.
Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those things.
Okay.
It's sort of my it's a little something that I like to do now. I like to feel it in my pants. Let me see over here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, here it is. This is the line right over here. There you go. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So this is Doug Ford. This is a federal inquiry based on the federal government calling for the Emergencies Act. This is a federal issue. He reiterates federal. It's federal.
This is a federal.
This is federal. Oh, federal issue. I'm not in the best of health. I'm probably diabetic, pre-diabetic.
No,
Goiters. The
stupid.
gout.
The gout.
Swollen head.
I'm Doug Ford. I endorse this message. Man, you know what? I always wonder because I'm putting on weight. I've been putting on weight. Actually, I hate to say this, but my sweatpants are a little tight.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You're a few shades away from Doug Ford territory.
I'm telling you, I'm Doug Ford at this point. That's what I am.
You're Doug Ford of Freedom YouTube? Wait a minute, we can't have that.
You ever wake up and you're just like, man, I'm as fat as Doug Ford. I'm getting as fat as Doug Ford. I get it.
It's like it's a tool for measurement, you know. How many Doug Fords are you, you know? Are you a full Doug Ford? Yeah, I'm about a full Doug Ford. Oh man, need to do something about that.
We need tools. We need more tools. Can we get some tools? Like a sledgehammer on these protesters. That's the kind of tool we need. What is this over here?
Whoa, that's an abomination.
Wow. That's a good one.
What is that?
That's a good
It's
one.
Doug Ford on a trash can.
Doug Ford on the trash can. We got Sterling Lighthouse. Good to see the crowd gather. Hail, brethren! Hail, brethren! That's right, absolutely. And then I got a call yesterday from the artist who's working on our new book, Crash the System. It's awesome, man. I got 3 pages coming. I got a page basically with Rousseau, right? Dustin Rousseau. Instead of Justin Trudeau, it's Dustin Rousseau. Yeah, exactly, man.
Nice.
Yeah. It's very cool stuff. Dustin Rousseau. And then I got one with a guy who's basically like Antonio Burla, you know, the guy running Miser. It's called Miser. And then I got, yeah,
Oh,
man.
no.
And then I got one more. And that page is the Tree of Liberty. That's going to be awesome. So those are the 3 pages I'm going to have at launch. I'm going to add some more pages. Just going into the details of how we're doing this, man. Everybody being born with a label already. That's what they want to do. Being a hetero is weird. It's not normal in 2039. In 2039, it's not normal. Around 2040. 15 years he's in a coma. All right, let me see here. We got Albert Burla. That's the guy, Piscator 57. You got it, brother. All right, so where are we today? Well, we're back to Coutts. So yesterday was kind of a weird day in terms of the order of testimony, order of witnesses, because we saw a young protester, Paul Lashid, you know, a young man there who had to basically stand up for all of Windsor, all Windsor protesters he seemed to be representing. He did have charges against him, it sounded like, because he had immunity was given to him in the beginning. And this is something I was lying in bed this morning, right after my wife and daughter wake up at 3 in the friggin' morning to watch Constellations. My dog is like, he's like, Master, the women folk are waking up. Something is going on. We must wake. And I'm like, Sir Dog, let us go and look. After that, I'm lying in bed and I'm thinking, you know what? There's an issue here. I think I get what's going on. Because they give immunity to everybody who comes up. Paul Lashid, right? He's getting immunity, custom cabinetry. They kept saying, what do you do for work?
Paul, what do you actually do for work? Well, I do custom cabinetry. Well, what kind of materials do you use with your cabinets?
Actually, he said Lucy Lou. And he's like, what? His lawyer, Miss Piggy, she said, what does this even have to do with? And I get what's happening now. Apart from trying to entrap him there in some kind of, twisted logic. The fact is that they're not necessarily getting information on you, because if you get immunity from prosecution from what you're saying, that's one thing.
But the trouble is that they get more information to prosecute other people. Because what's to say, right? You come on as Paul Laschet in the beginning. This guy right here, protester at Windsor. You come on as Paul Laschet in the beginning. And they say, hey, you're going to get immunity for what you're saying here. You can't be used against you in a criminal court or an ongoing investigation. But that information can now incriminate someone else. And I think that's what they're doing. They're getting everyone to point fingers and talk too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the fella that testified before him, he was happy to tell a story. You know, no yes or no answers for him.
Yeah, absolutely. No yes or no answers. That was the guy. There was a counselor in Coutts. That's who we had. His name was Hugenboss, von Hugenboss. I don't know how I remember all this. I'm forgetting. A good thing I'm being a programmer all my life, because you remember inconsequential details. You learn to memorize. You know, you probably have a natural inclination for memorizing, like I used to do stamp collecting. Just when I was a young.
I can remember Ninja Turtle episodes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, which episode is the first episode? Pan, that the turtles go to Florida.
That is season 2, episode 8.
I just want to double check.
Invasion of the Punk Frogs. Invasion of the Punk Frogs.
Invasion of the Punk Frogs. I'm just going to double check that.
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
I think it was like the 13th episode in the series, 8th in the second season. I do believe.
Okay, you're a nerd. All right, so see
there you go.
All right, you get what I'm saying here. So we get this long-term skill set that we're using here, right? The long-term skill set is to memorize details, and then to be able to regurgitate them at will. And that is, Anonymous says, "Holy crap, Pan, that's uncanny." Yeah, I know, it's just weird. It's really weird. Hail to the brothers is Dana Lee. Hail, Dana Lee Melfi. Peaceman is in the house. If you remember him, Peaceman standing there in peace. Right, in peace. That was cool. That's good. We got some famous dudes here. Raphael was my favorite turtle, says Slice Cube. Morgan Alexandria. Hail, sister. Hail, Morgan. Yes, sir. What's that, brother?
I'm a Raphael guy myself.
Yeah. But you see what I'm saying here? Like, just getting back to this whole issue, because we're going back into Coutts. And that's the other thing, right? So why would you bring in Windsor? And then this guy was asked by the CCP. No, he was not asked by CCP. He was asked by one of the blondies at the end, right? These young women who were checking your, your passport to get into the gym.
Was it the milk white elf?
No, the one after that he was asked by. The point is that they're trying to get this guy to give information on other people, and they're making a web. They're interconnecting everything to incriminate other people. They're not necessarily going to incriminate you with what you said, which is why the fella after Hugenboss, okay, Hugenboss, yes, that is my name, Hugenboss. So this guy came in for Coutts. He was a city councilor, if I remember correctly. This is the fella right here. Just going to zoom in on his face. I think you'll remember who I'm talking about from yesterday. Now we got the mayor, Willett, his name is. His name is Willett. Maybe you remember this fine lady too, this CCP agent. Very, very beautiful. Oops, there you go. All right, anyhow, the point is that this guy comes in and then he was asked questions about packing. I'm telling you right now, like I wasn't born yesterday. I was born the day before. These guys.
Yeah, I thought that was a little strange for them to be asking about Pat King. It's like, you guys are from 2 different areas of Canada, different protests.
They're just fishing. They're fishing completely. And they're not just fishing, they're interlinking everything together. They're trying to create a narrative, a web, interleaving everything. Here we are, day 20. Jim Willett, mayor of Coutts. So he's coming on about the effect protests on the border town that he represents. That's today. The second person who's coming on is Mario Di Tommaso. Mario Di Tommaso is Deputy Solicitor General. So the way it works, as far as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because I didn't pay attention to politics all my life. I'm just paying attention now and memorizing factoids. So you got, of course, the Solicitor General of Ontario, which is Sylvia Jones, who her and Mr. Doug Ford have both managed to get away from testifying at the inquiry. So one more time, it's Sylvia Jones, deputy, she's a Solicitor General. You see that? This is the nice thing. You don't type correctly and it just fills it for you. Okay. This is her. All right, there you go. You may remember her face. Okay. So I'm not donating to your leftist organization. Okay, take it easy. Leave me alone. All right, so here she is, Sylvia Jones. That's a pretty picture of her. Anyhow, she's got away from testifying. She's not going to testify. But the Deputy Solicitor General, who was in contact with top OPP people, if you remember, if you go down here to documents, you go down to exhibits, and then we type in, let's try this in, Tommaso. Let's see what happens. No, Di Tommaso. Let me get the spelling right. Di Tommaso. His spelling is, it's pizzeria. Hey! Bada bing, bada. How does it go? Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom, eh?
Bada bing, bada boom. You've got no more rights. Hey! Deputy Solicitor. There you go. Deputy Solicitor. Mario Di Tommaso. This guy, you got to be careful with this guy. This guy is a tricky guy, Mario Di Tommaso. I'm telling you, he's kind of, there you go. See this? Thomas Carrick and Mario Di Tommaso. I knew I remembered this. These two guys, Thomas Carrick, if you remember, egg, one of the eggs, Thomas Carrick. Maybe you don't remember his face? Here's his face.
Fine, egghead.
Okay? That's his egg. There it is. Okay? You remember him now? Remember this guy now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's Thomas Carrick. He's the commissioner of the OPP. He was in deep conversation with Mario Di Tommaso. We had text messages between them. All right, there you go. That's this guy. So Thomas Carrick with Mario Di Tommaso, Deputy Solicitor General. Is it starting to connect over here? Mario Di Tommaso is coming on today, but of course the Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones, is not coming today because she has got immunity with Doug Ford.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah, by the way, here's a nice little article from January 19, 2021 from Office of the Independent Police Review Director about strip search policies. Yeah. We've got Stephen Leach, Independent Police Review Director, says, look, can we try not strip searching everyone, checking everyone's cavities every day, all the time? We try not to do that.
And if you do, wear gloves. If you do,
can we try to update our policy? Like, I know you guys over here in Ontario, you just love to, but can we chill? Can we relax? All right. Here's the grounds. In case you don't know what the grounds are, you can't just. But they wanna. So, anyways, there you go. A little bit of information there. Those are the guys. So Mario Di Tommaso. Okay, now you know. This guy is behind the scenes a lot. I got, like, my spidey sense is tingling. Mario Di Tommaso. I'm going to have to use my buddy search engine that he made for this stuff. That's what I'll have to do. I'm not going to do it right now. But anyhow, let's do a Carrick, actually. That'll have a better chance of finding it. Let's see here. Interview summary. Yeah, okay, let's do this interview summary and do a search through here for Mario Di Tommaso. Let's just type in Tommaso. No. Okay. Anyhow, there it is. But yeah, these guys are connected together. See this, Sylvia Jones with Carrick. Okay, this is why they want her to testify. Solicitor General. Okay, Dear Commissioner Carrick from Sylvia Jones, this letter is being sent regarding the protest activity occurring in Windsor and restricting access to the Ambassador Bridge, which must end. Government of Ontario is proposing that a meeting occur within an agreeable time period with select group of protest leadership and representatives of the province to allow their issues to be heard. Isn't this interesting? Isn't this interesting? I mean, you just did a little minor search. You're just relaxing. You know what I mean? Not really awake. February 11th, and you find a letter from Sylvia Jones to Thomas Carrick about setting up a friggin' meeting. And then you wonder why you want her to come up and testify. I mean, this is exactly what this is about, isn't it? Ambassador Bridge, Windsor. Anyhow. On February 11th, says Major Ruckus. Exactly. Yes, interesting indeed. That's why I got to talk to my buddy and see. He's been doing a search engine indexing everything together. So basically, you convert every single PDF. Oh, hold on a second here. He's got a message for me. Oh, I think he's doing it right now. You the man,
Nice.
brother. Yeah, you the man, brother. Let me just, I don't want to put the URL up. It's his private machine. Hold on a second here.
Top secret.
Okay. All right, here we go. Hell, brother, appreciate it. That's Hayes in the chat. Okay, so this has to be formatted in terms of English readable, but these are the results. Each one of these is a record. So this is a search for Carrick. So I'm going to do a search here for Di Tommaso. Okay, you probably are like, what is this I'm reading? But
That is a wall of text.
that is a very long Facebook message. Okay, there you go. We got some results here. All right, there's to be one message here. Interview summary with Peter Slowly. Okay, so Peter Slowly's interview summary. And I think there's another one here. There's also résumé d'entretien de Canalacos. Interesting. Listen to this. T. Tommaso on February 2nd at 12 p.m. was looking for verification that ambulances were being denied access to Ottawa hospitals. Chief Slowly told him the report was unfounded. Chief Slowly asked Mr. Di Tommaso if he was aware of the public safety implications of the Freedom Convoy situation in Ottawa posed to the rest of Ontario. Requested a call with Solicitor General Sylvia Jones. You see what's happening? Di Tommaso arranged that call, which took place on February 2nd. This is from, and I'll dig up the original source so that you feel confident in what you're reading here. This is not just some blah. All right. So we just go to here. Go to here. Here's the source file, Peter Slowly. Now you see it. Now we do search for Tommaso, and this is what I was just reading there through that chunk of formatted text results. Okay, there it is. That's exactly what I was just reading. See this? Di Tommaso was looking for verification on a report that ambulances were... This is the problem. We need to get... So Di Tommaso is coming on. So this is really how it went down. So just to kind of give you an overview, and a big appreciate it. Oh, is it? Jeez Louise. Oops. Oh, man, okay. Gonna have to talk to him about something anyways. Let's see here. So we got Man of S3X. He says, good morning, Canadian Santa Claus. No, I gotta do my beard up, man. Listen, my wife was looking at constellations with my daughter last night. I'm not awake. My brain is just starting up. It's just loading up. Just loading. I'm on a loading page. Point is, so the way everything worked is you had OPP heads, you had OPS heads, you had mayors, right, Derek Dilkins, all these people everywhere, all these things. And then the way they communicated to the top of the political structure, hold on a second. The way they communicated up the political structure was they spoke to the Deputy Solicitor General, Mr. Di Tommaso, and then also Sylvia Jones was involved as well. Okay? And we saw that right over here. Thomas Carrick directly, Sylvia Jones directly communicating with Thomas Carrick. We're about to start in about 4 minutes. Get some coffee in your road to get the engine going. Yeah, I'm drinking. I just need I just woke up late today. But anyhow, forget all that. You know what I mean? We can't have excuses. We got to just go. We just got to keep going. We don't have time to worry about how you feel. We're on a mission here. We're on a mission. Get your ass to Mars.
Feelings? What are feelings?
How's it going on there, man, in the States for you, man? What's going on over there?
Well, we expected a red wave, and I don't think it was the deluge that we really were hoping for. But yeah, you know, America needs to wake up. We need to wake up.
Was it more like a ripple, a red ripple? Says Andy Katz.
Yeah.
Says, yeah, Major Ruckus.
It was like maybe a high tide, you know.
It was a red trickle. You know what? That's like I got these prostate pills right from Amazon.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because I kind of had, it wasn't red, it was a trickle though, and I was like, is something wrong with me? You know, I had watched some Alex Jones, and I'm thinking to myself, should I buy, you know, Super or Ultra Prostate Plus? And then I'm like, let me just buy the knockoff version off Amazon. Just don't.
From Alex Jones?
Yeah, but I bought
Alex
it from
Jones or Amazon.
Yeah, I bought the Amazon knockoff version. Don't do that. It does not work. It actually don't do that. We got Man of S3X. You got too smoky drinky robot sleep mode deactivated, right? Exactly. You got too smoky drinky robot sleep mode deactivated. That's what I need to do. Eat healthy and exercise to fix yourself, says Chuck the Canuck. You got it. That's what I need to do. Bone broth, says Drunk Vigo. Nettle tea for your prostate, bro, says Laura. Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much.
There you go.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Nettle tea, says Laura. Serious. Okay. Nettle tea. Cool. I'm going to get some. That's so great. This is the beauty of the internet, right? And having such a wise and smart chat, you can fix your health problems on the fly like that. Boom. All right, Jim.
Very helpful.
Yeah,
helpful and caring.
Natural. Oh yeah, I'm a big believer in natural remedies. See, I don't want to go to the medical establishment because then they're going to want to cut, dig, and the rest, and all my other stuff works perfectly. You understand? I don't want to get into it, but the point is that I got a zillion kids and I have no issues at all. It's just like ready to roll all the time, right? But you know what I'm saying. Anyways, it's enough information in the morning. We got all right, Jim Willett. All right, there we go. We got Jim Willett, and then we got, like I was saying, Mario Di Tommaso, Deputy Solicitor General. Okay, that's who's coming today. And remember that Marco van Hugenbos was a counselor of Fort McLeod. All right, so this guy, this guy was not, he wasn't just a regular citizen. The guy was actually in the political system. He was a counselor for Fort McLeod. That was the guy we saw yesterday. And then Jim Willett today, who's, I'm hoping I shouldn't hope, because I think he's just going to end up crying about the blockade. And we couldn't even go to the grocery store. And I don't know what I'm going to do anymore because I couldn't go to the grocery store. Oh, we're about to start. Let's go here. Get that off the screen. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, right on time. Man of S3S, our IQ in chat combined to one super prostate. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Cry me a river, says Jacob Durant. Uber was held up, says Leanne. Uber? I couldn't get any Uber. Help me, Mom. Let's see, here he is. Oh my God, he called them domestic terrorists.
Oh, wait a minute.
Dude.
He's one of those guys?
Yeah. Here, you want to read this one right over here? Yeah, go for it.
Okay. If you get a chance, could you find out why the premier is ignoring the province being held hostage by domestic terrorists? And why has he not labeled it such? Uh-oh, here we go.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La Commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning. Bonjour. Okay, so we have a new witness, I expect, this morning. Who's on for the commission?
Morning, Mr. Commissioner. Jean-Simon Schoenholz, Commission Counsel. Our witness this morning will be Mr. Jim Willett.
Morning, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor Willett, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I swear on the Bible.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
My full name is Jimmy Willett, Jimmy Willett.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Willett.
Good morning.
So I understand that you're the mayor of Coutts, Alberta,
That's correct.
and you've been a resident of Coutts since 2013
That's correct.
and a councillor for the past 5 years
Yes.
and mayor for 4 years now.
Yes.
Okay. And you had an interview with me and my colleagues on September 6th of this year. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you remember seeing a summary of your interview?
I do.
So if we could just pull up WTS 6012. So this is going to be a summary of that interview. You had an opportunity to review this summary, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And I understand that you have a clarification to your summary this morning.
I do. When we talk about the police presence in the village, I mentioned the fact that there were around 6 police cars I saw the first day. And then the next mention I made of police was when the group moved in on the 1st or 2nd of February. Actually, there was a police presence growing all the time in the village. It didn't go from 6 to 50 in one day, 3 days into the protests.
Yes. So I'll bring you to that passage just so we can confirm. So on the second page, and it's the 4th paragraph down. So this is where you say the paragraph starting on January 29th. Second to last sentence, he observed approximately 6 RCMP vehicles at the border that day. Then you say on February 1st, an additional 42 RCMP vehicles arrived at the border. And what you're saying is that between those dates, there was a gradual buildup.
There was a buildup, yes.
Perfect, thank you. So we're going to put that summary into evidence. Now I understand, Mr. Mayor, that you live about 4 blocks from the border and 3 blocks from where the protest was occurring. Is that about right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And while these events were happening, would it be fair to say that you attended the location or went to look what was going on a fairly regular basis?
That's correct, yes.
And what's the population of the village of Coutts?
Last census had us at 224.
And I understand that the village's amenities include a convenience store, a restaurant, a bank, but that a number of the other services that residents would use would be found in Milk River. Is that correct?
That's correct. All of the major things that you take for granted in a larger community, we have to go to Milk River for. Doctor, pharmacy, dentist, hardware store, any of that kind of thing, grocery store.
And Milk River is about 18 kilometers away?
18K.
Sounds good. So if we could just pull up COM 924. This is a map of Coutts and the surrounding area. We looked at a similar map yesterday with one of the other witnesses, and so I won't go into detail on this, but if we can just go to page 5. And if we could, yeah, that works. So my understanding is that the blockade formed around the point identified as checkpoint 4.
That's correct.
That's correct. And Smuggler's Saloon, which we'll talk about a little bit today, that is a local establishment, and that's identified here on the map as well.
Yes.
And that's where a number of protesters regularly met.
Yes, that became a gathering spot, yeah.
Perfect. And so my understanding is that the blockade that occurred was on Highway 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that highway connects Coutts and Milk River?
That's our connection, yeah.
And I know things may have fluctuated during this period, but when the blockade was blocking both lanes of traffic, was it preventing Coutts residents from traveling to Milk River?
Yes, it was.
And would it have also been preventing traffic flow from the border, coming out from the border?
Well, yes,
And any traffic south to the border?
yes.
Okay. Now, I also understand that there was some kind of route, and I'm hoping you can explain this to us, some kind of alternative route available through what I think you referred to as Patty Jo's field or something like that.
It was actually her yard. I wasn't there when all of this part of the world was developed, but when the highway was turned into a four-lane major thoroughfare, things changed. An access road runs along to the south of that highway and ends at a farm there. Local family rented the farm. Then they continued their road around their house, and it connected to the street at, I forget what that is, 4th Street, I think, in Coutts. And with permission, ordinarily, you'd let Patty Jo know that you wanted to take a load or whatever that way to miss the scales. Can I say that? That you were going to be going through her yard, and you'd drive through their yard, and that was an alternate route, as it were. It suddenly began carrying a whole lot of traffic, and they got to the point where they couldn't use their home, really.
And so how is that route being used during January and February of this year? When there was a full blockade on the highway, what did it allow traffic to do?
Well, it allowed you to miss the blockade, and you could go up to close to the rail crossing. There's a county road there, and it goes out onto the highway just at the rail crossing around the curve from what we're looking at here. And so it allowed people to drive through there and miss the blockade and go on up to Milk River.
And so would it allow traffic coming from the border to circumvent the blockade and go all the way up to Milk River?
It would have, except it's not really a truck route. And if somebody came in driving, there's no reason that they couldn't have cut through Coutts and then through Patty Jo's place. But you'd have to know. If you're local, you know. And that you could get around. Yeah.
And I assume the same is true for any Coutts residents trying to get to Milk River. They could have also used that route had they known. Okay.
Yeah, everybody knew it was there, and you could go that way.
And are you aware of whether RCMP was redirecting any traffic through that route?
Yes, they did. We talked, I talked with Curtis, Corporal Curtis Peters, who was my contact, and let him know about the road. He they made some communication, and what they wound up doing was making a square. The ground was frozen, and so they were able to run straight ahead from the street, make a right at the end of Patty Joe's property and go down that way, so you didn't have to go through her yard. And so it became an unofficial exit point. In fact, they took trucks through there later.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand that police services for the village are provided by the provincial division of the RCMP,
That's correct.
and the nearest detachment is in Milk River, correct?
Yes.
And how many officers are posted there?
4 to 5.
I'd like to go to COU 50249. I understand that on January 4th, a protest organizer attended the village office to advise of the upcoming protest. Do you remember that?
Yes, you'll see this is signed Kelly. She's the assistant in the office to my CAO, and she received a phone call.
And during that phone call, how did the protester describe the anticipated protest?
They were just giving us a heads up that they were going to be coming and doing a slow roll around the entrance to the country. And as you can see, it says that they won't be blocking any residents from using the entrance and exit.
If we can go to COU 401515. So I understand from your witness statement that on social media a little bit later, around the 27th, I think you said, you saw a post suggesting there would be an attempt to block the border. Is
Yes.
that correct? Is this the post that you saw?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you know where you saw this posting?
It was on a bulletin board out of Lethbridge. My wife spotted a link on the Lethbridge area. How are the roads? It's a Facebook post that obviously gives traffic reports, and there was a link there, and we followed that link to this particular document.
And so were you concerned at that time about the risk of a blockade occurring?
Very much so.
And why were you concerned? In particular for your residents, can you tell us about why you were concerned?
We had been slammed by snowbirds, which, if you don't live there, that may make no sense at all. But the 18th of November, the U.S. changed the border crossings to allow fully vaccinated people to enter the states. And all of the people who ordinarily go south for the winter down to Arizona in their RVs and so on decided they had to be there at midnight in order to be the first to cross the border. And we wound up with the largest demonstration anybody down there had seen yet of truck blockages and so on. We had a highway blockage that ran across the tracks and on off over the hill. And they came into the town and double parked everywhere, blocked both entrances to the village so that in the event that we needed to get our fire truck out or something, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So we had experience with the blockage. And I had visions of what was going to happen here as well.
And my understanding is that wasn't a protest. That was just a number of people trying to cross the border at the same time.
I did a lot of protesting, but no, it wasn't a protest.
Thank you. I understand. So if we can just pull up for reference COU 183. I understand that on that same day, January 27th, you wrote to the Premier Kenny of Alberta and the Solicitor General, Sonia Savage, to advise them that you had heard about this risk of a blockade, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand someone called you the next day in response to this email?
Yes, I received a call from the Solicitor General's office. I do not know the name of the person. I remembered the name Pilgrim, and nobody by that name has ever worked for the government of Alberta that I can find, so I'm not sure who I spoke to. Anyway, saying to the effect that I had woken everybody up around there, that they had been in contact then with the police of all flavors, and they were going to RCMP's on top of it, and we've got it under control, basically. It's what I remember.
So my understanding is that you observed on January 29th the convoy driving up to the border, correct?
Yeah, me and everybody in town, I think, were out to see what was going on.
And can you maybe just tell us what you observed on that day?
Well, about what I had expected. I'd seen convoy demonstrations by other groups on television and online. A lot of trucks, a lot of signs, a lot of honking, and it was a convoy, a parade of vehicles from half tons to no monster trucks, but large tractor trailers.
And that pinpoint, that checkpoint 4 that we looked at before on the map, that's where you saw them begin to U-turn, to head back towards Milk River?
Yeah, that's Highway 500, and it's a major crossing point that comes up from over the tracks out to the east of the village, and then makes a crossing there with Highway 4. So it's the first place that you could really make a U-turn, or the last place, I guess, if you're coming from the north. It's the last place you could make a U-turn, either there or our next exit, and it was smaller. So the RCMP, I think, had decided this was the best place to turn everybody around.
And my understanding from your witness statement is that about 45 minutes later, you observed that they had blocked that intersection where they were U-turning. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the RCMP told me 42 minutes, but it happened, yeah.
And how many RCMP vehicles did you observe that day?
Again, there's a lot going on, so I didn't sit there and count. But I saw half a dozen vehicles. They escorted the convoy down and made sure that they made that U-turn. And that's what happened. The vehicles started turning and going back up the road. So I saw maybe 6, 10 at the most RCMP vehicles.
And did you ever hear about anything about it being a splinter group or something like that that had caused the blockade?
Not
a splinter group
terms, no.
from the group that had organized the convoy.
I knew from what I was reading, again, I spend way too much time online, but knew from what I was reading social media that there were other groups coming and joining up. At that time, I naively believed that it was all about the mandates that had been put on, well, the removal of the, you'll have to forgive me, I do this once in a while. I thought that it had to do with cross-border truckers having their permissions removed. For 2 years, they'd been traveling back and forth, exempt from vaccination requirements and so on. And just when things were starting to loosen up, I mentioned the 18th, people are starting to go across and everybody's getting more normal feel. Suddenly, the federal governments in both Canada and the US decided that you no longer have an exemption, you're going to have to be vaccinated. And I think that was a tipping point. So I thought everybody was coming for that purpose.
Okay.
Long question, long answer.
That's okay. You told us in your interview that the RCMP appeared to be caught off guard by the blockade. How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, at that 42-minute mark, when the trucks drove into the median and across both lanes of traffic going both directions, it became obvious that nobody was in control. Nothing happened other than flashing lights and talking to the guys, and it came to a standstill, and that was it.
Mr. Van Hugenbos yesterday told us that on January 31st, the protesters let some commercial vehicles through, commercial vehicles that had been waiting at the blockade since the time it had become blockaded. Are you aware of that, of commercial vehicles being let through on the 31st?
Yes. I have a vantage point in my house where I can see what's going on the highway. And we had been worried about these people sitting there, their loads, the refrigerated trucks, and observed them going along, talking to them, and some of the vehicles being let to leave.
Thank you. I understand that you had regular communications by phone and text with Minister Sani, the former Minister of Transport for the province, correct?
That's correct.
So we'll pull up your text messages with her and go through some of those. That's COU 6016. And we'll start on the second page, I believe. So in here, this is February 2nd at 12:41 p.m. Minister Sani, says, I'm sorry this is happening. Please take care. I'm working on this nonstop. What did you understand her and the Alberta government to be doing at this time to respond to the protests at this early stage?
Well, I understood her position, not just from text so much. We had phone calls as well. She was working both sides, trying to talk to the people who'd organized the protest, and also with the provincial administration to get some kind of action happening. She's responsible for, or was responsible at this time, for seeing that traffic flow works. I mean, that's our lifeline in Alberta. And so she's pulling out all stops, talking to anybody she can. I know she talked to truckers, she talked to Marco, I have trouble with his last name, but he'll forgive me. Anyway, with the contact people for the convoy, anybody that she could talk to. So I, knowing the minister the way I do and the dedication that she shows for her position, it means just what it says. She's working on it nonstop.
And so your understanding is that she was trying to negotiate some kind of resolution.
Yes.
If we can go a bit lower. Okay. So here we see at 6:16 on February 3rd, you asked Minister Sani whether she was willing to come to Coutts to meet the protesters. You recall that?
Yes.
And the response is, of course, I just have to get clearance from the boss and the RCMP. Did she ever come to meet the protesters?
No, she did not. She got as far as Lethbridge and didn't get permission to come farther south.
And you understood that to be permission from who?
The provincial government.
Okay. Did you ever receive an explanation for why that permission wasn't granted?
No.
And why did you believe that it would be helpful for her to come to Coutts?
We thought at the very first that it would be convenient because, as I said, she's responsible for transportation, and this is a transportation-related blockade. She thought that possibly she could come and talk to people and explain to them that the importance of having that corridor continue and stop all the madness. I mean, everybody was caught flat-footed, and we're trying everything we could to get it going. So she was willing to come down and talk to whoever to make things happen, to get it opened up.
Thank you. If we can go down a little bit to the next page. A little bit lower. Okay. At 7:21 on February 3rd, you say, the second line, they've closed the highway down again. It was open briefly. A few commercial vehicles did go through. Then someone barricaded the highway again. So can you maybe give us a sense of how often it seems to me that the highway was reopening at times. We see later in your text messages that some traffic was trickling through. How often was the highway completely blockaded?
You would have had to stand there and watch to be able to tell. It would be open, we'd see a truck or two or three go through, and then the next thing you know, well, it's closed again. And the whole idea, I think, that at this point that they were trying to do was to open up a single lane each way and keep traffic flowing. But it was, well, you saw my mention here earlier, they're trying to find a leader. At that time, there were several different groups. It was mob rule, I guess, I don't like that expression, but that's the idea. There was nobody really able to just get everybody together and say, okay, we're going to do this, and everybody would go out and do it. And so that's what was happening. We had traffic, and then we didn't have traffic.
And you're attributing that to the lack of leadership in the group at that time?
At that time, yeah, there was no cohesive structure that I could see.
And I think if you go down a little bit more, you'll see those comments that you just mentioned, still some mob rule going on, hoping they have an established command structure soon. You visited Smuggler's Saloon and met with some protesters on February 3rd.
Yes, I did.
And did you observe for yourself this lack of leadership at that time?
I did. I talked to Alex Van Herk, who turned out being one of the people that became a de facto leader, I guess. And the expression, I've heard it used here before talking about other places, it was like herding cats. Him trying to get some order out of the chaos that was going on. There's video that exists of him talking to people and trying to get them to listen to him and being shouted down, because that was the nature of the beast at the time.
Okay. If we could go to page 10 of this document. So this is February 5th at 2:16. So you see that second bubble, you say, now that Marco seems to have established control, it might be good for someone to talk about provincial mandates. And then if we go just down just a little bit, she responds, let's chat later. So is your understanding that at this time on February 5th, a clearer leadership structure was emerging in the group?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a discussion with Minister Sani regarding provincial mandates at that time?
It's quite possible. We had phone calls in here, but you've seen how good my memory is. I know we talked about it from time to time, what could be done and what was being done, but I'm under oath and I can't say for sure.
Okay, thank you. If we can go just a bit, just to page 12, and this is February 5th at 11:59. So just a bit lower till we get to 11:59. There we go. Here you tell Minister Sani the messaging to the protesters needs to be controlled better. There seems to be conflicting messages being circulated as true. You recall that?
Yes.
And what was the problem with the messaging at that time as you understood it?
The feeling that I was getting was that someone was building up hopes that things are going to happen on a provincial level very quickly, and the premier is going to announce that all the mandates are off. We knew government doesn't work that quickly. Premier Kenny was, the old expression, caught between a rock and a hard place. He's definitely there because, well, we know all the stuff that goes on. He was working to remove as many mandates as possible, as quickly as possible. But a lot of these people were being told that there was going to be a caucus meeting and they were going to drop all the mandates. And don't know where that came from exactly.
If we can go to page 14, it's February 6th at 2:40 p.m. So you say that you talked to Mayor Fader, and I believe that's the mayor of Fort Macleod, is that
That's
right?
correct.
And Glenn Motz, who's a federal MP, correct?
He's our MP for that, for that riding.
And you say you talked to them about Marco. Marco was not in favor of the illegal action and has been working to move toward a legal protest. And when you say working towards a legal protest, did you understand that to be opening one lane each way?
Yes.
And were those efforts successful?
Again, it depends on the time of day and which way the wind was blowing. Sometimes it was successful. My son came down from Edmonton one day, from Calgary rather, came down from Calgary one day, and after he got through the checkpoint in Milk River, he drove into Coutts. He said, there's no trucks out there. So they were shifting and moving things around. So sometimes the road was open and sometimes it wasn't.
Thank you. If we can go to page 15, February 7th at 10:20. I believe it's at the bottom of the page. So Minister Sani says, I heard the blockade is back up. And you respond,
I did.
we could go to the next page, I believe. You say, yep, tractors just now, highway is blocked. If we keep going, she says, I guess they were hoping for an announcement today. Was your understanding that this tractor blockade on February 7th was because of frustrations associated with the lack of an anticipated announcement, as you were just mentioning?
That's the word that I got, from talking to someone else, that they'd been expecting the announcement to come down that all the mandates were off. And again, this is from misinformation they were getting from somewhere. And when they didn't, they blocked the road again.
And this is a member of the protest who told you this?
Yes.
So the next day, on February 8th, Premier Kenney announced a plan for the gradual easing of pandemic-related health orders. Did that have any impact on the blockade?
Not by then. As I said, they had been told and led to believe that everything was going to come off, and obviously it didn't. And so those people who chose not to understand how government works decided they're going to show us. So blocked it again.
We can go to page 19. This is on February 8th. We can go down a little bit, down a bit more. So you say need access to some land, no construction. And then on page 20, if we can skip down, Minister Sani says, I'm glad we could help you out with the land parcel. Was that in connection with the plot of land for the legal protest site that was established in Milk River?
Yes. Yes, I'd been in a meeting in Milk River with the mayor from Milk River, Reeve from the county of Warner, some representatives from, trying to think who else was in there. Anyway, we had had a meeting and a discussion of where to have an alternate parcel of land. The Milk River people and the county determined that there was Queensland available. And so I happened to have the contact information for the Minister of Transport who could make that happen. And that's what happened here. I gave her the note that they'd be calling her. They did. She made things happen so we could get that parcel.
And did you understand, was there any buy-in from protesters on moving the protest to that site?
No, at that time, there wasn't a great deal of interest in moving from the highway to a plot of land just beside the highway.
And I understand, though, that once the blockade in Coutts came to an end, there is a group that moved to that site.
Yes.
Is that correct? And they stayed there for a number of weeks.
For a long time. It looked like a unhoused encampment.
So let's go to page 26, February 14th at 12:42 p.m. So Minister Sani asks you, are there people still there at the blockade? You respond, oh yeah, nobody's leaving yet. It's all fake news. So your understanding at that time was that the protesters were not leaving yet, correct?
That's correct. I didn't hear until later in the afternoon that things were changing.
And what did you hear that afternoon?
Sometime in the afternoon or early evening, I think it was my contact with RCMP, Corporal Peters, let me know that they'd been notified the thing was coming to an end.
So you were told by the RCMP that they had been notified by protesters that day that they would be leaving the site?
Yeah.
And I understand you had a conversation with Mr. Jory Evans, who was a protester, about that
Yes.
as well. When did you have the conversation with him about this decision to end the blockade?
Sometime on the 14th, but I don't, without pulling it up, I don't have the exact time. Well, I'm not sure times were on there or not. Yeah, we were in contact quite a bit that day. Jory, I still don't know his real position in the group, but he was doing a lot of videoing. He had a blog online and so on called PB&J. Just kind of a news summary of what was going on, what they knew, what they didn't know. And he and I had established a rapport early on and communicated back and forth. Obviously nothing confidential, but talking about stuff. And so he had let me know that day, first of all, contacted me to know if I knew how to contact the person who had been arrested. And then we went on from there. And he talked about the guns, or the arrest and the guns. Guns are all fake, but the fact that people don't want anything to do with it. And
So he explained to you that day that he spoke to you about the RCMP's arrest, and did he explain to you that that was one of the reasons why the protesters had decided to leave?
yeah, that's the feeling I got. I don't know if he actually said that or not. In my mind, at this point in the time, it's well, yeah, that's what he said, but unless I see it in writing, I'm not going to say for sure. I got that feeling, though, that because of what had happened, that the mood in the crowd had changed and they were going to depart. So.
Okay. And was your understanding that the agreement was that they would, or that their intention was to leave the next morning?
Yes.
And did you observe them leave the morning of the 15th?
I did, actually, yeah.
And so no enforcement was required by the RCMP at that time to get them to leave?
No, on the night of the 14th, they lined up all their vehicles down the street. We have a auction firm out there called Ritchie Brothers that auction off from time to time a lot of agricultural equipment. And I said it looked like the biggest sale that Ritchie Brothers had ever had because they were all lined up down the street. And it was mostly tractors. At that point, there weren't a lot of trucks around. But anyway, they lined up down the street on the 14th, and I received the word they're going to go at 10, and 10 o'clock they were gone. Well, they left.
And so you're not aware of any enforcement powers available under the Emergencies Act being used to clear the blockade then?
No, that had nothing to do with it.
When you met with the protesters on at Smuggler's Saloon on February 3rd, did they explain to you what their plan was, what their objective was?
No, there was no. I talked to Alex briefly in the back room, just off the main floor there, and I've never seen a man look so haggard and beat as he did at that time. I don't know if I got there just after he had tried to talk to people. Marco says he was there, but Marco was avoiding me. So anyway, he's on video talking about we should, as one, leave and getting shouted down. So I don't know if I talked to him just after that or not, but no, there was no. I've talked so long I forgot the question.
I was asking you about February 3rd when you attended the Smuggler's Saloon. Did you get a sense that they had an exit strategy?
Oh, at that time, no. No, the feeling that I got was from talking to a couple of other people in the crowd was, no, we're here till mandates are off. That was.
If we could go to COU 6012, these are your Facebook messages with Mr. Evans. And I'd like to go to page 2. If we can go down a little bit. Okay, so here he tells you, and I think this is in the context of the mandates, the provincial mandates, yeah, they keep ignoring, and these guys want to get this shit done and go home. Also connected with the group that closed down Windsor, Ontario today, and things are going crazy in Ottawa. So it adds flames to that fire over there. In your discussions with Mr. Evans, did you ever understand that were the protesters in Coutts in communications with protesters in Ottawa or Windsor? What was your understanding of that?
This is my understanding of that. I have no other. We never talked about it otherwise.
Okay, so this text message is
That's it,
all
yeah.
all you have. Okay, thank you. I understand that Mr. Evans told you about concerns he had with respect to more extreme elements participating in the protest. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we had a meeting where I talked for quite a bit, for 45 minutes or so. And one of the things if you go back far enough in my history, bear with me, go back far enough in my history, I worked in mining in northern Manitoba, was a steelworker steward, went through wildcat strikes and so on. And there were always hardline guys and then the guys that were there for a good time. You could have a wildcat strike and everybody's up and up and up, and then it tapered off and you wound up with the core, and you might even find guys that you'd never seen before there. And we talked about how that was a danger, and something like this, the longer it went on, the more the opportunity existed for outside elements to come in and cause disruption.
And he agreed with.
And he agreed with
He
that.
agreed with that.
That was one of his concerns.
Did you yourself observe the nature of the protest changing over time?
The mood changed. I talked about somewhere it being almost like a big community meeting of all the farmers in the area. And this was, don't kid yourself to think this is a big trucker protest. This is mostly a farm protest.
I think you, in your witness statement, you say that about your meeting on February 4th.
Yeah. And, you know, they had their kids there, and it was just a family thing. As it went on, a lot of that attitude disappeared. Didn't see a lot of kids playing hockey anymore. And if you followed their social media, they took a picture when it was all over or just before they left, which was handy for anybody investigating, but a picture of the whole group in front of smugglers, and it wasn't a large group at that time. It had gotten smaller. But to go back to my strike days, it's the same thing. As the longer you do something like this and you go in expecting results right away and it doesn't happen, the more disheartened you become. And then you start listening to other things about, well, if we only did this, this would happen, and so on. So it's just it's a typical demonstration. And while I didn't have a crystal ball, if I had, it would have paid off, because what we feared seems to have happened.
Did you observe any violence or harassment during the protest?
Never did, no.
Did you yourself receive any threats?
Yes, I got one death threat online, Facebook. Serious enough that the RCMP took it seriously. I'm not sure how good a threat it was, because it was sent from a personal page. But anyway, it was a death threat, and I received calls. Everybody gets phone calls. Just the phone and hang up, or phone and, yeah, you thought you wanted to be mayor, you know, and click. That kind of stuff. I had people out front taking pictures of my house, and it was first time I've done this, so it was a little nerve-wracking.
Thank you. Did you ever observe any weapons yourself around that time in Coutts?
No, we didn't. Some of the protesters were staying in the motel across the road from where I live, and we saw from time to time them moving heavy hockey bags, and my wife said, "It's guns," but we had no weapons that I ever witnessed.
Did you ever hear anything about efforts by protesters to dissuade tow truck drivers from assisting the RCMP?
Not directly. Social media, I saw what was going on, but I never directly talked to anyone.
Did you ever have any discussions with CBFSA officials about the protest?
Never did. Well, other than see somebody at the post office or something. Some of them live there.
I understand that the RCMP attended a village council meeting on February 8th. And in your summary, you state that they described their responses building the airplane while you're flying it. What did you understand those comments to be referring to?
Well, just the way it sounds. As I said, we all got caught flat-footed. Nobody had expected this to happen. And I'm not sure of his rank, but anyway, the answer to the question was we're building the airplane as we're flying it. We're making it up as we go along. We've got tactics and we're trying them, and if they don't work, we try something else until we find out how it works. It was an education, I guess, for everyone.
Thank you. In the short time we have left, I'd just like to talk about the impact on the village and its residents. In the summary, you say that the blockade greatly disrupted everyday life for Coutts residents. Could you maybe explain to us in what ways?
I have done a mental survey, and I think I had about a 70-30 split in the village, the 30 on my side and the 70 supporting the protest, regardless of what it meant. We still have neighbors that won't talk to each other because of the protest. They didn't get out and do. We had a lot of sympathetic people in the village who figured it was our duty to feed everybody. If they need a room, give them a room. These are all good people, and we should really look after them. As unneighborly and heartless as it seems, my opinion was if you came down to here and you've blockaded the highway and now you're not wanting to leave the protest, but you need your medication that you left at home, the road goes that way, go get your medication. Instead of making a public scene about, I don't have my medicine, can you bring it to me? We don't have food, you know. You got food at home. That was my answer to those kind of complaints. My neighbors, being good rural Alberta people, figure if somebody's in need, you look after them regardless of how they got there, I guess. And there was a lot of sympathy over and as I said, the driving force of the protest, the original cause had to do with cross-border vaccination, and then it mutated into my body, my right, my, you know, all of the different conspiracy things that have gone on. And then people didn't let that go, and so it still exists to this day.
How significantly did the protests interfere with residents' ability to access services in Milk River?
Depended on the person, how comfortable they were with driving past monster pieces of equipment. I think we heard Marco yesterday talk about how one tractor is intimidating, even if it's sitting still, if you haven't been around them. When you get a whole row of them, some of them idling, you've got trucks, big pieces of equipment, and you're out there in your little Prius wanting to go up to Milk River to get groceries, it can be very intimidating. Other people, we have a lot of retired farmers, it didn't bother them that much. Had one guy just the other day say, "You're going to testify, be sure you tell them we were never blocked in. Could always make it up there. Had to drive through the field a couple of times, but we weren't really blockaded." So it depended on the person and how they could handle it. And it affected some people. I have a friend who is a veteran of Afghanistan, and she has PTSD. They had to leave town because it triggered her PTSD, and she just couldn't take it. They're back now. Older people, had one lady who would, if somebody drove her out for a doctor's appointment or something, she would curl up in a ball. Wasn't going to do this. But just depends on the person, how they grew up, what their situations are. Some people it really bothered.
Thank you. Did you hear any reports of intimidation of some of your residents by protesters?
A couple, and you take it as, take everything with a grain of sand, grain of salt. Had a couple of people tell me that they were coming back into Coutts and being stopped by protesters and they'd say to the guy, "Well, what do you think? Should we let these people through or not? Or should we let this guy through? And, where do you think you're going?" And that kind of thing. But nothing, we had a situation where a neighbor, someone decided it'd be funny to tell everybody that there were free showers at her house, so she had people showing up at the door, that kind of thing. But not a lot of, there was no physical intimidation, and it was basically just the going through the gauntlet to get out of the village. Like I said, if you drove through and up the highway and through the ditch, maybe, well, you could go. So.
Lastly, I just wanted to ask you, was there any impact on emergency services or access to emergency services?
For the most part, no. When it first happened, it was like when we had the RVs or the entrances, they said they wouldn't block it. You have to understand, we depend on the ambulance coverage from Milk River, the medical clinic there. We have a volunteer fire department, we have volunteer EMS, and you'd have to understand AHS to know, the health services, to know why we have an ambulance that we can't use. But anyway, we have one. We cover our fire department that is a rural fire department that covers everything out in the surrounding area, especially to the east. There's only that road at 501, which is the road that crosses the tracks to get out to there. That was one of my major concerns, was that we had egress quickly in the event of an emergency, and then that we could get an ambulance in. The RCMP ran an ambulance down the highway to test that, and the protesters were able to clear it through quickly. So it was handled. But for the first few hours, there wasn't any awareness on the part of the people. I said more than once, I got the impression that the protesters, Coutts was an afterthought. They wanted to plug the highway and, oh, gee, there's 250 people over here, and we kind of affected them too. So it took us a while to work that out. But no, after everybody was made aware, things were fairly good.
Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Yep.
Mayor Willett, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so first up is the Government of Canada, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Mayor Willett.
Good morning.
My name is Andrea Gonzalez, and I'm one of the lawyers representing the Government of Canada in this inquiry. Thank you for being here today. I just have a few questions for you. And I want to start by talking about the port of entry at Coutts. And I understand on the other side of the border is the town of Sweetgrass, yes?
Sweetgrass, yes.
Yeah. That port of entry, you'll agree with me, is of vital importance to not only the Coutts community, Milk River, the surrounding communities, but also the province of Alberta and Canada as a whole.
Yes.
I understand that Highway 4 is the primary access to that port of entry, although there's one side road that's not suitable for commercial vehicles, right?
Correct.
And it's the only designated commercial port of entry in all of Alberta?
Yeah, it's the only 24-hour port, yes.
Right. That port of entry allows for the cross-border transport of livestock, agricultural goods, and other imports and exports that are critical to Alberta's supply chain and economy. Yes?
Yes.
You can see, I assume, from really your front door, the constant flow of trucks that are carrying billions of dollars worth of goods north and south across that border.
Yes.
Now, you've told us that you learned early on of plans to, that there were plans in the works for protesters to engage in slow roll protests in the vicinity of the Coutts port of entry.
That's correct.
And those quickly evolved into plans to actually block the highway to the border.
Yes.
That would have really a twofold impact on the people of Coutts, both their access north into Milk River and the amenities there, right?
Yep.
As well as south down across the border. And so I would expect this raised some alarms for you as mayor of this village.
Yes.
Yeah, and you acted quickly to communicate to residents how they could best prepare themselves, right? You sent out that little notice.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's COU 701. I don't think we need to pull it out unless you want to look at it. But you were trying to best equip your residents for the unknown of what was going to come, right?
That's correct.
And that notice included advice like pretending that they live in a big city.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
With the risk of giving too much away, a lot of people don't lock their doors. You might have a car that you know so-and-so needs to borrow. You'll put the keys in the car. We've got a almost 0% crime rate because of our location and because of the fact that CBSA people live there and the guy that you broke into might have a gun. So just people get very comfortable with it's typical small town Alberta.
And there were folks coming in that nobody knew.
Yep.
And you were concerned that that might pose a safety and security risk to the people of Coutts.
Yeah, it's like I tell a lot of people, you're driving south getting ready to hit the border, you don't even know Coutts is there. And although we can watch and wave. And if you've got a stranger in town, word gets around, there's a car going around and I don't know who it belongs to, and oh, that's so-and-so, they're visiting so-and-so. The telegraph works very well. And all of a sudden the potential existed that we were going to have massive influx of people driving up and down the streets and I just wanted everybody to be careful. Don't let your kids out to run across to the playground because somebody might be coming, not looking for kids there. Everybody in town knows your kids live there, but if they come in from out of town, they don't. Just a heightened awareness, I guess, of your situation.
Okay, and another step you took in the early stages was to reach out to the provincial government.
Yes.
We saw in your examination by Commission Counsel the January 27th email that you wrote to Solicitor General Savage to advise of the planned protest. You recall
Yeah.
that? And one of the things you mentioned in that email, you raised the possibility of the situation being dealt with using Alberta's Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And I understand that was raised on January 29th in a letter you sent to the Minister of Justice, and on January 30th in an email to Premier Kenney. Do you recall those communications?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll just note for the record, but we don't have to pull them up. It's COU 705 and COU 706. And in your understanding, that legislation was really purpose-built for this kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, you've spoken a bit about the disruptions that the blockade of the highway caused for the people of Coutts. And I just wanted to pull up some photos. It's pb.nsc.can 408500_rel.301. You mentioned that you did travel to the protest sites on occasion. I just want to confirm that these photos reflect or similar to what you recall seeing when you were there.
Apologies, could you repeat that document ID, please?
Yeah, the whole thing. pb.nsc.can.408500_rel.301. And we'll begin, please, at page 4. Now, this is an RCMP document, so I wouldn't expect you've seen the document before. It's just the photos. Is that a picture of the blockade at Coutts, best you can recognize? Or up on Highway 4?
Bear with me.
We'll just make that a little bigger there.
I can't place that exactly. It doesn't actually look like the Coutts end of it. It looks more like the Milk River.
The Milk River end of it. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the 501.
Okay, and what we see there, though, is there are trucks parked in the median between the two directions of the highway.
Yeah, but again, this is actually not a full blockade. They're doing a slow roll through that.
That's a slow roll.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go down to page 7, please.
Okay, that's Coutts.
That's Coutts, okay. And page 9.
Yeah, those are both Coutts.
Okay, and let's go to page 10, please. Sorry. It's not the one I wanted. Let's try 29. Are you able to place that one? That may be checkpoint 10.
It doesn't get any bigger.
If you don't recognize it, that's okay. We'll have others.
For sure know where I am there.
Okay, that's okay. It may be further down the highway than you were able to make your way to.
Yeah.
Now, you discussed your interactions with Corporal Curtis Peters.
Yes.
And we have those text exchanges at COU 6011. In one of your text exchanges, you asked him to speak to the school bus driver. I just want to be clear on this. Children from Coutts attend school in Milk River.
That's correct.
And in this text message, you're explaining that the weather is supposed to turn bad, and you were concerned about her traveling on the highway and folks having to navigate a field to drop off and retrieve their kids. Can you just explain that concern?
Yeah, the school bus driver was a little concerned with coming through the blockade. And so what she had offered as a solution was to come basically the back way on a county road up to Patty Joe's that we talked about. But the fact is that you have to drive either through there or through the field, and she didn't feel comfortable taking the bus through there. So what she had suggested was that the people in town who had kids would bring them all out and meet her on the county road. And that's what that was.
Okay. You also mentioned in your text to Corporal Peters that folks on home care in Coutts had not been visited since the blockade started.
That's correct.
And that was one of your concerns.
It was.
I want to pull up, please, COU 702. This is a text exchange you had with Bill Graveland, and that's who?
I'm sorry?
Bill Graveland?
Oh, Bill Graveland, yeah. He is a reporter for Canadian Press.
Okay. And if we go to page 3, please. Just scrolling down there. Okay, stop there. In the first blue box, your text says, "Morning, Bill. The more things change, the more they stay the same. You need to find someone in a protected position to call these guys what they are. Domestic terrorists. Won't be me. They're right outside my window. I would be strung up, literally, just a thought." Why did you describe the protesters as domestic terrorists?
Well, unlike most of the people in the front rows here, I'm a Google lawyer. So when I look for the definition of a domestic terrorist, these people seem to fit that bill, and yet no one ever labeled them that. And so I just floated the idea out there, one side to Bill, on the other side to Minister Sani, that maybe they should be called that to get a little more attention.
You felt they were terrorizing people by their behavior.
Because they were causing harm to the country.
Yeah. And if we go down to page 4, if we could scroll down a little bit more, just pause there. Sorry, again, a little bit further down. My note may be off. There's a text where you, if we could just go back up, let me try again. Up a little more. Yeah, okay, I'm not seeing it. There's a text in this collection where you say that a more extreme element has moved in, and I am concerned about the final outcome. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yep.
Yeah. In your interview summary, you spoke about a sermon delivered on February 3rd at the Smuggler's Saloon by a pastor, Arthur Pulowski.
Yes.
And he, have you seen that sermon? Whether
Yes.
yes?
Yes, I have.
Could we please pull up pb.can.40s, I hope this is right, 18 1845_rel.0001.
Was that pb.can.401845?
I hope so.
Is it a multimedia file?
Yes. Yeah. While we're digging that up, that sermon, I understand, was delivered on a day when MLA Hunter had told you he had negotiated a deal with protesters to open up one lane of traffic. You recall that?
I think that's right, yeah.
And in a text message to Minister Sawney, you described this sermon as being inciting.
As being
Inciting.
inciting, yes.
Yeah. And in your interview summary, you said that it strengthened the protesters' resolve. You recall that?
Yep.
I'm hoping we can just watch a few.
Sorry, having difficulty locating that one.
Okay. I want to come back to it. You told us that you also received a death threat, other threats, and that a truck was parked outside your house taking photos of it, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. And it's fair to say that as time is going on, frustration is increasing, as is concern over how this may end, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And your efforts to engage higher levels of government were focused really on the province of Alberta.
That's correct.
Did you ever receive any explanation for why the province did not make use of the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act as you had suggested?
No, I did not. But you have to remember, I'm the mayor of a small village. I'm kind of at the bottom of the ladder. So I was not privy to everything that was going on.
Okay. And I now have the correct reference for that video. It's pb.can.40135. 1835. 1835. And Mary, while we're waiting for that to be pulled up in the few minutes I have left, you're aware that what was going on in Coutts was not isolated, right? There were also border blockades,
Yes,
the
yes.
port of entry at
Yep.
Emerson,
Yep.
Ambassador Bridge in Windsor,
Yep.
Pacific Highway near Surrey, BC.
Yes.
Of course, the occupation of the city of Ottawa. And get that video.
You said 1835?
1835, yeah. And you said earlier, I thought I heard your evidence that in some respects it was a typical demonstration, but of course as time went on, you wouldn't describe the Coutts border blockade as being a typical demonstration.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry, just to step in, David Cherokee, Counsel for the Government of Canada. I believe that there's it's pb.can.
Yeah.
.401835. I think there may have been an NSC in the
Oh, is that my mistake?
previous reading, but there's no NSC. It's just
No.
pb.can.
Thank you, Mr. Cherokee.
It is here. I just need to download it. It'll just be a moment.
Okay, thank you. I think I can do the rest of my questions and come back to that. And of course, you're aware, Mayor, that ultimately search warrants were carried out the morning of February 14th.
Yes.
And a cache of weapons and body armor was seized.
Yes.
And there were a number of arrests made, right?
Yes.
And you were informed, in addition to these arrests, an attempt was made by a vehicle to ram a police vehicle.
Yep.
Again, we don't have to pull it up while Mr. Clerk is doing me another favor, but the email to you about those arrests is COU 50453. And even with those arrests, I think I understood your evidence that it took some time for the protesters to clear out.
Well, sometime it happened on the 14th and they left on the 15th, yeah.
Right, and that was after the Emergencies Act had been invoked, right?
Just barely, yeah.
And you mentioned in your witness summary, you understood there were rumors circulating among the protesters that the Emergencies Act would be invoked, and among other things, their bank accounts could be frozen, right?
Yeah, again, that was social media, but yes.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Commissioner, I'm just waiting for that video to load.
Apologies, just one more moment.
That's okay, it's my fault. And we'll just play from the beginning, not the whole thing, but just...
People in my country in 1980, finally they said our children are worth fighting for.
Yes.
And they did it, and they took it to the streets, and they paralyzed the entire system. Yes, thousands were arrested.
They gained control.
Yes, people were tortured and beaten. Yes. There is a price attached to freedom. How do you think the Second War ended? Millions had to die. How do you think the First War ended? Millions had to die. And that's the price that we have to be willing to pay if our children are going to have a free and democratic society.
Yeah. That's right.
This is our time. For 2 years we have been dancing polka with them. For 2 years we have been trying our best to reason with the villains. But I know villains. See, bully will never stop bullying. He will keep stealing from you all the time. They have big appetites, those greedy dogs.
We can pause that there. Thank you. Mayor Willett, is that video of the sermon that Pastor Pawlowski delivered at the Smuggler's Saloon on February 3rd?
It is, yes.
And that's the video you understand was, or you've described as inciting the crowd and the protesters. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioner, for the indulgence.
Okay, thank you. Next is the government of Alberta.
Of Alberta, can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Perfect. Good morning, Mayor Willett. I have a few questions for you.
Good morning.
Can
Clerk,
you
if you
just
could
identify
please...
yourself for the record? You may have, but it didn't come across.
Of course, Commissioner. Hana Laura Yamamoto for the province of Alberta. Mr. Clerk, if you could please bring up WTS 6012. It's been up before. This is your witness statement. And just while that's coming up, so on page 5, you stated that you did not receive the type of support you expected from the provincial and federal governments. So what kind of support did you expect from the federal government?
Well, at that point, it seemed like we were not getting anywhere, and I was looking for somebody to do something to get the highway unblocked and get things happening again. So any kind of support would have been make them go away and make this end. I wasn't in a position to say exactly who should do what, but somebody should appear to be doing something. And at this time, it didn't look like anybody was doing much.
Okay. And so I have the same question with respect to the provincial government. What kind of support did you expect from the provincial government?
Same story. We had as I mentioned before, an act that was supposed to give unlimited powers, basically, to protect infrastructure and remedy this exact problem, and yet it appeared to me nothing was going on. Now, I've seen the situation reports since then, and it show that there was action in the background, but I wasn't privy to that. So where I was sitting in my office looking out the window, I didn't see anything happening.
Okay. So now that you say that there's things that you saw going on in the background, in your opinion, is that statement still true that you believe that the provincial government should have made better use of the Critical Infrastructure Act?
I guess it goes back to the statement that the RCMP made to me about building the airplane as we're flying it. I understand that the province was in the same situation, like looking for tow trucks and that kind of thing. So probably my opinion is not as harsh as it was at the time. I believe the province was doing more than was visible to me and most people. There were things going on that were, if we'd gone a little farther down the road, no pun intended, if we'd gone a little farther down the road, there would have been actual physical action taken. So my opinion has changed a bit.
Thank you, Mayor. So you understand as well that the RCMP was the lead agency responsible for responding to the border blockade occurring at Coutts, and they would make the operational plans and decisions?
I don't know, was my ears playing tricks or not? Can you do that a little slower, please?
I apologize. I should slow down for the translator as well. So you understand that the RCMP would have been the lead agency responsible for responding to the border blockades occurring at Coutts, and they would have made the operational plans and decisions.
Correct.
Okay. And you worked with the RCMP throughout this blockade?
We were in contact all the time, yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, if I could have you pull up ALB 50908.0001. So what you're going to see here is a statement from the Alberta Minister of Justice and Solicitor General Savage on February 8th, 2022. Now, the fourth and fifth paragraphs from the bottom is just where we want to go. Perfect. And it says, those participating in this illegal blockade could potentially face charges or actions under any number of laws, including, and it includes the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, and goes on to say, whatever action law enforcement may take is at their independent discretion. I trust the authorities to lay appropriate charges wherever the evidence provides reasonable grounds to do so. So based on that statement, do you now understand that it's the RCMP that would have made decisions whether or not to undertake enforcement under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act?
Correct. I understand that.
Okay. We saw your texts with Minister Sawney. We don't have to pull them up, but those would be under COU 6016. So these texts show contact every day, often multiple times a day from February 2nd to 18th, as well as you said you had phone calls with Minister Sawhney?
Yes,
Okay. And you also had a phone call with the Premier?
I did.
And at no time did you make requests for specific supports or assistance from the province?
I think when I talked to the Premier, we talked more in generalities. As I said earlier, he was kind of caught in a pinch point between darned if I do and darned if I don't. We talked about that. He talked about the fact that he could only do so much because of the lack of surge capacity in the hospitals. He mentioned that he was going to be talking to governors in the northern states to see if they would put pressure on that side, because even if we did get rid of the provincial mandates, the federal mandates still sat there, and that was the thing that triggered the whole deal in the first place. So, no, it was more a generality thing. I did not hit him up for any kind of action.
But based on that conversation, there were things that the Alberta government was doing to support removing the border blockade at Coutts.
And again, I only caught about half of that. I'm deaf in one ear and I can't hear in the other one. So
I apologize. I'll slow down and speak up. And based on that conversation with Premier Kenney, Alberta was providing supports, even if you weren't asking for specific supports, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had wanted Minister Sawhney to speak with protesters?
It was not my suggestion, it was her suggestion. She thought that she could come and talk to people in the first day or two because she was getting feedback from the fact that there are truckers stuck. She wanted to come, and I don't know what she had planned to say, but it was her suggestion that she come down.
Okay. And you had said that the protesters were like herding cats?
The protesters were letting, I'm sorry.
Were like herding cats. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, that's what Alex told me when the first time I made contact with the guys at Smugglers. He said at that time that it was like that's my expression, but that was the impression. He said he'd get a group here and a group there and try and get them all together, and they'd make a decision. Then they'd walk out the door and forgot what they'd talked about. So he was very frustrated.
So there was no definitive leader of the protest?
At that point, there didn't appear to be.
And I just have one point of clarification. So in your evidence with my friend Commission Counsel, you said that tractors lined up on the side of the road on the 14th. And I just want to clarify, that's so traffic could flow?
Oh, but then they were off the highway, and I think at that point traffic was being held up in Milk River still, but there wasn't any really physical blockading going on the morning of the 15th, possibly on the evening of the 14th. I couldn't do 24-hour coverage. But no, the tractors were all lined up. They were just getting ready to leave as a group. And so they pulled them all in, actually pulled them into the village and down that street and lined them up along there. So they were out of the way.
Okay, and you're not sure if that was the evening of the 14th, or did that start the evening of the 14th where they were moving the tractors?
When I went down the morning of the 15th to see what was going on, they were all lined up down the street. That's all I know. I don't know exactly when. Like I say, I wasn't sitting watching them 24 hours a day, so I'm not sure when they moved.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mayor Willett. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the City of Windsor.
Good morning.
Good
Mayor
morning.
Willett. My name is Michael Finley. I represent the City of Windsor, which, as I'm sure you're aware, is a fellow border municipality.
Yes.
And we heard today, Mayor Willett, you live just blocks away from the protest site and indeed the border, right?
No matter where you are in Coutts, you're only blocks away. Yeah.
And that border crossing is an important link, true?
It definitely is.
And I think you described it earlier as a lifeline and something with larger importance than just to the village of Coutts. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And I guess perhaps I'm stating the obvious, sir, but fair to say that the village of Coutts doesn't have sufficient resources on its own to ensure the security of that border crossing?
No.
Or in fact, to deal with a blockade of the magnitude that you faced earlier this year?
No, our police force, as you heard, is 4 or 5 officers stationed in Milk River.
Right.
RCMP.
And so a situation like that requires more than a local response. Is that fair?
Correct.
Including, I think, as you noted earlier, provincial support?
Yeah.
And federal support too?
Yeah, well, it's RCMP, so it's provincial and federal.
And so that being so, would you agree that one might benefit from having a plan or at least a framework in advance to deal with situations like the one you experienced, even if they're not exactly the same in future?
Sure. Yeah. Would be nice if the old hindsight's 20/20, but it would have been nice to have a plan, yeah.
I think you spoke about being caught flat-footed and building an airplane while it's flying. I guess we can agree you're sticking with that metaphor. It's probably better to have the plane assembled in advance before it takes to the air.
Yeah, if we're talking about police response, they had response for certain situations, but this was a situation that was unique at the time to anything they'd faced. And so I'm not going to be an apologist for the RCMP, but I think they were doing well under the circumstances. I don't think it's fair to say they had no plan. They would have had plans for demonstrations and so on, just nothing of this magnitude.
Right, and I suppose all I'm getting at is it's better in this type of circumstance, I hope you'll agree with me, when you have a multi-jurisdictional issue to deal with, to have some plan in advance to address it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
Yep.
Thank you. Next are the convoy organizers.
Good morning, Mayor. For the record, Brendan Miller, appearing as counsel for Freedom Corp, which represents the protesters that were in the city of Ottawa in January and February. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Long flight. I love driving through Coutts.
Yeah.
So, beautiful part of the country. So, if we could please bring up, it's the document that my friends have already referred to from the federal government. It's the Canada document ending 8500 that was just up.
Apologies. Do you have the full doc ID?
Yes, I do. It is pb.nsc.can.0000850. Okay, and could we please scroll to page 32? It's just loading still. There we go. Okay. So this is the document my friend put to you. It's a PowerPoint put together by the RCMP. And there you can see that they are doing what they refer to as community engagement and talking and listening to protesters, supporters, and residents of Coutts. Did you witness any of that?
Not personally.
Yeah.
Only on
Right.
line.
But you ended up going and speaking to the protesters yourself too, didn't you?
Yes.
Right. And I understand that when you did that, you ended up doing an interview with CTV and City News about that experience. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Well, let me ask you if you remember saying this. I just want to put this. This is a statement that's been attributed to you. I wasn't negotiating or anything else. I was just there to find out if they were as bad as some people have said, and they're certainly not. Do you remember saying that?
Sounds like something I would say, yeah.
And do you remember saying this about the protesters? They're the same guys that I have for neighbors.
That was part of the uniqueness of this whole demonstration, yeah.
Right. And you also said they're the guy that owns the farm up on the hill, the guy that hauls for local businesses. Do you remember saying that?
Probably did.
Right. And this situation, I understand, polarized your community. There was, the community was essentially divided by half supporting, half against the truckers. Is that fair?
As I said earlier, probably 70-30.
70-30.
On a good day, yeah.
Right. And was that 70-30 in support, or which one was in the 30 and 70?
That would have been supporting the protest.
70%? Or 30% supporting the protest?
No, 70.
70%,
Yeah.
okay. So the majority of your town.
Majority of the town was the feeling I got.
Yeah. And there was signs up and flags of all kinds that were on residences of your town's property. Is that fair?
A few, yeah.
And can you tell me about some of the ones you saw and describe them? I know some of them were a bit vulgar, but if you'd like to.
Oh, everybody has seen them. The Trudeau flags,
The ones say F Trudeau?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Some of the Gadsden flags, the Don't Tread on Me. A lot of Canadian flags, many of them inverted, which I wholeheartedly do not approve of.
Yeah. And those flags were in your own community?
Yeah.
Put up on the property of your own residents?
A lot of U.S. flags, yep.
Okay. And because you're right on the border with Montana there, right? There's a, there is an intersect between the population in Montana and Coutts. Is that fair?
Yep.
Yeah. And can you explain, how long have you been in rural Alberta politics?
In rural Alberta politics, since I was elected to council, we had this discussion 5 years ago.
Okay. And what's the vibe you get or the interactions you have with your residents with respect to their support or lack of support for the federal government as it currently is composed?
Well, I'll quote my CAO, Trudeau hates us. And that's basically, you could talk to anybody there. There's a great dislike for the federal government on a high percentage.
And what is these dislikes? What are they about? What are these people's grievances in your residence and in that area?
Genetic? I don't know how you, I've lived in Alberta for half my life, which means a long time. And I've seen this us versus them thing grow, east versus west. I spend too much time on social media. But the feeling, smarter minds than me have tried to figure it out. I really don't understand the great dislike for the federal government.
So there was, I don't know if you got the opportunity to watch. Did you watch the testimony of Ms. Tamara Litch in this proceeding because it was played out on TV?
I saw some of it.
Do you remember when she said that a lot of Albertans feel that they don't have a voice because the elections that are resulting in the elections of NP and the federal executive are determined before they even vote, and that they just don't feel represented in Ottawa? Do you remember hearing that?
Yeah, I think I heard that, Joe.
Is that a general grievance that you've heard some of your constituents and that you've heard some of rural Albertans and other Albertans talk about?
I believe so. Mr. Motts would probably disagree with the part that they're not represented because he has represented us very well from that area. But I think just talking about that is a problem that anybody that has studied politics or government will agree with. The fact that you've got a mass of population concentrated in the east and you don't have in the west, and if you do just by votes, it's very difficult to feel like you're swaying anything when all of the election returns come in, and by the time you're voting, it's already been decided. So I can understand that.
Are you aware that with respect to the protests in Ottawa, it's been reported that Albertans made up essentially almost half of the individuals that were here?
I wasn't aware of that, but it doesn't surprise me.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, next is the Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
My name is Alan Honor. I'm a lawyer at the Democracy Fund. We share status with the JCCF and with Citizens for Freedom. Mayor, I think you gave evidence earlier today that Coutts is the only 24-hour border crossing in Alberta. Did I understand that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and about 75 kilometers away from Coutts, there's another border crossing at Del Bonita?
Yes.
And do you know if the border crossing times at Del Bonita were extended during the times of the Coutts protest?
Yes, they were, I believe.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? The hours of the days they were extended?
Oh, I can't give you that without it in front of me, but I don't believe it ever went 24 hours. I know that it was increased considerably. I believe I read a number somewhere that percentage-wise, they saw crossings go up 917% or something like that. So it would have had to have been open a lot more, but I don't have the numbers.
That's fair. Thank you. I'm wondering, before the protesters left on the 15th, and before the, let me actually rephrase this. After the Emergencies Act was invoked, did you speak to any of the protesters before they left?
Not directly, no.
Okay. But you told us about rumors on social media which referred to bank accounts being frozen. Were those social media accounts coming from the protesters?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Well, okay, I'm not going to say 100%. Somebody could have been faking it, but there were Facebook pages called Coutts Convoy Restart. I'm not going to name them all, but they were obviously followers or participants of the protest by the content that was posted, by things that they said. And
so these were social media sites where you could sign up and you could make posts regardless of whether or not you were at the protest.
That's correct.
So anybody could have posted those rumors on that site.
Anybody could. They were moderated sites. They would have to get past the administrator, but I don't know. I didn't put them up there.
Okay. Whatever the case is, however, you would agree with me that the reason why the protesters ultimately leave, what you call the straw that broke the camel's back, was the discovery of the weapons, and it was not the rumors about the Emergencies Act.
I think that's correct. I saw an interview with Alex Van Herk that he did the evening of the 14th. It's on YouTube, where he explicitly said that it was the weapons. It wasn't the act, because they'd heard about it, but they were prepared to stay until it, that's in Ottawa, basically, is what his sympathies were.
And Alex Van Herk was one of the spokespeople, or one of the leading people at Coutts among the protesters. That's
correct. He's been charged along with Marco, so I'm not sure how much I'm supposed to talk about it. But
okay. We'll move on. My friend from the Government of Canada brought up the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act. And I understand you thought that the RCMP should have used that act against the protesters.
I did. Part of that might have been my misunderstanding of what they were doing. As I said, I wasn't privy to the situation reports that were coming out every day until I saw them the other night. So there was stuff going on, and there possibly are even charges still waiting for people over that act. So yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think maybe would you agree with me that the RCMP may have exercised their jurisdiction under that act, or their discretion under that act, had the protest not ended when it did?
Well, I think they were doing it even as, I know that there were violation tickets and so on being issued, and that there possibly are still charges coming. So the process maybe doesn't move as quickly as I would like it to, but I believe they were working under that act, yes.
Okay, and I just want to ask you about that act. Is it your understanding that the act prohibits the willful obstruction of essential infrastructure if that obstruction renders the infrastructure dangerous, useless, inoperative, or ineffective?
Yes.
Okay, and in your view, that was happening in Coutts because of the blockade?
Yes.
And if somebody commits an offense under that act, the police can arrest that person without a warrant. Is that right?
I'm not sure about the without a warrant, but I know they can arrest them.
But you would take it from me that the act says that?
Sure.
There are also fines under the act?
Yes.
And does it accord with your understanding that the fine for a first offense can be no less than $1,000 and can be as much as $10,000?
I've heard that, yes.
And that a fine for a second offense or a third offense can be as high as $25,000?
Sure.
Do you know if any of the protesters at Coutts were driving company vehicles? Or were parking company vehicles?
I don't know for sure. There might have been some owner-operators there. I didn't see any name brand company vehicles parked there.
But some of those trucks could have been owned by corporations.
It's possible.
And it's also under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, someone can be fined, a corporation can be fined a minimum of $10,000 for an offense and a maximum of $200,000. Did you know that?
I may have seen those numbers. I don't know. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Willett, do you want to add anything? We're done the cross-examinations. I'm just going to ask for whether there's any re-examination by the Commission Counsel. So I'll let the re-examination go, and then I'll give you a chance to add anything if you'd like.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I just have two brief questions for you. Just to clarify a point, when you were talking about your discussion with Mr. Evans about the arrests on the 14th, I think you kind of trailed off a bit under your breath and said something about the weapons were all fake, something like that. Is that something Mr. Evans told you?
I believe he mentioned that there was a rumor they had been planted, even at that early date. And then I know that YouTube video I saw of Mr. Van Herk, where he also said he didn't believe that they were real, but they were going to, that was what was being said, so it was what happened. But yeah, to answer your question, that's what was said.
I just wanted to confirm that was not your own assessment of the situation.
That was not my assessment, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. Do you want to add anything before you head back west?
It's cold out there. How long can I talk? No, the situation that happened there were a lot of people that said that I was against the protest. And I wanted to make it perfectly clear, I was never against the protest. You have that freedom, that right to protest anytime you want, as long as you don't break the law and interfere with my right to travel and so on. I mean, in a way, I participated in their protest because along with the other border mayors, we communicated with the federal government saying this is not right to treat these guys after the 2 years as if they suddenly become pariahs or something. So the biggest problem that I had, and I still have, understanding blocking that highway was who you thought you were damaging. You were damaging your neighbors. I had stock movers who couldn't move cattle because it was blocked. That's a whole part of a chain. People grow their stock. They plan for a particular date to deliver it to the feedlot. So they've got feed for X number of days. Now that's backed up. Now they've got to try and find feed. Well, gee, the feed comes from the other side of the border. They didn't take into consideration the fact that, yes, they made a big splash, but they were hurting the very people that they figured they were helping by getting the mandates off. We're a very agricultural area. I mentioned that I'm the chair of a regional economic development initiative. Our whole emphasis is on helping to establish that Canada Trade Corridor and the food corridor with all of the potatoes and sugar beets and pulses and and all of those products. That's our main emphasis. And when you stand there with your foot on my throat and say, you're not going to go through here anymore, and what you're doing is you're actually choking the livelihood of all your friends and neighbors. And even if they sympathize with you when they go to the grocery store and there's no fresh produce there because it's on the other side of the border, it's something to consider. So that was the main thing. And when the protests turned to an illegal blockade, they lost my support. And that's it. And I did what I did as far as the village goes because I'm responsible for those people. And I'll try and get through without breaking down here this time. But there were people it was literally people were literally physically frozen and not able to go through that blockade. And since everything is on the other side, it was a tough situation. But we're not here to argue about that anyway. The feeling that I got, to be truthful, is, which I have to be, right, is that the federal action had very little to do with the resolution of the blockade there. I think it was the police action, the finding of the undesirable element. I know that happened. I've talked to neighbors who saw the actual police action that night. It wasn't carrying in weapons and planting them. It was a raid with SWAT-type vehicles. We had a field hospital set up at the fire hall and that kind of thing. So it was a very serious situation. So and one last thing, I'm very complimentary of the police. The RCMP handled themselves very well. And I'm glad it's over. And I thank you for that opportunity.
Well, that's fine. We're here to get at the bottom of what happened, not only in Coutts, but across. Can I just ask you one thing following up on you're all in favor of protests, and you'd mentioned about the land that had been set up to continue protesting, and it wasn't used until after the blockade was cleared. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And they continued to protest there for some time, you said?
Weeks. Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
And do you know if it was the same group that had blockaded that continued to protest there?
I believe that most of that was people who had showed up for the secondary encampment, and they just moved off the road because they had nowhere else to go.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming. It's appreciated. Your evidence was appreciated. You're free to go back to the cold.
Well, thanks, I think.
Okay, so we're going to take the morning adjournment, the morning break, and come back with a new witness. So we'll take 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
What a sham. What an absolute scam. I don't trust this guy. I don't think he is being legit. I think he's pretending. I think he's doing the old man routine. You remember Steve Dye, brother?
Steve died, bro.
There's a guy we knew. His name was Steve. All right, and this guy, he behaved the exact same way. It's the old man routine. How did he sound?
Like, Will row. I'm kind of, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. I got work to do, row, but I'm drinking Coors Light, row.
It's this guy all over the place. So he just said there were protesters. He said so. I mean, if you just clip through all that stuff, okay, it will be, you know, A not A, B not B, C not C. Just completely contradicting himself at every turn. And then we got an interesting article over here. There's so much interesting stuff, and a big hail to the chat, to our brethren out there who've been reading through everything. Here's a couple articles, not articles, but there's transcriptions here. There's between him and Bill Graveland, who works for the Canadian Press. Canadian Press putting out article after article, demeaning the protest and calling the demonstrators, you know, all kinds of names. Then you've got the over here between this Evans fellow, right? Who man, there's just the information is flowing fast and furious. Okay, here we go. We got Razor Occam. Oh man. There's so much information here. Let me see here. The MLA. Okay, let me open this.
His real name is Jimmy.
Yeah. There's so much information. It's just coming very, very fast and furious. Let me first start. Let's take it slow. We got 15 minutes. It's 11:43 exactly on the dot. My time is synced with the American time signal emanating from Colorado radio wave. That means there is 14 minutes left. Okay, that means just 2 minutes before noon. So let's go start right over here. All right, boom. Okay,
not James, not biblical James, Jimmy.
Jimmy, yeah. He said, "Hey, good. My name is Jimmy." Okay, so here we go. All right, so we're gonna start over here with this article.
So it's from Daily Mail. It says, exclusive, I don't trust the police not to lie. Grandmother 62 arrested and manhandled in her pajamas after letting Freedom Convoy truckers park at her border home, insists C's arms cache was planted by cops. Yeah, he said something like that, didn't he? Okay. So it says, Joanne Person, 62, was among the 11 people arrested Monday in Coutts, Alberta, near the Montana border, where police seized a huge cache of weapons. Speaking to dailymail.com after a 2-day stint in jail, Person recounted how cops ransacked 2 RVs on her property, slammed into her car, and cuffed her. Wow. Okay, the grandmother said she was fully in my jammies and in bed.
I'm just going to
Mounties stormed.
I'm going to go right down, okay, to this text over here. Right over here. Okay, so Daily Mail took exclusive photos inside of the RV, showing a mattress toppled over and pillows and blankets tossed aside in one of the units. So first of all, the question first becomes, if this is her home, there were 2 RVs on her property. All right, so the question really is first of all, where is her home? Right? Where is her home? And how close was that to the blockade? Next, moving on from there, or blockade, or whatever you want to call it, the protest. And this guy made it clear. He goes, you could get through it easily. He said that the other times. It's a blockade. It's this. You know, you don't let my cattle and my feed go through, then you're stopping people from getting what they need. On the other hand, anyone could get through. I mean, literally, you could take that stream, what he said, the stream of consciousness, and clip it, and you're going to get completely contradictory messages. But this right over here, this is the key. This line right over here. Mounties, go ahead, brother. Well, I just want to give emphasis to this one point. Coutts Mayor Jim Willett told Daily Mail that the weapons weren't connected with the Freedom Convoy. All right, we got Rob Primo in the chat, and he put up this. He got this clip. Let me play it. Let me download it right now. Okay, this is exactly where this message about the guns. Where is it, man? There's so many messages coming in. Give me a second here. Let me get exactly, here it is. Okay.
Back and forth.
Let me download it. Save as. Jim Willett, Coutts, guns. Okay, here we go. Got it. Let me play it. So right there it says, what did it say? That he spoke to Daily Mail, telling them that the weapons weren't connected with the Freedom Convoy. All right, now we got this clip that's already been clipped. So thank you to Rob.
obviously nothing confidential, but talking about stuff. And so he had let me know that day, first of all, contacted me to know if I knew how to contact the person who had been arrested. And then we went on from there. And he talked about the guns, or the arrest and the guns. Guns are all fake. But the fact that people don't want anything to do with it. And
So he explained to you that day that he spoke to you about the RCMP's arrest, and did he explain to you that that was one of the reasons why the protesters had decided to leave?
yeah, that's the feeling I got. I don't know if he actually said that or not. In my mind, at this point in the time, it's well, yeah, that's what he said, but unless I see it in writing, I'm not going to say for sure.
Now, the trouble is this old man routine that he's doing, and I believe it to be a routine that's feigned. I believe this guy is he's a small town mayor, but he knows how to play it. You know, he wants to keep his votes. The rest, he's playing a game here. This is an act. I'm telling you, it's an act.
He did say matter-of-factly the guns were all fake.
No, but the thing is that the reason is that he's this is the issue, is that he's quoting another man. Okay, that's the trouble here.
Fourth,
right?
Obviously, nothing confidential, but talking about stuff. And so he had let me know that day. First of all, contacted me to know if I knew how to contact the person who had been arrested. And then we went on from there. And he talked about the guns, or the arrest and the guns. Guns are all fake. But the fact that people don't want anything to do with it. And
that's the trouble. This is the problem. You know, this is not him saying the guns are all fake. This is him saying that he spoke to somebody who said that. And then at the same time later on, it's all mixed up. The testimony is all mixed up. I get it. I don't want to become like the mainstream traditionalist media that is traditionalist propaganda and just, you know what I mean? You got to keep digging. You got to keep listening. You got to replay over and over and over. It's important to be 100% correct, especially when you say stuff like this. It really is. Okay, so, and I believe that's purposeful. His methodology here is purposeful. It's purposeful so that we can't stay on track and actually put together the story, because he puts a little bit here, he puts a little bit there. They have a right to protest. At the same time, I wanted to label them domestic T's, right? Domestic terrorists. All right. So let's see over here what else we got here. Okay, so this is the lady who actually owns this property, Person. Her name is Person. Her gun wasn't included in the RCMP photo, which she found odd. She also questioned whether cops had found any of the guns at her property, suspecting that it was an operation, a false flag to discredit demonstrators, to undermine the ongoing protests over Canada's restrictions. I don't trust the police not to lie. Unlike the U.S., where firearms are primarily regulated by individual states, here firearms are federally regulated. We know this. Let's keep moving here. The arrests were instrumental in ending the blockade, the Coutts blockade. Okay, here we go. The development with weapons and the personal armor was not associated with us, and to keep that distance, we decided to leave peacefully, says Marco. That's who we saw yesterday, Marco van Hugenbos. He too raised doubts about the official narrative, the official. Okay, here we go. It makes no sense, he told Daily Mail. With firearms that come off the shelves that are in every household in this province, now used for conspiracy to murder, it's unacceptable and they have to be held accountable. Now, here's the interesting part. The warrant that they used, okay? The warrant, here it is. The warrant to search. Reasonable grounds to believe. Mischief over 5,000. The following things will afford evidence in respect to the named offenses: documents and data relating to planning, organization, operations of the protest group security for the Coutts blockade. The things are located, okay, here we go, 306 First Avenue North, hold on a second. Okay, so this is the location right over here. This trailer, 306 First Avenue North in Coutts, Alberta. But now, so just again, the search warrant doesn't mention any kind of... The search warrant cops executed doesn't mention anything about guns or a violent plot. Only that authorities believe mischief over 5,000 had been committed. Okay. Police seized her Toshiba laptop, computer, iPhone, TV remote control, and $450 of cash, along with papers from her desk and file cabinets, including school lesson plans for a recent assignment on World War II Germany. That's interesting.
They stole a remote control.
And also her schools. Okay, so let's start over here. Let's actually do a quick search over here for 306 First Avenue North. How about that? 306 First Avenue North, Coutts. All right, here we go. 306 First Avenue North. Okay, so here is... Okay, so that's where it is. It's basically in the village, in the town. Let me put this up on... There's Sweetgrass, the U.S. town on the other side. Let me put the images here for... How do you do this now? I want to put in the layers. There you go. Okay, there you go. It's easier for me to see because I've been looking at the Google Earth. I can kind of get the lay of the land here a little bit. All right, let's do a look through Google Maps. So 306, no, that's 306 First Avenue North. Yeah, that's 306. Okay, so this is where protesters were staying, and they had some RVs here, and that's where, well, anyway, it's all alleged, right? Obviously. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So this, to me, right away, you know, screams out that they literally are coming in for mischief and documents and data related to planning organization. Now, this testimony has to be completely re-listened to, clipped all the way down, and there's no way we can do that in 3-4 minutes left. It takes time to do that, to do it correctly, and then to get every single statement and then its opposite statement in that testimony, and then you juxtapose everything together, and then we can tell what's what. But you'll be able to see that none of it makes sense whatsoever. Listening to it didn't make any sense. What do you think, Pan? Am I?
Yeah, I mean, he was wishy-washy at best. You know, he would say, you know, oh, you know, the piece, you know, I liked them until they affected my right to travel. Well, why were they there in the first place? Because their right to travel was affected, and now your right to travel is affected. So I thought that was kind of a interesting irony right there. And you know, were they teased? Were they terrorists, or were they peaceful people? You know, you kind of got a mixed message from them a little bit.
Absolutely. Okay, here we go. This is between him and, I think this is Evan. Yeah, Jory Evans. Okay, and Jory Evans, I got a link over here. Let me pop it open. This is Jory Evans. This is a couple days later, right? Tractors coming in. Oh, well, not my circus. Let me scroll down here. And okay, here we go. This is Jory Evans.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, everybody. Just another day down here in Coutts. Wind's blowing, trying to hide behind this truck so you can hear me. The police have made an announcement and have threatened people at Milk River with...
this is February 10th.
quote-unquote enforcement and ticketing. I'd like you to know how we're responding to that. We are now lining tractors up 3 wide, 2 lanes deep. We got 9 tractors over there.
Okay, so again, just to reiterate that the tractors came in after. If you remember the testimony, he was mentioning that tractors came in after. And he said this before. He goes, it's a farm protest. wasn't a trucker protest, it was a farm protest. Man, there's so much there. This guy truly, I saw someone in the chat say this guy just blew their case, and I think they did. RCMP tactical LARPers, says Troglodyte. Yeah, I don't see any. I think there's too much here that is contradictory.
Lanes deep. We got 9 tractors over there. We got 3 more over here. There's a couple in the ditch on the far side. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell, but they don't look that scared to me. So anyway, every time the cops flex, we flex a little harder as well. Apparently they don't get it. There's a lot of us here and we're not moving. So they're going to have to do some hard thinking about that. You may or may not see quite a bit more tractor equipment coming down to Milk River and Coutts over the course of the next day or two. So just stay tuned for that as well. They push a little harder and we can push back. Got any questions, shoot me a message. Today our social medias have all really dropped off, so not sure if that's Facebook or if that's just people being busy, living their lives or working or whatever, but please continue to support.
Okay, so here we go. We got a PDF link from Razor Rock. I appreciate that, brother. This is a conversation with Corporal Curtis Peters. Okay, and let me check over here. This is, I think he's saying this is between Corporal Curtis Peters. Let me see if I can get to make sure this is between him and Jim. I feel like he'll make it through Patty Joe. Let's see over here. I'm not sure this is between Corporal Curtis Peters and between Van Hugenbos. I have to double check this, triple check. This is the thing. You got to triple check, quadruple check. Minister Sani ready to come with situation merits. Let me see over here. Let me see if he says here. That's a like. This is the right link. Okay, hold on. There's another one here. Bill Graveland. This one we have. This is Bill Graveland and Jim Willett. Okay, I'm gonna have to triple check everything, get all the names, get everything. But there's a lot of conflicting testimony. I'm not at all impressed with where we are. Here we go. You got.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I so swear.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Di Tommaso.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Gabriel Poliquin, Senior Counsel to the Commission. We just have a few little points of business here. If we could pull up document WTS 6041, please. So that's being brought up. You sat down with us, Mr. Di Tommaso, in September for an interview, and we produced an interview summary, which I believe you and your counsel have had the opportunity to review. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any changes you would like to bring to the interview summary today?
No.
Okay. So we'll enter the summary into evidence. The next documents I'll refer to, I don't think it's necessary to put them up. The first one is AFF 60114, or 14 for the record. And the second one being ONT.IR.701, which is the first one is the affidavit that you swore advising on behalf of the province that Ontario's institutional report, which is the second document, that document is accurate and complete. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We will enter those into evidence as well. So, Mr. Di Tommaso, you're, of course, the Deputy Solicitor General for Ontario.
Before we proceed, Commissioner, may I have your indulgence? I'd like to use a calendar with key dates on it for reference. It just has key dates on it, if that's permissible.
I don't see a problem.
That's fine with me.
Thank you.
Okay. Indeed, we'll be discussing lots of dates, and so
Yes.
orienting yourself in time, I think, is probably advisable. So yes, just to start over, your position, of course, is Deputy Solicitor General for Ontario, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you the only Deputy Solicitor General?
No, so there's another Deputy Solicitor General in the ministry, and she is responsible for the corrections portfolio.
Okay. And only the corrections portfolio?
Correct.
Okay. And that was your position at the time of the events that are of interest to this commission, correct?
Yes.
January, February 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just to set the table, if you could give us an understanding of the role of the Solicitor General as a government department within the province of Ontario, the government of Ontario.
So the Ministry of the Solicitor General, led by the Solicitor General, responsible for the safety and security of Ontarians. The minister runs both the correctional side, which looks at 25 institutions, bail and parole. And then there's a community safety side that has 9, or at the time had 9 different pillars, delivering public service and policy development with regards to the safety and security of Ontarians. So at the time I had 9 divisions that reported to me directly, and the OPP was one of those 9 divisions.
Okay, I was getting to that. And so as part of your responsibilities, would you describe it as a responsibility of oversight on the OPP that you would have?
To some extent, yes, but the OPP reported to the Solicitor General in terms of policy and longer-term initiatives, but certainly the OPP reported to me on a daily basis, and that was Commissioner Karique.
Okay, and we'll get to that in detail, in fact. And the Solicitor General's responsibility under the Police Services Act includes to monitor police forces to ensure that adequate and effective police services are provided at the municipal and provincial levels. You would agree with that?
Yes, that's under Section 3 of the Police Services Act.
That's correct. And of course, that extends to the whole province of Ontario, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when we talk about responsibilities of oversight, and here I understand that there's a difference between the Solicitor General as a government department and your responsibilities. But when we talk about oversight of the OPP, what does that include?
So with regards to oversight, I do not have the ability to direct the Commissioner in any way with regards to any policing operations, day-to-day operations that and deployment. That remains the exclusive jurisdiction of the Commissioner of the OPP. Having said that, anything to do with human resources in terms of expanding or contracting the size of the OPP, procurement, financing, that type of thing, that responsibility lies with me, and I have frequent discussions with the Commissioner on those topics.
Okay, and we'll get to specific examples, of course, of this when we get down to the facts. But just to clear something up, when you say expanding the size or the size of the OPP, are we talking about the size of the OPP as a whole, or the size of the OPP deployed in a specific location?
As a whole. So for example, when various initiatives come to the table that require additional resources province-wide to implement an initiative, I will have discussions with the OPP Commissioner on what the staffing needs are, prepare a Treasury Board submission, and hopefully with the approval of Treasury Board, grant the Commissioner the ability to expand the size of the OPP to implement whatever initiative is on the table. So it's province-wide.
Okay. Okay, so just to summarize, is it fair to say that the kinds of decisions that are in your jurisdiction, and forgive me if I use your in a broad sense, I realize that they're the responsibilities or the jurisdiction of the Solicitor General, and you're in charge of implementing those responsibilities on a day-to-day basis. But the sorts of decisions that are under your jurisdiction are when human resources need to be expanded. That has an impact, of course, on the public purse, as it were. This is where you come in. Is that correct? And decisions that are under the jurisdiction of the Commissioner of the OPP are more related to operations. Is that correct?
Operations, deployment, discipline, yes.
Okay. Now, during the events of January and February 2022, how were your responsibilities implemented?
In late February, early February, I was receipt of information from Commissioner Carrick with regards to this convoy that was coming through Ontario and on its way to Ottawa. And so in those communications, Commissioner Carrick was informing me of the various steps that he was taking to mitigate the possible impact of the convoy arriving in Ontario. And at the time, I recall having conversations with Commissioner Carrick that there was a plan in place in Ottawa, and that he, the commissioner, was deploying whatever resources were required by the Ottawa Police Service at the time. I had some level of information that the intention of some convoy organizers was to stay longer than anticipated. But the plan that was communicated to me by Commissioner Carrick was such that my understanding was that the truckers would be invited into the boundaries of the city of Ottawa, but certainly not downtown, that they would be parked away from the downtown core, and then the protesters would be bussed in. I was also comforted by the fact that Commissioner Carrick was in contact with Chief Slowly, discussing various options and providing the resources that Chief Slowly was requesting.
So just following up on a point here, you were informed that the plan was to have the convoy protesters parked elsewhere out of downtown and then bussed in. So when did that information come to your knowledge?
I believe that would have been the 27th or 28th of January.
Okay, and I wasn't looking for an exact date, but so it was before the protest happened. Okay, and you were informed of that by Commissioner Carrick?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know where he got that information from?
Not exactly. I can infer. I suspect he got that information from, directly by speaking to Chief Slowly, I'm assuming, and then from Project Hendon reports as well.
Okay, and so before the protest happened, before that first weekend, you said you were comforted that there was some sort of plan. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, throughout this period, how often were you briefed by Commissioner Carrick?
On a regular basis throughout this period, I was receiving situational updates on a daily basis from Commissioner Carrick, and there were daily phone calls as well.
Okay, you had daily phone calls, and you were communicating with him by text as well, as my understanding.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll look at, you took extensive notes throughout that period, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be looking at some of those notes and some of those texts to unpack what you were receiving during those briefings. Now, did the Solicitor General Jones, participate in some of these briefings?
Not with Commissioner Carrick and I, no.
Okay, at no point?
No.
Okay. Now, how often did you brief Minister Jones?
On a regular basis.
On a regular basis being every day, or?
So my practice was to basically copy and paste the texts that I received from Commissioner Carrick, and I would forward them on to Minister Jones.
Okay. And did you have any phone calls with her as well?
I did.
Okay. Now, would you say your briefings from Commissioner Carrick were the only source of information you had about what was going on in Ottawa?
No.
Now, would it be fair to say they were your main source of information?
Yes.
Okay. What were your other sources of information as to what was going on the ground?
Mainstream media, social media, situational reports from the Office of the Provincial Security Advisor, daily reports from the Office of Emergency Management as well.
Okay, and you mentioned the Provincial Security Advisor. Who is that, and what are their responsibilities?
So that would be Assistant Deputy Minister Chris Letang, and their responsibilities are to engage in dialogue with various stakeholders on the intelligence front, and then distill that information to me. So I knew that certainly Assistant Deputy Minister Chris Letang was in his office, was in receipt of these Hendon reports. I was not. And there was a higher level summary of some of those reports provided to me.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you are the person in charge of informing the Solicitor General of what's going on in the province from a security standpoint?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that it's Solicitor General's responsibility to brief and inform Premier Ford?
Yes.
Okay. And that is, and to your knowledge, is that Premier Ford's main source of information in terms of public safety in the province?
Would be Minister Jones, yes.
Okay. Now, did you have any briefings from Chief Slowly during this period?
No, not briefings, but I did have discussions.
Right, and we'll get to some of those discussions, but you didn't have the same relationship with Chief Slowly as you had with Commissioner Carrique.
That's correct, and that's because I don't have any jurisdiction or oversight over Chief Slowly.
Right, and my understanding is, of course, the Chief of Police of Ottawa reports to the Ottawa Police Services Board. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and we'll get to more details later on, but as a general matter, if you have significant concerns with the way a police chief in the province managed a situation, could you pick up the phone and call that chief of police and let them know what your concerns are?
Yes, but once again, and I am not the oversight body. That responsibility falls to the Police Service Board of Jurisdiction.
Okay, and in what circumstances would you pick up the phone and let them know your concerns?
Well, you're asking me to speculate. If I had concerns, I would certainly be in a position to pick up phone and call various chiefs of police.
I suppose, let me put the question this way. So, of course, I understand that Chief of Police reports to the OPS, but suppose a police services board were to talk to you and say, we have concerns about our chief. Would that be an opportunity for you to express your concerns directly to the police chief, or is that just not done?
So I've never had the experience where a police services board has contacted me to have a discussion with their chief of police. I've never had that experience, and I think that would be problematic, quite frankly.
Why is that?
Well, the oversight, the responsibility and accountability for monitoring the performance of a chief of police lies exclusively with the Police Service Board of Jurisdiction.
Okay. Now, turning to Windsor, did you have any regular contact with Windsor Police Service Chief Pam Mizuno?
I had one call with her.
Okay. Okay, now turning to some dates here. We'll start chronologically with the first weekend. Before the convoy made it to Ottawa, you already had some information that they were coming, and you established that you were comforted that there was some kind of plan to deal with the situation. Did you have any concerns for that first weekend?
I did not. Ottawa Police Service, quite frankly, is one of the major policing services in Ontario, if not Canada. They are led by an able leadership. They have plenty of experience with regards to protests on a regular basis. I knew that Commissioner Carrique was in regular contact with Chief Slowly, and I knew that the OPP Commissioner was providing resources to mitigate any possible risks. And so that certainly gave me a sense of comfort as well, that the plan was to keep the truckers out of the downtown core and then be bussed in. So from that perspective, from that information that Commissioner Carrique relayed to me, that gave me a sense of comfort. And so didn't have concerns over the first weekend. However, with the media, with what it was, displaying all the activities over the first weekend, that concern certainly grew.
Yes, and we'll get into that first weekend in more detail. But before the weekend began, I take it your expectations would, given the experience of the police service, given the leadership, that your expectations were that was this going to be a passing event, a short-lived event?
I don't know what my expectations were. My expectations were that Ottawa Police Service, in conjunction with the OPP, with those resources, would be in a position to deal with the situation. There was conflicting information as to the size and the scope of the actual protest, the number of truckers, the number of people, and the length of time that they would be staying.
Okay, and that information, that conflicting information was before the weekend started?
Correct.
Okay. And the fact that there was conflicting information, did that raise any concerns with you that the risk assessment might not be correct, or did you have any misgivings at that point?
I did not. From my perspective, this was a policing matter that was being dealt with by both Commissioner Creek and Chief Slowly.
Okay. Now, what changed after that first weekend?
Well, what changed was that there was not an exit plan for the truckers, that the truckers were well entrenched, and there was certainly a very well communicated refusal to leave. So that first weekend, in my mind, caused me to believe that this protest had morphed into an occupation. And so that's what changed after the first weekend.
And you said that at first you were comforted by the fact that there was a plan that they would not be entrenched downtown. And once they were entrenched downtown, that surprised you?
Yes, yes, it did. My understanding was that there would be a plan to bus these protesters in from the outskirts of Ottawa into the downtown area. So I was questioning the issue of, how did they get downtown?
Okay, and did you get any answers to that question at the time?
I did not.
Okay. And so at that point, that first weekend, the protesters are entrenched downtown. What were the public safety risks in Ottawa at that point, from your perspective?
I was not aware at that point in time that there were any significant public safety risks. And when I say that, I mean in terms of criminal code offenses, in terms of robberies, aggravated assaults, that type of thing. The impact that I saw was primarily significant harm being imposed and committed on the community. So the community's sense of well-being and mental health, that was certainly being impacted by this protest. And but I did not hear of any significant violations of the criminal code in terms of violent assaults.
And when you say you didn't hear about it, do you mean you didn't hear about it from Commissioner Karik?
Correct.
Okay. If we could bring up the first text, it's ONT 405311, please. So these are texts exchanged between you and Commissioner Karik. Thomas is TC is Thomas Karik, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could just scroll down a little bit. I'm not sure if there's an answer from you, but do you recognize this text?
I do.
Okay. And so if we could just start from the top, please. So in point form, he reports road services and heavy equipment have been utilized to maintain emergency routes, OPS parking remaining, convoy vehicles on Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, roadway almost at capacity, downtown remains gridlocked. Oh, sorry.
Slow down a bit.
I'm
for
sorry.
the interpreters.
Downtown remains gridlocked, vehicle traffic is not feasible. If we could scroll down. And you look at the second point, crowd continues to grow but remains calm. Crowds estimated to be 1,000 at Parliament Hill and another 1,500, 2,000 within the streets. PPS reported no major issues. And I believe it says further down that, or that may be the next text, but we can go to that later. Is it fair to say that this text, which is a situational report, informal, but a situational report, that the news can be characterized as being everything's under control? Is that a fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And if we could turn to the next text at ONT 405316, please.
That's 5316?
Correct. I believe that's the continuation of that text chain. Starts with crowd diminished overnight, but remained in good spirits. Again, PPS, OPS reported no major issues and other pieces of information. Again, is it fair to say that from your perspective, everything's under control?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll turn to maybe one or two more texts. The next one is ONT 405319, please. So here's a piece of news that is a bit more concerning, perhaps. Protesters appear to be more aggressive and confrontational with police today compared to previous. There are several vehicles attempting to circumvent roadblocks. If we could scroll down. And we see that a convoy 50 kilometers in length may be headed to Ottawa. Convoy is unconfirmed. I don't know if that changes anything from your perspective of things being under control.
So what's the date of this particular text?
You could scroll up. I think it's January 31st. Oh, we don't have the date. But I believe on the previous one, it said January 31st, and this is the continuation of that text.
So yes, I am becoming a little concerned given the fact that the protesters appear to be more aggressive and confrontational with police today compared to previous. But I also have a sense of comfort in knowing that the OPP, YRP, and OPS public order units are being utilized.
Okay.
So that concern is mitigated somewhat.
Okay. So it would be fair to characterize it this way, that there are issues going on in Ottawa that, of course, require law enforcement to intervene, but there are no issues with law enforcement at that point from your perspective.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, on February 3rd, you had a call with Rob Stewart, who at the time was a Deputy Minister of Public Safety Canada. Do you recall that phone call?
I do.
Okay. And we'll turn to your notes for that one just to jog your memory if you need to. That's ONT 405153, please. Part of it is redacted. If we can go down to, just scroll down, please. Okay. So you have a phone call at 1300 hours, I think, with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart. He says that there are 300 commercial, CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
What just happened? What is happening? What is going on? I'm literally just trying to munch on just told my kid to make me some eggs.
What happened?
I'm eating told my daughter to make me some French toast, and I'm eating some piece of meat left over from yesterday. Are you serious? What's this? Let me see this. I'm gonna
shut it all down.
Hold on. I'm recording this in real time. I don't have food in my beer, do I?
Oh, I think you're okay.
Thanks, bro. Okay. No, it's nuts. Okay, today's the 9th. I'm gonna call this one sudden. Okay.
Oh man.
You can't. Hold on, I'm gonna call Vinny. I think he might be in there. Let me call Vinny up.
This is such an SH show.
No, hold on a second. Vinny's in there. Hold on, Vinny.
Okay.
Cause he's in there right now.
Man on the scene, Vinny.
Yeah, I got some other people in there too. Commissioner Lawyer just passed out. The Commissioner Lawyer just passed out.
Oh no.
You're break for something?
Yeah. You're live. Are you there today? Did you go in?
Yeah, I'm going right now.
Oh, you're not in right now? The Commissioner Lawyer just passed out, Vinny.
On one, the what?
The Commissioner Lawyer just passed out live.
They had to stop the proceedings.
On my way down there.
Go down there. Let me know what's happening, brother. Let me just get back to this.
Brother, you're
We need you, Vinny.
Start recording.
Exchange between
Vinny, I gotta go. I gotta go, bro. I'll catch up with you in a minute. All right, let's see this last minute. So he did pass out. That's right. He just passed out. In case you're wondering, this is the last scene right here.
Goodness gracious.
Civil know if they're under control with law.
Okay, here it is.
Part of it is redacted. We can go down to just scroll down, please.
Scroll down.
Last words are scroll down.
Okay. So you have a phone call at 1300 hours, I think, with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart. He says that there are 300 commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
Okay, he takes his water, he undoes it, he opens it up, and boom! 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 Mother! Boom! You're out of here! Get out of here! Get out! I said, get out of here!
It was too much. Well, hopefully they can have another NPC come in and continue questioning.
He just suddenly fell over. I don't know what's happening in this world.
That
Okay,
was
here it
effed up.
Boom! You're out of here. You're right. Get out of here.
I can't even take.
What is going on?
It's Canada, bruh.
Get your fifth. Get your sixth. Get out of
Why
here.
are they passing out?
Get out of here. I said, get out of here.
He fainted. Like a dainty woman.
Mom! I need some bacon and eggs.
I'm losing it. Oh man. Popova. I think he looked DVD. Oh my god. Here we go. Oh, he's humping a chair. Oh my god.
Call 911. It's an emergency.
We have a lot of people wondering about his V status in the chat. Too many boosters, maybe.
Bruh.
Too many boosters.
Oh, we don't know. We're not going to say why. We have no idea why.
We are not medical professionals. We will not speculate.
We're not going to speculate. We're not going to speculate. Okay, here he goes. Okay, here it is. And then he glugs, then he falls over.
Oh.
Boom. 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 Boom.
It's brutal.
Get out of here. I told you to get out of here. And you will get out of here, boy.
It's brutal.
Okay. All right, there you go.
We'll have some conspiracy theorists that will say this is a tactic. You know,
He says that there are
an operation.
300 commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. I'm really
Clip it. Clip it. We need that clip.
We need a clip. Make the clip. What are you doing? What do you guys even do anyways?
That's it.
We make clips.
That's it. All right, hold on. We need the outro. You know what I mean? If you want to do these things right, you need branding. It's just the way it is.
Yeah. Slap a war campaign symbol on that.
Exactly.
You know, good to go.
Exactly. So it goes.
Boom.
You're out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here.
That's one way to get out of the job.
Okay, and now what we want to do here, we don't want the branding too big because, you know, okay.
You're just right.
Just, if I can just move this sequence. The sequence, properties. Come on, bro. Sequence settings. 1280 by 720, that's good. What's the problem with this? There we go. Okay, put that here like that.
Well, yesterday Rolly said it was going to be a longer day today. And we've come across this delay. We're going to be here all night.
Get out of here! Okay.
That's what it takes. We're going to be here all night.
Okay, this is Mario Di Tommaso. Actually, we'll put the date in here because I like to do this stuff right. You know what I mean? So this is November 9th.
Yeah. Gotta be pro.
Yeah, man. November 9th.
Gotta be pro, like when I misspell people's names in tweets.
Yeah, exactly. November 9th. So we're gonna turn that into that fill is gonna be black. No, we'll make it white with an outline. With a stroke.
Fancy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those things.
Stylish.
Okay, there you go. Shrink that down to here. Put that right here like that. Put that like that. Delete this, we don't need. Expand that out.
I mean, I was in the middle of making a Trudeau meme, and this guy has to pass out.
Yeah, there you go.
He says that there are 300 commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles. Yes.
Should I zoom in? I'm going to zoom in right here.
You could.
Yeah. Because people, you know what it is? People want to feel. They want to feel, dude. It's not, you got to capture the moment. Okay. So here we go, position scale. And then right here, just at this moment, we do this. No, that didn't capture it. It's this one right here. Did I get it? Hold on, let me lock that. That'll work. Position scale. Just like this. So it goes like this.
He says that there are 300 commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
What's that sound in the background? Jeez Louise, that's rough, dude. Let me just say one thing, man. Sounds rough, and maybe I'm an ass H, but the thing is, I'll tell you what it is. It's karma, man. That's it. You know, that's at the end of the day. This is what this is all due to. Let me be. Let me make my own decisions. You make your own decisions. You want to keel over, brother. But I don't want to. How about that? We'll call this one suddenly over. Sudden.
I'm just gonna say,
you got knocked the F out.
Yeah. Nah, man. Let me be. I can't be. Won't let me be. All right. It is what it is. I'm gonna make decisions for my own kids, for my own family. You tell me, would I even have another kid right now? Right? My 5th kid? Would I even have that kid right now? I don't know.
wait, you already have a 5th kid.
No, I do, but would I even? You know what I'm saying? Would I even? Had we not?
Right.
I'm not going to get into more details.
I see.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Right?
Yep. Suddenly, what is this? He goes, suddenly falls over. Suddenly falls over.
We have our buddy Dan Marshall getting word from the milkman. Hail Dan Marshall, one of the mods in the chat. He does work on site, on premises, in a medical facility. He says epilepsy, a seizure.
You think so?
That's what Dan thinks.
Could be anything at this point. What's the chat saying?
What is the chat saying? They're probably saying he's a dumbass. Let's see. Terry's asking for slow motion. He says slow mo it.
Too late. It's done.
We have Leanne Christensen saying, "Shut up and listen." We have Go Get 'Em Girl says, "Oopsie."
Yep.
We have SoCal who's backing Terry says slow mo.
Everybody wants a
We
slow
have
mo.
Freedom Russ says just passes out.
Everybody
We have
wants a
Space
slow-mo.
says brutal.
Yeah, this is it. This is life, man. It's life in the fast lane. I didn't ask. You're logged in. What's the problem with this?
Future Now says quick test pattern.
Yeah, I didn't ask to. This is the thing. I really can't say too much, but let's just say I want to make my own choices. Okay.
And well, we hope he's okay. First off.
Yeah, of course.
You know, jokes aside, but you know, karma is a MFer.
It is. It is. It just is. That's what it is. Right, we got a new facility being opened up in Laval, Quebec, pour les décennies d'avenir. That's what we heard, right? Pour les décennies d'avenir. On va avoir
And what does
assez-
that mean? That means 10 years. 10 years.
Decades full. For the decades to come. That's right.
Wow.
For the decades to come. That's what it means, for the decades to come. How about I just make my own decisions, you make your decisions, I make my decisions. Is that possible? Or is not? I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to. As usual. Okay, anyways, so hold on, I'm gonna get my kid to tell my kid that don't bother making my stuff for me. But don't bother right now. I want to check. I got some CTV news. They've been analyzing, is that the correct word? Analyzing. Let me just throw this up on the FB. CTV News has done a video. I got it right over here. It's a smear job. We got Judy Trin.
Oh, boy.
This is from 4 days ago. Let's listen in.
And sisters in law enforcement would see the truth on the ground as opposed to what the government and the media was saying, and that they would...
Oh, can't capture the screen? Oh, that's great. They got this DRM going. CTV News Video Network. Let me see if I can open this up into...
Call that a little bit of the old technical cock block.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want you to be able to see the video. So let's see. Does that work? Let's see. Yes, it does. Okay, perfect. That's interesting. So Firefox gets around their DRM.
Walk off the job.
Okay, here we go.
A description that matches Daniel Bulford, a Mountie who was on Trudeau's personal security detail, who then became the convoy's head of security. He denies leaking information, but testified he knew mass arrests were coming and didn't spread the word.
Perhaps I was naively hoping that my brothers and sisters in law enforcement would see the truth on the ground as opposed to what the government and the media was saying, and that they would take a historic opportunity to stand up for our Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Whether leaders or followers, nearly all the convoy witnesses testified they didn't pay attention to mainstream news. Instead, they relied on alternate sources of information found on social media. John.
CTV's Judy Trin in Ottawa tonight. Also in the capital,
He says
the
that there are
for sale
300
sign has officially gone up
commercial
for the
CMV,
NHL's
that's commercial
Ottawa
vehicles.
Senators. The team says any sale would be conditional on the club staying in the city. The daughters of Eugene Melnick, who died last March, currently own the team, valued by Sportico to be worth $880 million. There are reports Canadian actor Ryan Reynolds, when we compare it
to make, and that they would take a historic
Alternate sources of
opportunity to stand up for our Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Whether leaders or followers, nearly all the convoy witnesses testified they didn't pay attention to mainstream news. Instead, they relied on alternate sources of information.
Okay, so that's Judy Trin. Oh, thanks, babe. Look at this. Check that out. That's a plate of French toast. Thanks, babe. That's a stack of it. What's this? You gave me a cheeseburger? You guys went to McDick's?
Mom, Grandma did. She brought them home.
No, here, I'll eat a cheeseburger. Thanks. Here, grab this. No, okay, I'll eat this too. Give it to me.
Okay.
No, it's okay, babe. But give me some ketchup as well. Come on.
Yes, sir.
I'm a fat man getting fatter, all right? I ain't suddenly going nowhere, baby. Hey, babe, give some of this to your brothers. This is way too much here. I mean, I'm fat, but I can't eat all this. Galaxia, come here.
He's fat, but he's not Doug Ford fat.
Yeah, I mean, come on, look at this. He's like, yeah, I got cheeseburger. Yeah, you know what I mean? Look at my Carbosaurus over here. Do you know how I can't, babe, I can't fit it. My pants are tight right now. Okay, these are yoga pants.
Like he's like 4 shades away from Doug Ford. You know, we got to keep him healthy.
Yeah, see that?
There you go. That's living. Livin.
I'm gonna live forever. I'm gonna live forever. I ain't suddenly going nowhere. I'm gonna live forever. I'm gonna live forever. I'm gonna live forever. Forever.
Okay.
That's right. And then we have Judy Trin, who's killing people with her stare.
And that they
and her
would take
lies.
a historic opportunity to stand up for our Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Whether leaders or followers, nearly all the convoy witnesses testified they didn't pay attention to mainstream news. Instead, they relied on alternate sources of information found on social media. John.
CTV's Judy Trin.
Alternate sources of social media. Alternate.
Yeah, like people that were actually telling the truth on live streams. You know, wow, that's where they're getting their information from.
Alternate sources of social media.
There's truckers in their YouTube.
Carleton University School of Journalism. Journalists under siege.
Judy Trin, in case you've forgotten.
Journalism under siege. Judy Trin. I cannot believe that people don't believe the mainstream media. Audio transcript. Verbatim. March 3rd, 2022. Alternate. And they're getting this information from a totally alternative press. Not just an independent press, but a press that exists in a totally alternate reality. One where they get to make up their own
Oh, this is Justin Ling.
One where
People who were going, yes, 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 he's waving a Nazi flag, but no true member of the occupation would do that. Yes, 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 he believes the World Economic Forum is part of an international conspiracy to enact a one world socialist government.
He didn't just say that, did he?
Is he denying that?
Of course, journalism is under siege, and there was a great big panel put together at Carleton University in Ottawa where they're going to discuss about how deeply they're under siege. We got Justin Ling we're going to focus on for this video. Let's take a look. This is the event under question. This is Justin Ling. This is his Twitter.
Information from a totally alternative press. Not just an independent press, but a press that exists in a totally alternate reality. One where they get to make up their own facts, interpret their own research, have their own scientists, have their own doctors, and it's a reality that is totally decoupled from everything we sort of hold true. It is.
What is he even talking about? Who is he talking about?
He's talking about they get their facts from an alternative press, which is it's contrary to, they have their own doctors, they have their own facts.
It is one where if it exists in a major newspaper or in a peer-reviewed journal, it must be false and the opposite must be true. That is literally part of the philosophy that governs what many of these people believe.
That's quite the characterization.
You know, it is a so-called freedom convoy because this wasn't about freedom. This was about restricting freedom of the people who lived in this city. This was about trying to force our democratically elected government into the decisions that were preferred by this occupation. And fundamentally, this was not about freedom for the country. This was.
He doesn't seem to be a big fan of the convoy.
No, I mean, this guy's talking about all these biases. Well, I think he's biased.
It's about freedom for unvaccinated people to do something dangerous. That is.
Sorry, what? What did he just say? I gotta back that up.
Mentally, this was not about freedom for the country. This was about freedom for unvaccinated people to do something dangerous. That is.
Like jump on the inflatable bouncy castle, you know, living dangerously, you know, free food, generosity, Canadian spirit, all very dangerous things.
It's fundamentally what this was about. And I think overall we did a pretty good job. I'm pretty happy with how my colleagues, you know, covered this story, and I'm
pretty happy with
what we did a pretty good job.
I think there's a lot of accolades to be shared about for it.
What? He wants accolades. They should be sharing accolades. Let me hear that.
How my colleagues covered this story, and I think there's a lot of accolades to be shared about for it. Also, a significant number of people involved in this, who led this, who organized this, who brought people into it, who are not working class heroes. There are people who have peddled in disinformation, who have peddled in conspiracy theories.
Whoa, all right. No working class heroes there at all. The truckers are not working class heroes. He wants to be clear. If you like this and you'd love to stay on top of it, over there, right there, to wcfreedom.com. Make sure you're subscribed. Get on the newsletter. Thank you so much. Highly appreciate it.
Who have taken advantage.
All right, there you go. That was Justin Ling, and you can see that they're still at it again. Like, they haven't quit the same exact line. The alternative press line, CTV, just from November 4th, right over here, how to use a different browser to get around their DRM. Okay, there you go. Finish that, scarf that cheeseburger down. I don't really like to eat on stream. I'm kind of self-conscious. I'm a bit of a shy guy.
No, that's a polite of you. It's a good. It's classy. It's
Thanks,
classy.
bro. Well, you know what it is. I'm
yet,
shy. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm shy. I'm just shy.
Well, I was gonna say we have they're using this narrative. Oh, this other non-mainstream media is where they're getting their information from. You have Rachel Gilmore out there talking about how you need to have accreditation to be a journalist, and the argument against that is no, everyone can pick up a camera and go document what they see. Become a citizen journalist, and I think that's what they're afraid of, and that's what they're going really hard against the citizen journalists, the YouTubers, the alternative media that's springing up because their media is false.
Absolutely. You got it, brother. And I agree, McDonald's is not good for you. I don't really eat McDicks. This is not really what I do. I used to have a pretty severe cheeseburger addiction. I still do, but the cheeseburgers I buy thick and juicy from Superstore. I get the 2.72 kilo packs of burgers, and cheeseburgers really form a large part of my diet, which is why I'm in such great condition. And some people say that that's the reason I have such a high journey level. Let me take a look over here at if we got any more of. It's hard to scroll through. I try to use the usual tools that I use to download these videos. This is DRM protected, this clip over here. So I'd have to play around with the code. I'm trying to see if I can get any more. What's her name? Ling Ling? Judy Trin.
Judy
Trin. Oh, she's so cute. Love her, baby.
Enemy of the people.
Enemy of the people. Yeah, she is. Okay, hold on. I got one more for you. Okay. So let's just double check here if these guys have already resumed or not. No, we're still down. Okay.
We're still down on a medical delay.
That's right, brother. Okay, you can't see that screen. That's DRM. Don't worry about it. Here we go. Okay, from November 4th as well. Leader of extremist group testifies at inquiry. If you are a bigot, you're going to want to listen to this one. Here we go.
Hail bigots.
10 times what was forecast. The unemployment rate held steady at 5.2% as more Canadians were looking for work. Employment rose across a broad range of sectors, but it was led by manufacturing, construction, accommodation, and food services. The jobs gains comes after 4 months of losses or little employment growth in Canada. The public inquiry into the federal government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act in February to end weeks of protests in Ottawa heard from several of the so-called Freedom Convoy organizers this week. Today, the commission cross-examined far-right podcaster Jeremy Mackenzie. As David Aiken reports, RCMP believe Mackenzie was behind a dangerous extremist group that helped fuel the protests.
In a letter he sent to senators last winter, Jeremy Mackenzie described himself as, quote, the de facto leader of the so-called extremist organization known as Diagolon. But in that letter, Mackenzie told senators that his group was in fact harmless. That, though, is not an opinion national security and police agencies share about Mackenzie or Diagolon.
The RCMP has described Diagolon, let me be specific, has described Diagolon as a militia-like network with members that are armed and preparing for violence.
On Friday, Mackenzie became a reluctant witness at the commission reviewing the federal government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. Reluctant because Mackenzie was testifying from a jail in Saskatoon where he awaits trial on weapons and other charges not related to any convoy activities. But he had been in Ottawa during last winter's convoy protests.
This was going to be a very significant event. It was very clear to me this was not going to be a in and out, weekend protest type of thing.
His presence attracted the attention of CSIS, which prepared an analytical brief expressing concern about Diagolon and Mackenzie.
This is a CSIS a document, but it has a box here that says, in Jeremy Mackenzie's own words.
Later, the country would learn that some of those arrested at the Coutts border crossing and charged with conspiracy to murder RCMP officers wore some of the symbols Diagolon has adopted. Mackenzie knew and had socialized with at least one of those charged. One reason why Mackenzie and other Diagolon community members represented the kind of potentially dangerous presence that could have played a role in the Trudeau government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. But Mackenzie testified he represented no threat.
I was just doing my best to mitigate any potential, any influence that I have to try to push things in a positive direction.
The commission's work continues Monday.
There you go. So that's the mainstream news is how they're terming this. You tell me what that means right there. But to me, that doesn't really align with reality. What do you think, Pen?
Yeah, no, it's insane. I mean, we all know what Diagolon is. It's a meme group. It's a meme. It's creation of in his mind, as he said under oath. So these people saying that it's some sort of extremist group where there's absolutely no proof to that. I mean, I see what these guys are doing. These guys are memers. These guys are having fun, So, are they back?
No. Sorry, that was.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I got all the.
But yeah,
go ahead, brother.
I mean, into this, the extremists and the weapons. Where's the proof? I mean, where's the proof that there's any association to Diagolon? Show me how Jeremy Mackenzie needs to take any responsibility for any of this. It's been blown out of proportion. I mean, it sounds like those weapons were planted. I mean, they were trying to frame up Diagolon. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not impressed with this this line of questioning. We've seen this guy Willett come in, this mayor act. In my opinion, that's an act. That is a straight up act. I don't believe for a second that that's reality. The way he's painting the picture of himself being this man who simply is lost. Listen, there's a lot of games people play. There's just a lot of games, and those games, sometimes this is what they do. They're going to do whatever it takes to get away with what they're doing. And we're in the time of true corruption. There's a lot of corruption right now. And you're going to see more of that. You're going to see more of this kind of insane behavior until we get to the bottom of the truth. Right. And that right there, that video. And unfortunately, I don't have the time right now to go through the entire, those 2 hours of testimony and pick it apart. And I really salute everybody who has that impetus and does that. It's just one of those things that we're going to have to continue to put together all the puzzle pieces so that we can see what's going on. Because if we don't, well, we're going to be in the same exact situation. Okay, so hold on a second here. Let me just double check these guys are not back yet. Excuse me. All right. Here we go. What's the chat saying, brother?
Wow, the chat's rolling. Yeah, thanks everybody for sticking with us during this unexpected break. We have Anonymous. He suggests putting people out of their misery.
No,
maybe?
No way. We're not doing that. We do not agree with that at all. We want people to be in their misery with us, miserable together.
With us.
Yeah.
Be here with us.
Yeah, nobody's going to be miserable.
Misery.
That's right. You're not allowed to be miserable alone. You got to be miserable with us. All right, there we go. I got a screenshot here. This is the thumbnail that I put together. Check it out over here. Let me know what you think in the chat. But I think this really captures. The magic.
Suddenly over.
No?
Ooh, suddenly. All of a sudden. Suddenly over.
Capture the magic. Let's just say capture the magic. What's the baseball used to say? Catch the magic. Catch the fever. Catch the fever. Remember that, Fan?
Fever.
Catch the fever.
Yeah. Catch the fever.
Catch the fever. That's it. Okay, let's see what else we got over here. I'm going to get an update from people on the ground in the room. What are they saying right here?
Wow.
Okay. Right now he's on a stretcher. EMS is with him. Let's see over here. I don't know what vasovagal syncope is, but I don't want to say the word vasovagal. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's not a word I want to say on YouTube. This is a family show. Vasovagal is not a word I want to say over here. But there it is, you know? It's rough.
Man.
It's rough. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's, let me see what else we got over here. Yeah. Yeah, EMS is with him right now. Let me see if we can get somebody on the ground in there seeing we want to get an update over here. Not because we want to say I told you so, right? We don't want to say I told you so. We want to say leave us alone. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Okay, I want everybody to be healthy. My brother who won't, allow his children to come to my house, who didn't see his nephew, our little baby, who I don't know if we would have that little squirt. He's so cute. I don't know if I would have that kid right now had we relented and gone with the flow. I'm not getting into details. You got to read between the lines. Okay? We're living in a new world, new age. But would I have that kid? Would he be so healthy? You tell me. I don't know. And I said to my wife, I said, babe, I said, if these guys are if they're making it so, put it this way, if it was so important, right? If our little pranlets, right, if they were so ill, if our little pranlets were ill, then wouldn't we be literally clamoring over one another to get our hands on something that would stop this? Think about it seriously. Let's do a little thought experiment. Do you know what I mean, Pan? You're a father, I'm a father. If our little pranlets out there, let's say they're at the park, and we see other little pranlets and they're getting so sick, they're going, man. They're going to that next world, man, and we're crying, right? We're crying as fathers, as family men. What would we do? We would climb over one another to get access to this stuff. You wouldn't have to put mandates. We would go for it,
right?
Right?
Yeah. No. That's logical. If we felt it was needed as fathers, we would get it. Absolutely, 100%.
If it was something, if you saw the little ones, right? God forbid, and we are blessed, truly we are blessed, because all of our little children, right, out there.
Yeah, my little pranlet, she got it, and guess what? She was fine a couple days later.
No. I mean, if put it this way, if we're kind of skirting the issues, she didn't get the, she caught it.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't get a procedure.
No procedure.
Exactly.
Natural immunity.
Don't say that! Don't say that! Don't you say that, Pat? What are you?
You can't say that.
Don't you? What are you nuts?
What? You can't even say it.
We just call it just natural. Just natural. Okay? Natural. Don't even speak to me, Mom. Don't say SEX.
What is going on right now?
Yeah. We're dancing around as usual.
No, to your point.
Yes, sir.
If there was something that was needed for our children, for our families, we would get it.
Absolutely.
We would get it.
We would go all the way to capture it, because to get our hands on it so that we could protect our own. So
we wouldn't need to be mandated.
That's the point right over here. She got it. She got the natural this and that, and she was all right. No problem. Yeah, man. She just went through it, and that's it. She came out the other end. You can imagine. Look at the dancing around we got to do. You know what I'm saying? I miss the 80s and 90s. Au naturel. Exactly. You wouldn't have to mandate at all. All right, let's go. While we're waiting for these guys to get their stuff back together again, I'm going to keep this open in a side window here so I can see it. And here, look at this. We got a little lovely lass over here before we
scrapbook.
That's right. Oh man, that is. Yes, that's the face of. But didn't you?
You did it too, but didn't you?
Or this one right over here. Oh, this is a great one right here.
I'm telling you right now that you will obey. You will obey me.
Okay, here we go. Watch this. This is Journalism Under Siege, March 2nd, 2022, taken at Carleton University.
You say I'm fake news. And say, well, you say I'm fake news. What's fake about my newscast? And then they would say, well, you're all fake. All you do is lie. And it became evident to me that most of these people who were doing this had completely unsubscribed from my newscast and my colleagues' newscast.
I wouldn't even lie. Why would they unsubscribe from you?
Journalism under siege. You heard it here first. Journalism is under siege. University of Carleton, we brought together the best and brightest to bring you our fifis. We got Glenn McGregor from CTV. Let's take a look at who Glenn McGregor is. CTV national news journalist in the Parliamentary Press Gallery. And we got a very famous tweet of his. Let's take a look.
Yeah, this was from back when we were covering the protest. Glenn McGregor says, a guy from Orleans streaming the dash cam from @FlyYOW says protesters were responding to a call from Pat King for every able-bodied man with a tank of gas to come. This is fun, he remarks, and he's quote tweeting himself. He says, a group of protesters appear to be doing laps at Ottawa Airport per a dash cam live stream. That was you, Ro.
Yeah, that's not a dash cam. That's a GoPro. Bullet Maker is available right now. That's a great way to support us. Link is in the description. Post-apocalyptic, pre-Armageddon, action fantasy. Thank you for your time. Of course, WCFreedom.com right here.
And when you posted this event on Twitter, reaction is overwhelmingly negative about it, right? So it's I mean, I don't know when it's going to, I mean, if we have another one of these protests, it's going to be a factor. So, you know, I don't know if how violent it's going to get.
What's happening here? I mean, there's some editing there. I'm going to be clear, right? But Twitter, the overwhelming response, I don't know. What could it be? Let's hear.
We look what happened in the United States. Starting in 2016, this was a feature at Trump rallies, you know. But, you know, we saw this in the United States because nobody understood the size of what was a primarily white, rural underclass that was now suddenly a dominant political actor and got Donald Trump elected, right?
Why do Canadian journalists always bring it back to Trump, man? What's...
It's the T word. He said the T word.
Great book called Hillbilly Elegy that kind of describes...
Sorry, what? A book called Hillbillyology? Hold on a second. Did he write it?
A political actor and got Donald Trump elected, right? Great book called Hillbilly Elegy that kind of describes...
Okay, there's a great book called Hillbillyology.
This culture that journalists have completely missed, don't understand, it's gone completely on the radar. Is that happening here? Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit of hillbillyology over here, Pan.
Wow, yeah, it's something that journalists have missed, and they just don't know anything about it or understand it at all.
But at the same time, I mean, I don't think we have to indulge listening to them does not mean sitting down and having them tell us.
Okay, so I already cut that off. I got Vinny right here. He's on the air. Vinny, yeah, you were saying, so you're outside right now. Tell us what's going on over there.
I'm outside. Keith Wilson's outside. Miller's outside. A bunch of other people's outside from the thing. Apparently, the guy is not dead. They didn't cover his face, but they just hauled him off in the ambulance. I sent you a couple photos or videos or whatever real quick. I'd take them from my cell phone. No, but everything's pretty copacetic out here. However, the security isn't letting anybody in without going through the X-ray until it's all over. Maybe they think the guy got poison. I don't have a clue.
They think you did what?
Anyways, it's quite a big police presence here. There's a fire truck when I first arrived. I got here late. By the way, for your accredited media, you're on the media list here. If you can left streaming right from here, you can sit right next to Judy Tran if you want.
I'm accredited media? What are you talking about, I'm accredited media? Dude, I'm just a guy in my mom's basement.
No, you're accredited now for this anyways. You can go in there right in the media room, pop your ass down right next to Judy Tran if you want.
I can sit next to Judy Tran? Me?
Yeah, at first I was thinking that maybe the guy had a heart attack because you were accredited media. I don't know. You first told me about it. Anyways, all right. Call me tonight.
Yeah, brother. Let's chat, man.
Thank you.
Hail, brother. Thank you, Vinny. That's Vinny from VNA.
We got a secret agent down here with us too, so everything's good.
Perfect, man. All right, thanks. I'm going to put your pictures up on the air, man. Thank you, sir. All right, Vinny. That was Vinny right there, man. Vinny from VNA, great guy. He works with Andy Lee, if I'm not mistaken, and he used to work for Fox News and the whole bit. Let me see if he sent me some images. Let me see here. Send. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he says the guy does not appear to be deceased. His face wasn't covered. He said everyone's milling about outside and they won't let anybody else back in without going through the metal detectors.
Exactly. So hold on a second here. I'm just going to drop that. I'm going to send that to myself. 1 second here. Off my phone. High tech. But yeah, I mean, it's just ambulances, basically. That's really what it is here. Take a second and look at that. Should be here. Is it here? Where do I drop that? Into this, possibly? Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right. Here you go. Take a look. Yeah, I mean, it don't look like it's going good, All right, here. This is outside right now. Boom. There's that. So that is, right outside Wellington. It's right outside the National Archives Library. And there's the ambulance, So here's another image. There you go. Same thing with the finger in front of the camera. Really make it authentic. And, yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that is sad. Hey, Ray. It is sad, actually. I mean, all jokes aside and the rest, nobody wants to see that, But this is it. We don't want to be forced to take anything. We don't want it. Okay. I don't know how many times we've got to say it, but this is it. Leave us alone. That's it.
How you're on the payroll for the federal government and you're getting phone calls from the public safety.
He sounds really salty, dude. He's not happy. He's not happy. He doesn't want to listen to people.
Just all the conspiratorial stuff. So I don't know. Like I say, some of them have just checked out, and you're not going to convince people to come back to mainstream media. I think once
That's
somebody
fair.
has kind of gone over and checked out from reality-based media.
Reality-based media. That's what he's calling himself. He's reality-based media.
Fact-based media, and chosen things that confirm their beliefs. And there was a guy in Ottawa who used to walk around, pre-internet. He used to walk around the streets of Ottawa, sticking mimeographed tracts that he'd written, full of conspiracy theory about the Rothschilds, the New World Order, all this stuff, and he'd stick it under people's windows.
Did he just say the New World Order?
Uh-oh, it keeps coming up, doesn't it?
It sure does, man. Never mention the World Economic Forum.
Windshield wipers. And his name was Harold Funk. And people would come out to get their car at the end of the day, and they think they got a parking ticket. And they'd always be relieved to see it was this thing that he had left there.
Oh, it's just Harold Funk. Cool. All right, this is interesting. I got a great chat message over here. This needed to happen for them to see the truth. That's what it is. Guys we used to call the kooks, we are no longer the kooks as L7. Yeah. It's his newsletter. Let me just... Freedom.com, great news. Reality-based news.
And he was kind of harmless and benign, and I chatted with him a few times, a nice guy. He's no longer with us, but if he were, he'd probably be running haroldfunk.com. And if he had a half-decent web designer, it would be getting as many views as a lot of other websites.
Oh, that's what it boils down to. You know what I mean? They're upset about the views. It's like, why are...
Yep.
Isn't it?
It's what it seems like. I mean, there was so much good coverage, from YouTubers and other platforms from the convoy. And these guys, every time they would show up with their cameras, they might get heckled a little bit. People would call them fake news, and it really soured their whole experience.
Sad.
And it was all crazy stuff. Like, it was just made no sense. It was wild conspiracy theory. But it's very hard now to differentiate for an unsophisticated reader to tell what's right and what's not. And
it's very difficult for an unsophisticated reader to tell what's right and what's not. Hillbillyology.
That's one of the themes.
Right?
Yeah. I think that's one of the themes here. We're seeing this arrogance from these people that don't think that you're fit enough to really understand what's going on in the world.
I think a lot of it does come down to that. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that they simply believe that we are not able to decide for ourselves what's true and what's not, and they have to really help us with that.
And then you get into the whole confirmation bias, where you're going to give far more credibility to a source that's confirming your own opinions than you would to one that contradicts it. So it seems, I don't mean to be defeatist, but it seems irretrievable.
Irretrievable.
And they really just wanted to disrupt it. I mean, that was all they wanted to do. I mean, people would run into our shots behind us. People would start yelling as soon as I started reading my line.
News, fake news.
People would run and disrupt him.
They were just determined to impede our process. And, you know, on some of the occasions when I talk to people with, you know, I'd feel a little more rambunctious and I want to engage more, and say, well, you say I'm fake news. What's fake about my newscast? And then they would say, well, you're all fake. All you do is lie. And it became evident to me that most of these people who were doing this had completely unsubscribed from my newscast and my colleagues' newscast.
Why would you lie? Why would they unsubscribe from you?
My back hurts, man. This is so silly. He's like, it became apparent to me that people had unsubscribed from my newscast and my buddy's newscast, and it's because I don't get it.
And so they couldn't really say what they thought was wrong. Some of them did mention the depiction of the swastika and the Confederate flags, but beyond that, it was just kind of a general sense. And it was like it was wisdom they'd received from elsewhere and were spreading. It wasn't really opinions they had formed.
Ah, of course, hillbillyology, right? These are received opinions, not ones, because they're not capable of forming their own, only regurgitating other people's opinions.
So that made it very difficult to kind of respond in any way to it. Heard a lot, which was bizarre to me, but because my network doesn't participate in this media fund that seemed to trigger a lot of people.
Of course, the media fund that doesn't seem to trigger a lot of people. Now, here's the thing about that. There's actually a lot of different bursaries, grants, whatever you want to call them, tax breaks. There's tax breaks, then there's grants. So the thing is, and a lot of this information is not made public. So that's what he's talking about right there, okay? People were upset about that, and they brought that up, that the media is paid by the government, and they are. That's what's amazing here, and I covered that in another video. But you wonder why people don't believe you.
Not that I think necessarily doing so would compromise your integrity, but that was a flashpoint for them.
Okay, you hear what he just said here? Not, of course, that would ever impact your integrity if someone gave you $600 million.
And finally we get the connection to the studio, and then the anchor throws to me, and immediately, just like a wall of noise, profanity, screaming, yelling, and because it's like a little bit like a mob mentality where you have, people will do things in groups that they won't do individually or in smaller groups, so they were just kind of goading themselves into this, and it completely drowned out the hit. And I think the anchor.
We were trying to do a hit piece, and they drowned out our hit. You know what I mean? All that noise.
I mean, for me, this makes me respect like war correspondents, people that actually like get in the middle of actual situations. This guy's crying about truckers that were hanging out near the bouncy castle. Okay, you know what? Need to get a little bit harder, Mr. McGregor. Let's be a real man.
Her at MSNBC had like no idea what was going on, and then she heard somebody screaming some salty language, and she's like, "Okay, thanks," and that was it. And they cut her off, and that was it. And so they succeeded. Like those people who really don't like the media and think we're lying about everything, managed to shut down our hit.
Our hit piece.
Wow.
Is I think what he was trying to say there. They managed to shut
down.
What a quitter.
Yeah, he's
right?
A quitter.
He's
a quitter. He said, these people wouldn't let us do our job, so we just packed up our cameras and went home.
But before we got active, in politics. Don't ask me how we did, but here we are today, maybe because that's what passes for journalism today. We were involved in the culture war, very specifically around comic books. You've seen that moral degradation in movies, TV shows, film, comic books as well. That's where we were. I was a big fan, and so was Pan, and Pan specifically with Turtles, by the way, Ninja Turtles. We created these over here, Vestige and Bullet Maker. Check those out. Bullet Maker is available right now. That's a great way to support us. Link is in the description. Post-apocalyptic, pre-Armageddon, action fantasy. Thank you for your time. Of course, WCFreedom.com right here. Please get on that, the newsletter, so you don't miss a beat. And please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, and hail, brethren. Wow, that was... I always like watching myself on the screen. It's kind of weird. You know that? It's always kind of weird. It is, man. It's like you can't... You're just... You wonder how you got... What? Yeah, you wonder how you got there. You know what I'm saying? It's just...
You know what I don't like to watch on screen?
Yeah,
Glenn McGregor.
Yeah,
Glenn McGregor.
We got a Rory, and thank you very much, sir. He says, thank you guys for being my trusted news provider through these times, and thank you, sir, and hail the chat, hail brothers, sisters, and grandmas and grandparents and everybody out there. We got the Moto Lab. He says, myocarditis, main symptoms, fainting and seizures. Speculating here. Well, there you go. It's speculation, but I appreciate very much. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. There it is. A lot of speculation out there. Check this out. This is from CTV. And by the way, because I want to talk about mask mandates here for a second, because mask mandates are making a comeback. We're seeing that. CTV here quoting Nanos. All right, Pan, take it away, bro. This is from today, by the way.
CTV News. Majority of Canadians support return of face masks in indoor public spaces if deemed necessary, according to survey. From Melissa Lopez Martinez. Most Canadians say they would support or share some support for the return of face mask mandates this fall in indoor public spaces if deemed necessary by officials, according to a new survey conducted by Nanos Research. The poll conducted for CTV News found 7 in 10 Canadians said they would support the return of face mask mandates to some extent. 52% said they would support the truth. 52% said they would support the return of such mandates. 17% said they would somewhat support them. And 22% they would be against them. 8% said they would be somewhat opposed to the idea.
Okay, here you go. So this is the actual report. I just dug it up off of Nanos' website, the PDF itself. I'll drop the link in the chat right here. I'm going to put it into... Actually, what I'll do is I'll put the actual PDF. I'll drop the link right there into War Campaign chat. It's also here in the chat right there. It's in both places. Check it out if you're not there. Great way to share links. This is where I'm getting some of this information. Thank you for posting this link about the masking. Appreciate that. That helps me. Because this is it, right? Sharing information fast and furious. Okay, there it is. So that PDF, majority of Canadians support or somewhat support a return to mandatory wearing of face masks in indoor public spaces this fall if deemed necessary by authorities. Okay, let's dig into their little research. Okay, number one, N is 1084, right over here. Okay, so this is the kind of important information. Nanos Research. Telephone and online random survey, October 30th to November 4th. N equals 1084. That's the number of people that were telephoned or filled out an online random survey. Okay, so accurate to 3 percentage points plus or minus 19 times the 10. That's what they're saying. Okay, so 1,000 people were surveyed here, number one. Next, and that's online and telephone. 7 in 10 support or somewhat support. So here we go. 52% is support. Somewhat support is 17. And then as you can see right here, that 1% who's unsure, opposed, that's probably you in the chat. That's why you're going to the gulag, that 22%. I'm really sorry to say, but I'll see you there. And then if we scroll down here, demographics, this is interesting. Let's see if we can get into some of these demographics. Ontario, support or somewhat support is 71%. Prairies, you get less support. BC, you get more support. BC, you get quite a bit. Eh? By the way, I've got a friend over there right now in BC. She was telling me that they are hardcore with all this. Quebec, you got less support. So prairies in Quebec leading the least support. And then interestingly enough, women are actually... This is weird, isn't it? The way they've broken this down. Okay, so women in Quebec. And then Ontario, what they've done here is they've changed this value here. Because this is men, women. Okay, no, this is not according to the area above. This is just saying men in general, 64%. Women in general, 72%, so more women want a mask. And then of 18 to 34, and it's hard to tell from this actual table of data, but I would assume or imagine that this, because of the way they've laid this out, this is national. It's not the Ontario above. And this, again, kind of speaks to the presentation of information and all the issues that we're finding around fake news and presentation of data. Really is a problem, okay? And then we go down to 35 to 54 support it more, and then people who are above 55 supporting it quite a bit, probably because they're getting most of their news from CBC. I know my mother's got CBC all the time on in her car. So lies, damn lies, and statistics, says Mark. Absolutely. Okay, and we don't know where they're from. 68H cases from where exactly? Absolutely. So 71.4 plus 26.9. 71.4 plus 26.9, so that would give me 98.3, so the rest must be unsure, I guess. All right, let's continue down over here. It's telling you here, charts may not add up to 100 due to rounding. Individuals randomly called using random digit dialing with a maximum, that's a spelling mistake right there, with a maximum of 5 callbacks. There was 1,084 Canadians 18 years of older, randomly recruited by telephone using live agents. Hello, I would like to know, would you want to wear mask? Hello, madam. Yes, madam. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean, nephew? What? Huh? What is this? What is this language? All right, so here we go. We got, this is more information about how they've done their sampling and all the rest. This is, okay, this is interesting. Got to dig into this. We need all of our fellow nerds to get into that detail right there. Let's continue down here. Any other information? No, that's it. That's all the data? Okay, here it is. Stat sheet. Here we go. This is what we need. Stat sheet. Last page, stat sheet. All right, so let's go to Ontario because that's where I am. Might as well. Okay, in Ontario, support is 57%. Oppose is 21%. Support is 57%. All right, and then where is male or female? Male and female is not, so the data is not drilled down by males and females within Ontario or males and females within the prairies. It is simply all the males put together and then all the females put together nationwide. So that's what I'm seeing here. And same thing with the age stratification, 18 to 34, 35 to 54, 55 plus. So what I need is a matrix. You understand? I need a matrix to really be able to dig into this information to say, okay, more females in Ontario support wearing masks. But let's just take it for what it is. Okay, and remember this, that we're in governance by poll. So what does that mean? It means that this information right here is going to inform politics. The politicians are going to look at this and say, you know what? 55% of females nationwide are going to support this, like no matter what. Let's just get them to get out there and vote. In Ontario, they're going to go along. That small minority, we're just going to vilify them. We can still win. Can we still win a minority government? Can we do this? What do you guys think? Can we still win a minority government? That's how they make their discussions, their debates. Support for, okay, so we just seen that already. Continue. I want to see their interpretation here. You know what I'm saying, Pan? Because the interpretation is, okay, here we go. The age group that would be most against the mandate was 18 to 34. 44% out of 1,084 that were called or did an online survey, according to Nanos. Okay, so now you can start to get to the government line. This is really it, because you've got to remember, right? It's the information is not the message; it is whatever's surrounding it. You know, we're dug into that information like nerds, but this is the actual message right here. Take it away, brother, if you'd be so kind.
However, amid a resurgence of respiratory illness cases in hospitals, there has been a growing discussion of whether the return of a face mask mandate would be needed. Hospitals are already overwhelmed in cases of respiratory illness, especially among children, prompting some health experts, like Ontario's top doctor, to reinstate recommendations to the public to mask up ahead of a difficult winter season.
Okay, so that's your actual message. All the rest, that call, the Nanos, they call Nanos up. They're like, hey, what we need this, bro. You know, we need this. We need you guys to do this for us. Get out there. I think probably the guy's name is like, Zuck or Zuckery, and he's like, hey, Zuck, we need this poll stat, bro. Let's go, okay? Because we want to bring it out, and we got this. We keep pumping in the media. So this is the thing. It's a feedback loop. The media keeps pumping respiratory illness in children, respiratory illness in children, respiratory illness in children, respiratory illness among children, respiratory illness in children. 1 hour ago, literally 1 hour ago, it says here, last updated 1 hour ago, posted 4 a.m. today. Windsor Regional Hospital sees surge in children's respiratory illness in children, respiratory illness in children. All the time you're going to hear this now. Respiratory illness in children until they manage to nudge public perception. You're watching a movie, says Propast. I've seen him say that before, and he's correct. Over and over, release of fear says why. Mockingbird Effect says Lucky Looney. That's it. Pure Night says Rose in negotiation with Playgirl and OnlyFans ladies. No, that's missing.
Wow.
No, I gotta get.
That's how rumors get started.
Yeah, no, I gotta get into shape. I'm like, trust me. Like even right now, my freaking sweatpants are tight. That's bad. It's a bad sign when your sweatpants are tight. Let me see here. Terry's not. He's feeling a little under the weather. Hell, brother. Hope you feel better. Rest up, brother. Rest up. He's just got a little minor cold there, I think. Okay, let me see here. So, respiratory illness. It's not about this message. We're not going to read the article, okay? But I'm trying to get what the media is pushing. You get it? I'm trying to get what the media is pushing. Okay, so remember this. In Canada, we have a amoxicillin shortage for children. Right now, we literally have an amoxicillin as well as a Tylenol shortage in Canada. But you go across a bridge, okay, shortage, okay, 6 hours ago. So what do we have right now? We got respiratory illness for children, Tylenol shortage for children, Tylenol shortage for children, amoxicillin shortage for children, Everybody with children now are going to start to feel scared. Holy, what? My wife has actually said to me, she's like, we need to get some stuff. The shelves, my mother went out, right? That's a grandmother of I don't know how many kids she's grandmother of. Eight grandkids she has, right? 5 plus me, 2 for my sister, 2 for my brother, 1 for my sister. That's 3, 5, 8 kids, grandmas everywhere are like, whoa, like they're worried about their little grandkids. So now what are they going to say? They're going to say, hey, you know what? Maybe we should mask. Women have a natural feminine protective instinct. There's insufficient disk space. Okay, hold on a second. I got so many things downloaded. Let me just delete a couple things here. Give me a second here. Have a little disk space error. But you hear what I'm saying, Pan? It's like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the protective instinct, more likely to, want to do that. Whereas we're more naturally rebellious.
I like to think of us as, rebels with a cause. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Rebels with a cause. Absolutely. Nathan, he says, I made a comment earlier. This respiratory illness has been a huge a while now, mainly with young children like my 3-year-old son. It's been a huge, okay, for a while. There you go. Right? They're the children, and women.
So they're saying. Yeah. The Tylenol shortage, that reminds me of when the pandemic first hit and there was the toilet paper shortage in the United States, and you guys had that issue as well where so I mean, are they trying to start that type of thing back up, that type of fear, where there's shortages, you better go get it now before it's too late, oh my goodness, we gotta stockpile, that type of fear? Is that what they're trying to generate here?
I think so. We got J.D. Vance, author Hillbilly Elegy, won Ohio Senate seat last night. Trump endorsed. Oh, interesting. See that? Hillbilly Elegy. J.D. Vance.
Glenn McGregor's favorite book.
That's right. Hillbilly Elegy. Okay, so that's Glenn McGregor. A Yale law student reflects on his family's history and his own future after returning to his Appalachian hometown. We got an Appalachian brother of ours. That's Gad Hanzo. Yeah, he's actually the author of Vestige. He's an Appalachian. Right there, you come right down from the hills. What do they call him? I think they call them Meringians.
Yeah, what was the name?
Meringians.
Yeah, there was a name. Yeah, for the Melungeons.
Melungeons, that's right.
Melungeons.
Absolutely. Okay, with parents crossing, so while parents resort to crossing the border to find fever and pain medicines for their babies and toddlers, and a new antibiotic shortage looms, little is being done to fix Canada's pharmaceutical supply mess. And look, I'm going to be honest. I'm making some funny voices here, but this is a concern. Of course it's a concern. Right? It's a concern, man, when you got kids. So this is where we are. Now, why across the border do they have everything? We don't have anything here. Explain that one to me. Now we got liquid versions of, right? What's going on here? Liquid versions of amoxicillin. Ask your wife, Pan, to check into it, man. See what's happening over there. I want to know.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything like this. There's no propaganda that I have heard like this in the United States recently.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but everything makes sense, right? You got an amoxicillin shortage. You got RSV, whatever that is. Respiratory syncytial virus, which I never heard of before. Influenza is heading north fast, says David Fissman. David Fissman. Who's David Fissman? National Post. Fissman. David Fissman. Why isn't this not showing up? Search everything. David Fissman.
So they want you to mask for the flu now? Is that what they're saying?
Yep. Okay, so no, sorry, I was thinking, okay, David Fissman. Who's David Fissman? You don't know who he is. David Fissman. Okay. Who is David Fissman? He is the number one scare tactic guy there is. He was on the Ontario Science Table board, whatever, and then he resigned. He's like, you're removing masks, I'm resigning. I refuse to be a part of this farce. We need masks and we need to isolate everybody who's not taken the medical procedure. It is absolutely...
Wow.
Since when do
so
we...
he's all about that mask.
Oh, yeah, he is. Since when do we need messages like this? Made a one-page infographic on how to help manage your child's cold at home. Given the crisis unfolding in Ontario, it's a crisis about colds. Is anybody? Am I?
Bro, this is ridiculous, man. No, I mean masking up for the flu. Come on, come on. Crazy.
It's science. It's unambiguous science. If we go to the bottom right corner, it says very clearly that this is unambiguous science.
They got their own logo for unambiguous science. They needed to make a logo. It's so clear and so truthful. They had to make a logo.
Unambiguous science, in case you forgot. Unambiguous science. The science.
Wow.
The science. Okay, so David Fissman is...
Holy cow.
Yeah. What is happening? Do we want to hear this? Oh, this is going to be cringe, like super cringe.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, here we go.
Turn it up. Skinner.
Leave us alone for goodness sake right now.
Oh my. No.
Oh, you truckers! Pat, can you say?
Wait a minute.
Go home, all you truckers.
Go home, all you truckers. Woo flu.
I got like a cringe detector. I can just go, doing it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right?
You could see it coming. You saw it.
Yeah, man. I'm just gonna download that. That's what I do. I got like an issue where I just download. I gotta keep this. This is gonna make me lol later.
Keeper of the cringe.
Keeper of the cringe.
This will make me lol later. I must have a copy. I have a copy. It's important for me to have a copy.
No, you gotta have a laugh. You gotta be able to have a laugh.
If I don't have a copy of Go Home All You Truckers, I will literally cry.
Oh man.
Okay, so this is all my computer knowledge. I literally spent an entire lifetime programming computers, fast on the keyboard, typing speed, faster than I can jump over 17 keyboards in one spriggy loop. all of all of that power, everything that God blessed me with for this, everything for this single.
This is the moment.
This is my moment. This is literally my moment. This is my moment.
Your moment to shine. You know, your moment to shine.
It's my moment, Mom. I'm in your basement. This is my moment.
All right, let's keep going over. By the way, check this out. Before we go into more David Fistman, let's just continue here for a second here. And then I want to jump back to the mask mandates because already University of Waterloo here. Let's just jump to that. You know what I mean? This is stream of consciousness streaming. Waterloo. Okay, back in the day, Waterloo, what do we call them? We used to call them water losers. I don't know if you're back at your university. Yeah.
Water losers! You're water losers.
Okay, that's what we did. Yeah, University of Ottawa, we called them water losers. Anyways, okay, here we go. Take it away, brother.
Mask mandate returns to University of Waterloo classrooms. Mask rule to minimize disruptions during exams, said university.
That's right. Okay, so there it is. It's coming back, baby. You can't see this?
Bringing it back.
And of course, they start with the schools. That's right. It says why, question mark. Why? What's the reason? Very simple.
Must comply,
says Troglodyte. Absolutely. I love being a robot. That's how I live now. You know what I mean? I used to be a robot a lot in my life, but now I feel like
I am a robot. Yes, I will wear a mask. Yes, I will poop in the pot.
Why start with schools and universities? Because they will comply and they won't ask questions, and then you can get the ball rolling that way. And they say, "Oh, look, everyone's doing it. Got the whole school, all the universities. You know, they're safe. Look how safe they are. You know."
Exactly. That's the reason right there. You got it. Because they're a captive audience. Once you give them your cashola, you need to get your degree. You need to get it. You need to get your degree. You know?
Students and faculty at the University of Waterloo will now need to wear masks in classrooms as the school introduces the requirement for indoor academic activities for the rest of the term. Starting Wednesday, students and staff will be required to wear a mask during lectures, seminars, teaching labs, testing exams, and all other forms of academic instruction, wherever it happens indoors, said the school. Students may also be required to wear a mask when meeting with teachers, assistants, TA, or instructors, according to the university. The school said it's introducing mask measures in an effort to minimize disruptions during exams at the end of the fall term. We scroll up just a little bit for me there, Ron?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there you go. I mean, this is really it, man. I mean, this is the line over here. This whole
Recently,
Sorry, I just want to jump to this right here. It's the wastewater testing. It's the wastewater testing. You heard about this, Pan? I don't know if you guys got this over there. You heard of this wastewater testing?
Not familiar with it.
Okay,
no.
all right.
Recently, we have seen. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm just going to jump you to this. What is this? Okay, this is like a big thing. Basically, they go through your toilet water. Okay. Yeah, this is Canadian. Okay. You guys don't have this in the States. This is a Canadian thing.
I mean, they may. I'm sure they have something like this around. I'm just not familiar with it.
No problem. But this is a big thing here in Canada. We are basically, you know, when you're a kid, right? And you know, you're in the forest, and you do number 2, and then because you're a kid, you find a stick and you kind of root around and you're like, what is this thing actually?
Wow.
What did I produce? Well, Radawans are actually, they do that for the rest of your. They go through your number 2s. Yeah, they do that. Okay, that's what they do. That's right. This is it. First of all, I don't know where the science is around this. Okay, and I'm not a scientist. Okay, so I'm not going to really talk about. But that's what they do. Go through your. NY does this. NY Water Places where this started actually says Wallflower. That's right. This is it. And by the way, I just want to put this out. There's a lot of estrogen. Okay, estrogen in wastewater. Yeah, there's a lot, man. There's a ton of it. If you don't know,
stay away from that.
Yeah, there's a lot of that, man, and you got to remove it from the drinking water because otherwise. You become soy. It's just what it is. All right. As the famous man once said, they're turning the frogs G-A-Y.
Indeed.
Okay. All right, here we go. We got mixed feelings. Take it away, brother.
Mixed feelings. News of the mask mandate has left students with mixed feelings. Rohini Prakash, a TA and master's student in the Department of Biology, agrees with the school's mask requirement. I think it's better because this is how we can control the spread. And I know it's uncomfortable, but it's better than having C-vid and making new strains, Prakash said. Deborah Pushparaj, a master's student in the School of Pharmacy, said she's not sure if the new requirements will make a difference. I think with or without the mask, it's not too much of a difference, especially because students are always close together and doing stuff together. So you have some differing points of view.
I like how they found two Indians, Rohini Prakash from Waterloo. Hello, madam. Can I see your bobs, please, madam?
Waterloosers.
I'm just looking for your bobs on the internet. Is it okay if I look at your bobs? I want to see these bobs, please, madam. Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
On the hunt for bobs.
Yeah, she's from Gujarat. Okay, right on, man. She's from Gujarat, and now she's a graduate in microbiology at University of Waterloo. Isn't that sweet? Gujarat, they make dokra, very tasty Indian food, Gujarati food. All right, let me see over here what else we got. Return of the mask mandate. Oh, here we go. IG News. What is this? IG News. Students and teachers. I want to see the Waterloo. Let's go right to the Waterloo. Waterloo mask mandate. Let's go straight to their website. How about we do that? Okay, here we go. Face coverings. November 8th. All right, take it away, brother.
Can you increase the font for me a little bit? I don't get very good resolution on this app for some reason. Okay. Face coverings. Beginning November 9th, 2022, masks are required for any indoor activity that is part of academic instruction. This includes, but is not limited to, lectures, seminars, teaching labs, tests, exams, and all other forms of academic instruction, wherever it happens indoors. Individuals may also be asked to wear a mask in other places, like office hours meetings.
Yes, if you want to actually talk to your teacher, you will have to wear a mask. It is normal. It is absolutely normal. It is actually a pandemic. We are in a pandemic. If you don't understand, then you will. We are in pandemic. We want your money and then won't even look at your face, says Space. Yeah, exactly. So that's it. Instructors can temporarily remove their masks while speaking in class. Right? Again with this, do you remember, this was incredible when the whole masking thing went off. We saw picture of picture. I still remember. Do you remember this? Obama's 60th birthday. Do you remember that? Where nobody's wearing a mask.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes. Yeah. And then all the servants in the back are wearing masks. It felt great. It's like having a whole crew of eunuchs. You know? It's having a whole crew. Yeah.
Ready to serve you grapes and sing castrato.
Exactly. That's what I want. It's like slaves. Like mask yourselves slaves.
You want masked slaves.
Yes.
Like Obama.
Yes. Yeah, come on, give it to me. Come on. Do it for me. I'm just gonna download it. I don't know why. This site's slow sometimes. But their search is a lot more straightforward.
I can't believe they're taking this much time just to cart a dude out. Come on. Wasting taxpayers' money by the minute here.
Yeah. Anyways, where's it? Anyways, okay, you can check that out on your own time, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Exclusive. See the footage that he wanted deleted. Yeah. Let's just go up ahead here. Okay, I don't know. It's slow. Doesn't matter. If you're not sure what to do, then you got to wear a mask. We all have a role to play to protect the most vulnerable in our society. In Aberdeen, we strongly encourage you to wear a mask in all indoor spaces.
Although it's still optional in non-academic settings and activities. But when you're in close contact with other little prelates trying to learn, please consider wearing a tight-fitting gag mask, multi-layered doggy mask. A medical-style doggy mask is the best mask for you, children.
Yeah, they're continuing. That's what they're doing. There it is. Water losers. Okay. Yeah, that accent is from Neil Oliver. You got it. That's I mean, whenever yeah, he's awesome, man. Neil Oliver.
Neil Oliver, what do you think about the children? But the children, they tell you, they want us to do what now?
I heard about a disgraced former Health Secretary, Matt Hancock.
Man Hancock. Man Hancock. Hostile forces.
Pantomime in Parliament in the UK at the moment is just this political coup.
It's political coup. It's pantomiming in Canada. It's absolutely, it's a travesty. All the children out there are suffering.
Masking requirements won't apply to areas like food courts or student residences, but the school is encouraging everyone to consider wearing it. Okay, here we go. Kieran Moore, Ontario. November 2nd. See this? You see this? The same thing here. It's a triple threat.
Ooh, triple threats. Watch out. Mask up. Be safe. Mask mandate is not out of the question as Ontario faces triple threat of flu, RSV, and C19. According to Moore, Dr. Kieran Moore says recommendation could come if CVID affects ability to reduce surgical backlog.
I like how you're doing the whole CVID. That's a great one, Pan. That you hit it right there. That's how we do it.
Well, then you don't trigger the YouTube censors. We're always very, very fair and moderate.
They're amazing, and we love them. We absolutely.
Please sir, don't beat me. Please sir. YouTube. Please, YouTube, don't beat me. All right,
we submit.
We submit. Where are these guys? These guys are still not coming back, or what, man? You guys are killing
That's
me.
what I was thinking. I'm like, these guys. I mean,
that's it. That's all.
They must be taking the lunch break. They're like, we're just gonna do the whole darn shebang.
I don't think they're taking a lunch break. I think they're like, this is. We'll see what happens. Let me see if I can get some information.
Well, I mean, how long could it take? You know, you wish the guy well while he's on the stretcher. And you say, our thoughts are with you. You know, but the show must go on.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Go home, all you truckers.
Go home, all you truckers. Ooh, woo, flu.
Pan, can we get some lyrics, man, for you? I want you to, because you got a great singer. If you don't know, Pan used to have his own band. So if I would really appreciate it if you could learn that song, if we could get some words, if we can get some words. Yeah,
Sweet Home. I might be able to.
Go home.
Is there lyrics to that version?
Yeah, of course I can get them. Go home, all you truckers. Freedom Convoy song. I'm gonna have to. We'll have to listen to it and write it down. That's what we'll have to do.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we can. That might be a project for us for a future show.
Before we head out of here, because I don't know what's going on. It's coming up to 2 p.m. You know, it's absolutely crazy. So let's see here.
Have they put out any notice of?
Good
hey,
idea.
We're coming back today. We're not coming back today.
No, that's a great idea. You're right. What am I doing? You're right. Let's look it up. Let's find out.
Has Rolly given any sort of decision on?
Okay, let's find out.
Who lives or dies?
1:16 p.m. Canadian Press. All right, here we go. Take it away, brother.
Okay, so 1:16 p.m. Proceedings were paused at the public inquiry looking into the federal government's use of the Emergencies Act on Thursday afternoon. And after a medical incident, a lawyer representing the Public Order Emergency Commission collapsed while he was questioning Ontario's Deputy Solicitor General, the second witness of the day. Emergency responders were called to the Library of Archives Canada building in downtown Ottawa, and proceedings were stopped with lawyers and spectators cleared from the hearing room. Okay, Gabriel Poliquin was in the early stages of examining Mario Di Tommaso when he collapsed to the floor. His condition is unclear. So that's where we're at. No real update, huh?
No, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it at all. Well, maybe what I'll do then is I'll take the time. I'll go through some of that. You know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go outside. That's what I'm going to do. I'm getting fat. I ate a cheeseburger, which I loved. It was delicious. But it was Ford. But I'm going to get some exercise. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out there. My butt is flat now because I've been sitting on it for 3 weeks. I'm going to do squats and lunges. I'm going to watch some TikTok videos. I'm going to see what all the ladies are doing to get that nice juicy peach, and then I'm literally just gonna work lower body exclusively. I'm ignoring upper body. Not interested.
Wow.
Not interested.
Leg day.
Yeah, not interested in chest. I'm only interested in ass. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, exactly. Come back at 3. Commission will resume at 3, says Dina. Oh, is that right? No row, don't go, says
Okay.
Domain Mid. Is it coming back? What do you think? Juicy
So what?
peach?
That's 10 minutes.
I don't. Yeah. Well, hold on. I don't know. It's 2. It's coming up to 2. Is it coming back at 3? Hold on. Let's see. Let's get some more information here. Okay. Let's see if we.
So
can
they
get
are going to take this plus the lunch break then.
Is that what they're doing?
I mean, I don't know if they're coming back in an hour and 10 minutes, then that must be their plan.
Oh yeah. No, they are. There it is. Yeah, it will return. Okay, so tomorrow they're basically gonna take today's inquiry and do that tomorrow with D. Tommaso. Instead, we're gonna get Ian Freeman, Transportation Ministry, on Wednesday afternoon at 3. Okay, fine. So 1 hour from now. All right, so this is the lunch break. All right, well then we might as well continue then because we're not gonna quit. That's too bad. I mean, honestly, give me a second. I'm just gonna work my peach out a little bit. If that's okay.
Oh, so you're gonna do it here? You're gonna do leg day, so everyone hail the chat can enjoy it with you. That's fantastic.
All right. That's a short little
workout. You know, you got to get it in somewhere.
If you don't get your workout in, right? Then you can't. How are you gonna?
These slackers, the slackers at the commission are taking a break, and you're putting your workout in while you're on stream. You're multitasking right now. These slackers over there.
Go home, all you truckers. All right, let's watch some CPAC then while we take a little break here.
Sure.
CPAC, YouTube. Yeah. Get Jorny. Let's get Jorny.
Laugh at some cucks.
CPAC. That's the wrong CPAC. Why are they showing me that CPAC? That's so weird. Videos. Here we go. Come on. Give them to me.
Fat Doug Ford.
Give it to me, baby. Give it to me. Give it to me. What's this? Why are they doing... They changed the setup here, didn't they? 1 day ago? What? CPAC hasn't posted since 1 day? What are these guys even doing over there?
Must have passed out.
Fall economic statement. That's just some blah.
You got to stop your Netflix or your Disney Plus.
Okay, more economic statement. Look at this guy. This guy's wearing a bow tie. Check it out.
Oh, yeah,
Are you serious? Are you serious right now? These are the clowns. That's right. Chuck the Canuck up, bike 20 kilometers a day, 5 to 6 days a week. That's what I need to do.
Wow.
We got Gucci. I'm in Florida in the midst of a possible hurricane. I'm sitting alone and laughing at myself at row. Belly laugh feels good. Hail, Gucci. I love that, man. He's in Florida/heaven. Heaven/Florida. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, man. Yeah, let's start a Journey crew. Oh, by the way, in case you're wondering where the word Journey really, for us, really gets its emphasis, is from our boy, Johnny Boy, who is, he has been in the deep desert for many, many years. Okay, let me show you what he looks like right over here. There it is. Take it away, Pan.
So this is a meme that says, I want to see Journey. And then you have our buddy Johnny Boy there. And then he says, no, the real Journey. Then you have another shot. And then he says, perfection. And then you get to see JB, the man, the myth, the legend, the Journey one, Johnny Boy.
Yeah, he's in the chat. He's in the chat quite often. There you go. So that's Johnny Boy, man. And I don't know where's his booty short. Do you have his booty short picture? This guy has got like...
I know. There are memes out there of his booty.
Yeah.
But I actually didn't keep any of those.
I kept a few of those. This guy, just before we move on.
I bet you did.
Yeah, hold on a second here. This is him. This is him working out in Iraq.
Stick to the shade, John. Stick to the shade.
And that's like, freaking 120 Fahrenheit.
The shade is my savior. No more shade. Aye.
Yeah, that's Johnny Boy, man. He's your
I'll
moderator.
tell you who is on fire, Roll Kabir Kamal. I'll tell you who is on fire, Roll Kabir Kamal. This guy is. This guy's on fire.
He's sending you like motivational videos to pump you
The
up.
hand beast said to me, "For you cannot weather this storm." And I replied, "For I can. I am the storm." It's fucking hot, boys. It's fucking hot.
Okay, I'm gonna get the pictures of his behind. This guy's, I'm telling you, like he's my inspiration. He has,
Call him the booty gunner because of his booty and his ability to gun. Shoot
man.
big heavy guns.
Best booty ever. Best booty that I've seen in a man in a long time. Like a perfect juicy peach. That's what he's got. Actually, funny story. He has no body hair except for on his facial. Only facial hair and head hair. Every other hair was burnt out serving out there. You know that? So this guy is naturally, like he's a natural aerodynamic character. So there he is. Yeah, I don't see CPAC hasn't done anything over here.
They're slacking.
Yeah, they haven't done nothing. CPAC is not doing. They're not doing their work. Let me see what's going on over here. Let's go to CPAC. Right off
Slackers.
of. Yeah.
They're all slacking.
Yeah, hey, well, you guys not working? You guys ain't working? Oh, hold on a second here. This is a good one. This is today, Bradford?
Good morning, everyone.
Conditions for companies to come here and thrive and prosper and grow in two big sectors. Obviously, the automotive sector we see growing, but we also see the tech sector. They were giving me an update the other day that we're right behind Silicon Valley, and we're catching them every day because the students that graduate.
Wow! Look at this. This is it. This is the article. Check this out. Doug Ford encourages masking. Won't say if Ontario is considering mandates, and this is from right now. Bradford, see this? Made a comment about the building of a new high. This is why I read. This is why I watch CPAC. This is the reason that I watch CPAC. Excuse me. That's a little bit of respiratory cheeseburger. But this. Okay, so let's download this and let's scroll through. You're the same old game. You know the game by now. That's what I do. Boom, boom, boom. Let's look at this. We're gonna come back here in 1 hour. It's gonna start again, but let's get this. Let's get this clip from Doug Ford. This is it. Are you serious? Are you serious right now, bro? Are you serious right now, bruh?
The brightest students, they're going to continue the inquiry. I got to be careful because there is an inquiry going on.
Okay, we need to watch this. It's downloaded right now. I want to watch. I can't up the volume through this page, or can I? Yes, I can actually. I can do that. Here we go.
And I just left it up to the police to follow up with the police operations. We had the
No, can't. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna just download it, and then I can jack up the volume high. Sometimes these guys, their mics are really bad. It's at 30% download. Give it a second here. Then we'll play it because you can't hear them correctly. Their mics are so low so often. I don't know. I jack up the volume on the inquiry, which is why we get a pretty good audio. People have commented they like the audio here. It's because I'm running it through a mixer, and then I'm jacking their audio up because these guys are running it low. All right. Does he eat a bee in this one? It says Aurorian. This is brand new. Power clinging to masks as bridle, says Ubuson. He got to beat us. You got to be careful for, says Kenneth Christopher Bowser. Does he eat a bee in this one? Doug Ford got the download. He is one of them, says Lisa Button. You sure got a pretty mouth, boy. Don't you keel on a... Pan, why don't... As this is downloaded, do you mind kind of playing us a tune on the harmonica?
Yeah, I mean, I could probably play a little tune on the harmonica. Let's see.
Thank you.
I've been working on the Pink Panther theme song. If anybody has heard that, let me see if I can do it. Let's see. Whoa, hold on. Out of tune there. Got to get warmed up. Now, hold on. I'm not ready for that one yet. Hold on. Man. It's the basic blues scale there. I'm not feeling it. I'm out of key.
Masks
today.
are coming back, and then you do the little right. You do the whole
like some. Okay, hold on. Let me grab a different key.
Yeah,
Let me
go
grab
for
a
it, man.
different
Yeah,
key.
yeah.
I don't
take
want
your
to
time.
drive
No,
all of our viewers away.
Take your time, brother. Take your time.
I don't want to scare everybody off.
You ain't scare nobody, bro. This is it, man. We are, we're here to entertain. That's what it is.
Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Okay. They're gonna give you a mandate. Gonna make you wear a mask. They're gonna strap you up like a horse with that bridle of a mask. Up there in Canada, they're gonna make you wear a mask. There you go. Okay.
Hail, brother. Hail, brother. That's what I'm talking about. New single coming out.
Canada Blues.
That was freaking great. You got to record that, man, and put that on the Twitter. I want to retweet that. I want to throw this up on the channel, man. Okay, because that's what we're doing here. Yeah, we're going to keep smiling. We're going to keep fighting. We ain't quitting out. They think they can break us, right? They think they can make us, depressed, and then we're going to take MAID, right? Because we're depressed. Well, I ain't depressed, all right? And we ain't quitting. We ain't quitting, brother. We ain't quitting, right? You got to smile, man. You got to play the blues. Why do you think all these fellas played the blues? What's the reason, Pat? I mean, you know this stuff.
Yeah, they had to get their sorrows and the fact that they were living on a plantation.
Yeah, man.
They had to deal with those facts and get it off their chest. They had to express themselves, and blues music was the way that the brothers and sisters did that back in the day.
We're living on the New World Order plantation. We got a brand new book coming for you. It is called Crash the System. That's right. We got Dustin Russo. I was showing that yesterday. I'm going to show you a little screen over here. Okay, let me see if I can get that up over here. But this is what we're doing, exactly that, because we're living on a plantation. We're literally living on a plantation. I've got our artists, our actual best artists that we got. We've done all the comics with together. And this guy right over here, I got two artists working on this because our artist, he's going to the Army because he feels so strongly about what's happening right now. He said, Ro, I got to do something. He's a young guy. For me, it's a little different. I've lost faith in a lot of the institutions. But this guy, this is what he believes is correct. And I love this dude. So I'm happy for what he's doing. All right. And I'm going to show you this, what this kid's doing. Let me see here if I can find this over here. But I'm going to show you this before we get to this Doug Ford stuff. Crash the system. This is exactly it. Hold on a second. What's going on with this computer? Computer got a lot of windows open. Okay. Let me show you this. Here it is. This is the sketch. I'm getting the inked version. Check that out. That is Dustin Russo right there. Dustin Russo. Dustin Russo with a Canadian flag in the back over here. Arms wide open. I asked him to change his face a little bit, make him more like Justin Trudeau. It is not Justin Trudeau. It's inspired by him. Right? There you go. I'm just saying that as of course, because of the rules of using likenesses and the rest. And as you know, government don't like it when you make fun of them these days, eh? So there it is. Lady being crushed. Crash the system. Because we're all living on a plantation. We're all living on a plantation, and it's a plantation. They want to turn our entire world into a plantation, a global New World Order plantation, where we're not going to own nothing. Even Desmond's motorcycle. You see these are all these soldiers. Tree of Liberty behind him. That's the Tree of Liberty. Canada, UK, US, Australia. The Tree of Liberty must be refreshed from time to time. I'm not going to finish the sentence because that right there is now subversive. Absolutely subversive to say that. Desmond wakes up in 2039, realizes, you know what? This motorcycle that his sister gave him after falling in a coma, well, he don't even own it. It's a rental because everything is rented. Everything is rented. That is the future. Inspiration from current events into this comic book. Because we came from comics, so this is what we're doing. Put it into a book. Crash the System. Next week. Gonna launch that. All right, here we go. We got Mr. Doug Ford. Why don't I hear his voice? Interesting. What's happening here? Give me a second here. Let me sort out what's going on over here. Oh, I saw what happened. Give me a second. Okay, 1 second here. Okay. Okay, I see the problem. Yep, Mr. Doug Ford. Doug Ford. One more time. Oh, okay. I see what happened. One more time. Okay, let's see if we can get the timestamp while that one is re-downloading the audio. It didn't come through correctly. Okay, let's see here. It's going to be low. Oh man, this is so good.
I just want to ask you about your refusal to testify there.
Okay, let me see if I can get it off YouTube where I can get the audio a little better, because this is the video. This is so key right here. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Meeting the other day with Mayor Tory, the finance
Announcement about attracting jobs to Ontario, attracting 2,500 jobs.
I think we see growing, but we also see the tech sector. They were giving me an update the other day that we're right behind Silicon Valley, and we're catching them every day, because the students that graduate, some of the brightest students in the world, used to go over to Silicon Valley. They aren't doing it now. They're staying here in Ontario. We're seeing massive investments by other companies, startup companies as well. So we're just going to make sure that we're going to be competitive, because we're in a global economy. If we aren't competitive, they're going to the U.S., they're going over to Europe, over to Asia, down to Mexico. But right now, the climate's extremely, extremely good to invest here in Ontario.
I wanted to ask you about the Emergencies Act inquiry in Ottawa. Your name keeps coming up a lot there. Yesterday we got a transcript of a call between you and the Prime Minister with some colorful language in it. I just want to ask you about your refusal to testify there. I know how you're saying it's a federal decision into a federal act. But obviously the events happened in the province of Ontario, and you were the premier of the province of Ontario, and your government did respond. You were making decisions, and the commission has said to fully understand what was going on, what led to the federal decision, they need to understand more about your decisions as the premier. And they have said that, the documents that you provided so far and the deputy ministers who they've interviewed don't have the answers. Only you do. And they asked you for an hour of your time a few months ago to talk to them in private, not even testify, just an hour of your time. Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you do everything possible to help the commission get the answers they need, despite it being a federal decision? You're the premier of Ontario. You were involved in it. Why not give them an hour of your time?
Well, thanks for the question. Again, I'm going to repeat what I've said, and I know you mentioned it's a federal inquiry. It was the federal government making that decision. As you saw, I wasn't forcing them to make any of those decisions. And it's a police operation. I think you saw in the transcript, it was colorful language. But at the end of the day, I think I said it 3 or 4 times, that I do not direct the police, no matter if it's the OPP or the Ottawa Police or the Toronto Police. And that was the police operations. They did a great job, and they're going to continue the inquiry. I got to be careful, because there is an inquiry going on, And I just left it up to the police to follow up with the police operations. We had the.
So where's his answer? I don't see his answer. Did I miss his answer? I got the transcript. This is another trick, by the way, if you want to get through stuff really quick, you want to hit that keywords that you're looking for. There's a transcript option on the little 3 dots over here. Show transcript. You get this thing that pops up on the side. Scroll through it. Find the button that's interesting to you. And then from there,
Commission get the answer.
that just something happened there. Okay, and then you can jump down there to exactly where you want. That was around the 13-minute mark. All right, so here you go. Let's go down here, 13-minute mark.
I want to ask you about your refusal to testify there. I know how you're saying it's a federal decision into a federal act, but obviously the events happened in the province of Ontario, and you were the premier of the province of Ontario, and your government did respond. You were making decisions, and the commission has said to fully understand what was going on, what led to the federal decision, they need to understand more about your decisions as the premier, and they have said that the documents that you provided so far and the deputy ministers who they've interviewed don't have the answers. Only you do. And they asked you for an hour of your time a few months ago to talk to them in private, not even testify, just an hour of your time. Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you do everything possible to help the commission get the answers they need? Despite it being a federal decision, you're the premier of Ontario, you were involved in it. Why not give them an hour of your time?
Well, thanks for the question. Again, I'm going to repeat what I've said, and I know you mentioned it's a federal inquiry. It was a federal government making that decision. As you saw, I wasn't forcing them to make any of those decisions. And it's a police operation. I think you saw in the transcript, it was colorful language. But at the end of the day, I think I said it 3 or 4 times, that I do not direct the police, no matter if it's the OPP or the Ottawa Police or the Toronto Police. And that was the police operations. They did a great job, and they're going to continue the inquiry. I got to be careful because there is an inquiry going on, and
I got to be careful because there is an inquiry going on.
That inspires confidence.
I got to be careful. Yeah, babe, I came home late. You're inquiring as to my whereabouts. I did not have any relations with that woman. I have to be careful because there's an inquiry going on. You are inquiring as to my whereabouts, and I got to be careful answering your questions because there is an inquiry by my wife going on. Thank you. No comment.
And I just left it up to the police to follow up with the police operations. We had the commissioner go and testify, and we had the deputy ministers go and testify. So that's where we're at right now.
Hi, Premier Jeff Gray from the Globe. I can't ask you
Jeff.
about your tie today.
I know. I got more comments about that tie than I've ever had on any tie.
I wanted to ask you about the change in tone from last week to this week and what happened over the weekend. We understand you did speak, and you mentioned this, you referenced this, some of these private sector unions that you've been talking to about various issues over the past years, Unifor, Leuna, some other ones. You spoke to them on the weekend. I take it there were conversations. They opposed the use of the Section 33 very strongly. Can you give us a sense of, is that what changed your mind, the concerns they raised with you over the weekend that you said, well, let's tap the brakes here?
No, it really wasn't. I just wanted to come with a consensus. And when conversations get heated on both sides, someone has to come in there and cool the temperatures. And as for the trade sector, I think the world of. Matter of fact, I think Leona's here somewhere. Again, I've always said 98% of the time we'll agree. There's odd things that two parties may not agree on, but we're looking forward to working with our trades. This is one example where we're going to have great. Something, I think we've done one heck of a job, and I think the people answered that on the last election, giving us a clear mandate. But let's back up a little bit. We didn't even mention Section 33. I didn't want to use Section 33, but when you have the union sitting there telling you that they're going on strike, before I even mentioned it, they're going on strike, no matter what it is, then you have no option but to sit back and utilize the tool. But do you know what's even worse than Section 33? Is threatening to go on strike, shut down the economy of Ontario, keep parents at home, keep the kids at home. keep the grandparents as they're getting unloaded at the grandparents' house. That's so much more dangerous than Section 33. That was the only tool that we had. Everyone, through negotiations, if I can use this language, came to their senses, both parties, and said, okay, let's get back to the table. That's what people want. People do not want the workers on strike when it comes to education. And it goes all the way back, and well before me, it goes back to Bill Davis's days. Every single government, no matter it was PC, no matter it was NDP, no matter it was Liberal or new PC governments, they fight with every single government. There's something common about that. So let's stop fighting. Let's get the kids in school. Let's get the kids learning $1 a year.
Okay, I just scrolled back to 9-minute mark. Here it is. This is what you've been waiting for about the mask mandates.
So I want to work collaboratively with QP and other partners to make sure we take care of the lowest paid people within QP.
And on another matter, there's increasing pressure in the medical community to reinstitute some sort of mask mandates, given what's happening in hospitals. And I think schools has been a focus.
Yeah.
Is that something the government would entertain?
I've always said from day one, I'll always listen to Dr. Moore's advice and the advice he's giving everyone, and I'll give them the same thing. I'd wear a mask when you can, if you're, you're within risk, and get your flu shot. Get a vac shot too. I'm gonna head out there and get my fourth.
Just go ahead. Go run on down to the corner store and get yourself some. Just get you one.
I gotta clip this. Sorry. I gotta clip. I got it. This is no man. This is just.
Get one of those two. Get one of those two while you're at it.
America for good.
And the other Ontario workers.
The mask, the flu shot.
Put on your mask, run down there, get yourself a flu shot, and get that other one too.
Well, get a twofer. Hey,
that's right.
Yeah. He's not opposed. Not opposed to bringing it back. There you go. You heard it here first. Okay? You heard it here first. There you go. This is the thing. I don't know why these news organizations don't hire more. They should get a bunch of nerds to clip all these videos, throw them all up, get them out there. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Maybe what they're doing out there. They're just all snorting the white powder and just having a good time. Obviously they're having way too much fun because they're not doing their job.
They need better nerds.
Right?
So
That's
is
right.
the government
You were talking in your remarks there about attracting jobs.
Within QP.
Oh, this is a different timestamp. Okay, we'll continue playing here. I'll get this.
I'm going to get a flu shot because I can't chance it. Old guys like me, I'm not chancing it. So we're gonna get a shot just to be safe.
Hey, good morning, Premier. Colin DeMiller from Global News.
I've always said from day one, I'll always listen to Dr. Moore's advice and the advice he's giving everyone, and I'll give them the same thing. I'd wear a mask when you can, if you're, you're within risk, and get your flu shot. Get a vac shot too. I'm going to head out there and get my fourth one. I'm going to get a flu shot because I can't chance it. Old guys like me, I'm not chancing it. So we're gonna get a shot just to be safe.
Hey, good morning, Premier. Colin DeMiller from Global News.
Hi, Colin.
Just a question about the
While you're at it, just get your
He'll be up to number 4. He's like, yeah, I can get my fourth. I'm hoping to, reach that 5, one day.
Just get my hubba.
I'd wear a mask.
That's something the government would entertain.
My way up to 10.
Institute some sort of mask.
All right.
Within QP.
And on another matter.
Okay, here we go. So my brain is like I don't know what's happened to it anymore.
And on another matter, there's increasing pressure in the medical community to reinstitute some sort of mass mandates, given what's happening in hospitals.
You're within risk.
Okay, that's it.
Hey, good morning. For your call.
That's it. What we'll do is we'll zoom in on his stupid ass face. You know what I mean? Excuse my French. Just because.
The old zoom.
Yeah, it's just such a dumb ass. When he starts speaking here. Right here. That's when it'll zoom in. It's just such a goof. Such a goofball, man. These guys, these are literally our supposed leaders. These are the leaders. They're spineless and they got no guts whatsoever. It's just, you know what I mean? This is Canada. This is what we got right here. I'm going to get my dubba, and if I don't get my dubba, then I'm going to get it. My dubba. Pan, if you'd be so kind, while I do this, just sing me the blues, brother. Thank you, brother.
Sing you the blues? You want more blues music? Okay, let's see. What can we do here? There you go.
Beautiful, man. Do you mind singing the Canada Blues one? I like that other one you were talking about singing.
Let's see if I can do.
Yeah, man.
Let's see. They're gonna strap you up in a mask. They're gonna strap you up like an animal. They gonna make you wear a mask, Canada. Are you ready to be someone's? Ooh, you gonna be someone's mule. Don't be nobody mule. Don't be nobody mule. Don't be nobody mule. Don't let them put a mask on you. And you're gonna be a mule. There you go.
Hell, brother, that's what I'm talking about. See that? Yes, great show, says Angry Canadian. You see what I'm saying? This is it, man. You gotta, ooh, Pan. I'm telling you, it's beautiful, brother. You know exactly what I'm jonesing for. All right, there you go.
Don't be nobody mule.
Don't be nobody mule. Don't be nobody mule. You're gonna be a mule. Okay, here, let me just double check this.
And on another matter, there's increasing pressure in the medical community to reinstitute some sort of mass mandates, given what's happening in hospitals. And I think schools has been a focus. Is that something the government would entertain?
I've always said from day one, I'll always listen to Dr. Moore's advice, and the advice he's giving everyone, I'll give them the same thing. Wear a mask when you can. You're within risk, and get your flu shot. Get a vax shot too. I'm gonna head out there and get my fourth one. I'm gonna get a flu shot.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna cut this right here because I want this beginning bit at the beginning.
You're within. Wear a mask.
Right here.
Wear a mask when you can. You're within risk, and get your flu shot. Get a vax shot too. I'm gonna head out there and get my fourth one. I'm gonna get a flu shot.
Okay, right there. So that right there, I'm gonna bring that. Gonna copy. Ooh, my computer's slowing down. I'm gonna have to.
I'm gonna run out there and I'm gonna get my fourth one. Run right out there and get my fourth one.
Okay, there you go. That goes in the beginning. Yeah, I think I got too many windows open. Let me just undo that.
Information overload.
Yeah. The computer is. I gotta close some windows because I'm. What it is, I'm like a junkie for opening windows. You know what I'm saying?
Windows junkie.
Yeah. Let me just double check this here. We got Clyde Hale, brother. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. We had an opportunity to adopt a culture like in Japan, of wearing a mask when you're sick to respect others and not spread what you have. Instead, because these crazies wearing a mask just makes you look like an a-hole. Well, what I would say there, okay, is that it's not about respecting others, is my opinion. It's the fact that, and I don't know how much I can debate science on this platform. I don't think I can. But let's just say that masks in a surgery or an operating room theater, as far as I understand it, and I may be wrong, I've been wrong before, are designed to stop spittle and the rest from dropping into open cavities, that kind of thing. They're not designed to stop respiratory viruses. There, I said it. So that's where I would say there's an issue with even with this idea of respect. But I get what you're saying. I hear you, brother. Absolutely. It has become a symbol of ideology. Absolutely. All right, I'm going to double check this edit.
You know, wear a mask when you can. You're within risk. And take your flu shot. Get a vax shot too. I'm gonna head out there and get my fourth one and get a flu shot.
On another matter, there's increasing pressure in the medical community to reduce mask mandates. What's happening in hospitals. I think schools have to focus. It's not
Oh, except they always listen to advice. And if they give them the same thing, wear a mask when you can. You're within risk. I'm gonna head out there and get my fourth one and get a flu shot. Because I can't chance it. Old guys like me, I'm not chancing it. So we're gonna get a shot just to be safe.
All right, perfect edit. That's it. Boom, that goes out. Yeah, there it is. What do you think, Pat? I mean, that's my understanding of this thing, because I just want to double check and reread this. Maybe I misread. He goes, okay. We had an opportunity to adopt a culture, like in Japan, of wearing a mask when you're sick to respect others and not spread what you have. Instead, because these crazies wearing a mask well, here's the thing. Yeah, I think it is that. I think I do think so. It's because the minute you bring it into respecting others, then it becomes an issue of being impolite if you don't do it. You know what I'm saying? It's because now you've brought it into social behavior. We've already gone past the scientific assessment and we've descended into politeness and other people's feelings, and I believe that to be the problem, the root problem. But I would look for, we should have a talk, Clyde. It's been a while, brother. We should do that. We should, if you're when you're free, let's do that, man. Let's have a discussion. We'll talk. We'll see. Because this inquiry has been, a lot of stuff has been unearthed in this inquiry. That's for sure. All right, let me see if I can, I got to close some windows. Give me a second here. Things are slowing down on the computer. This is Doug, you know what I mean? Yeah, oh yeah, they're heavy duty. Doug Ford, mask, November 9th, 2022. Okay. There we go. Exporting. And we will be going back live in half an hour. So let me just close some of these windows. Give me a second here. All right. And that gets close right there. Okay. All right, almost done. So much open. I have so many windows open. Let me close all these video files as well. Journalism under siege. Why do I have a file called True is Gay?
Oh, it's probably from yesterday. Was it that video you made from his
yes,
drag show thing?
But of course. Thank you, Pan. Absolutely, brother. Okay, there you go. I think we are back. There you go. All right, perfect. Just had to refresh. These browser windows are very, very heavy. There we go. Public Order Emergency Commission.
Very heavy, especially when you have Doug Ford on the browser windows.
Yeah, exactly. When you get Doug Ford on the browser windows. I can't believe it's been 20 days of this and no evidence as in Rise Movement. Well, yes. Yes, brother. I agree completely. I agree utterly and completely, as they say. As our man Walter would say. I completely agree. Should we play one of our clips there? The 8 white identities. This is always a winner, Pat, in this video, right?
Oh man, I don't know. That's pretty edgy.
Is it? Yeah, it is, right?
Do you think? Yeah, I don't know.
You're right. Yeah,
I don't know.
You're right.
Really, really edgy.
No, you're right. Yeah, for sure. You're right. Who am I thinking? Who am I thinking of? We can't just say what we want to say when we want to say it. Who am I thinking?
Right?
Yeah, what's wrong with me? What's even wrong in my head? Oh, wow. Look at that. TikTok. See that? Community guidelines violation. Oh, my Lord.
What? Where?
Yeah, exactly. For the dude falling over. That's a community.
Are you serious?
It sure is, brother. That's right.
What? That's ridiculous. Come on, man. That's current events. TikTok.
Nope. Masks might come.
That's crazy.
Might come back. Doug Ford. Yeah, this is it. This is the world that we live in. That's why you see how much I'm saying this, but not this, but not this, but that, but not this, but this.
Right.
This is a reason. Branford. This is from Branford. Ford. Hey, Ford and Branford. Brantford Ford, Ontario Premier. Brantford. That's so amazing. Branford Ford to make announcement. That was it today. Yeah, okay. An amazing guy. Okay. Yeah, you got to be careful out there. You cannot say what you want to say. If you don't mind, Pan, read the chat and let's see what people are thinking while I just get this up there.
Yeah, we have a tired Canadian. He says, I have my F. Trudeau mask. I'm ready. Okay. So if you have to wear it with style, you know. So we have Remote Viewer 57 says, Christian Freeland, plutocrat. We have Mad RX7 says, does Doug eat bran? No Name says, honk honk, the sequel. Problematic Post says, figuratively, of course. We have Jesse says, sing us another song.
Yeah.
I will. Well, one of these days. We will. I'll have to come up with something.
You know what, though, man? It's good. People want to, like I said, man, no one wants to feel down, you know? Nobody wants to feel down, man, because if you allow yourself to feel down, that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem, where you feel down and then I believe there's a concerted effort to reduce our virility, our ability psychologically to, to resist tyranny. Does that make sense? Or am I kind of going off?
Just break you down piece by piece. You know, I think maybe, this is a theory, but, the masks are one of the ways to do that, you know?
Well, it's definitely become that.
We have Piscator 57 in the chat says Sonny Boy Pan. Yeah, Sonny Boy Williamson. That's actually one of my favorite harmonica players and old blues guys. But yeah, the masking, it's coming back, baby. It's coming back.
Yep. I can't wait. I don't know about you, but I can't wait. It's going to be an entertaining event. It's going to be great. I don't think the people are going to take it this time. I think they've overstepped. I think this time they've overstepped.
Yeah, well, there'll be the clear division, that there was. You'll have the people that, are just ready to mask and they're all about it. And then you have the people that don't want to do it. So, yeah, we know where Doug Ford stands. He just says, throw that mask on and go right down under the corner store, get yourself a flu shot and a V.
Right. Okay, here we go.
Yourself.
Let's take it from here. This is from CP24. Hail, brother.
Okay, so it says, get your flu shot, get a C-vid shot too. Ford said. No, I got to do the Ford voice. Get your flu shot and get your C-vid shot too. Ford said. I'm going to head out there and get my fourth one, get a flu shot because I can't chance it. Old guys like me, we're going to get a shot just to be safe. The question about a possible return to masking in schools comes as doctors warn about a perfect storm of increasing respiratory illness in school as school resumes and people start spending more time indoors for winter. At a meeting Tuesday of Toronto's Board of Health, At a meeting Tuesday of Toronto's Board of Health, Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Eileen Davia, said the city is continuing to follow the provincial guidelines around masking, but remains ready to implement masking guidelines for school if the conditions shift. A number of experts have been calling for a return to mask mandates in some settings as respiratory illnesses increase, especially in light of overcrowding at hospital emergency departments. There are currently few settings in the province where masks are still mandatory. In an interview with
Give me 1 second.
CP24.
Let me just try to realign this text over here or put it into reader mode. I think there's a reader mode in here because of the way they're doing things here. It's hard to zoom in. Where is it here? How do you do this? Zoom, immersive reader. There it is. Okay, here, let's go down to it. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, here we go. Well, this is great. This is disgusting. This is truly disgusting. Let's start from here. Perfect storm. Holy crap.
Okay. So is this Ford talking? Let's see.
No, this is Chief of Family Medicine at Mark Stouffville Hospital, Allen Grill.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay. I would say that the message here is, people are used to wearing masks. And right now, just given the crisis in our healthcare system, the burden that we're seeing, especially in emergency rooms, wearing masks is the right thing to do. Chief of Family Medicine at Markham Stouffville Hospital said. Alan Grill told CP24 Wednesday, it's a way for people to sort of pitch in. It not only will help decrease transmission, but we're at a point now where we're talking about delaying more surgeries for people, which is the last thing that we want to do. While there has been a focus on education settings recently, Grill said that focusing on just one setting like schools, if there is a risk of high infection in the community, wouldn't make sense. I think that if we're going to talk about masking, we have to talk about universal masking. It doesn't make effective sense just to do it in one setting like a school when those kids are going to go out. They're going to get together on play dates. They might go to a sporting event where there's thousands of people not wearing masks, he said. So if you're going to do this, it has to be done everywhere. He added that a possible return to masking would not have to be permanent, and said that it may just be needed as a temporary circuit breaker measure. This is not something that
it's just a circuit breaker. It's just a circuit breaker.
Now they got buzzwords now. They got buzzwords for the masking and unmasking cycle.
It's just a circuit breaker, bro. It's just 2 weeks.
What is that about?
What's wrong with you, Pan? It's just a circuit breaker. You never used a circuit breaker before?
Just a circuit breaker. It's not permanent. It's
a temporary circuit breaker. All right, let's continue. Here we go.
It's cool. Okay. This is not something that has to be forever, Grill said. CVID has sort of turned the tables in the sense that all public health measures have prevented these viruses from coming around. And now we have a lot of people whose immune system, especially young kids, have not seen them. And it's a perfect storm where all these viruses come back at the same time. And our healthcare system is understaffed. It's underburdened. So all these things coming together are complicated, but I would say masking and all those other public health, but I would say masking and all those other public health measures, if used properly and at the right time, can help. In another interview Wednesday, Ontario Medical Association OMA President Dr. Rose Zacharias told CP24 that the situation in Ontario hospitals is delicate as we head into a period of higher risk. This is the first time since the pandemic began that we're heading into a regular flu season where we don't have the regular health restrictions in place, she said. So we anticipate having a regular flu season as well as CVID still circulating in our community. And we know that other viruses are also on the rise. They're particularly impacting children. Our hospitals are under immense strain as well as our emergency departments. So this is what we all need to prepare for. She said the province needs to be ready to pivot back to a possible mask mandate if needed. We will be monitoring the situation. We are leaning into our public health officials, and we scroll up. And we need to be prepared to pivot to a mask mandate if that is the case, Zacharias said. Ontario's doctors have always been recommending masks in crowded places when meeting with vulnerable people. So we have a choice to make based on our comforts with masks, based on our own health risks, to be making those decisions for ourselves and our families. Yeah, so you got to differentiate between the cucks.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely. And then they quote the same poll. This is exactly how everything works. You see this? It's the fear, 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 fear. And then let's get the poll in. Now everybody feels like everybody else thinks something is true. So here we are. This is the game. This is literally the game. You've just been a party to the game. That's it. Very simple. That's the game in a nutshell. So, sounds like my aunt, says Rickerty. Sounds like my aunt. Yep. Yep. Yeah, Doug Ford masks might come back. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wow. Wow. Okay, let's see what else is happening. That's masks in Ontario. I want to see another place that's a pretty crazy place, BC. What's BC doing? Because BC is another place. Do our part. Oh, here we go. Okay, BC. Vancouverites angry. That's from 4 weeks ago, though. Oh, no. This is sad. This is a sad one. What are we going to do about this, Pan?
Only 32% of British Columbia C-19 fines paid to date.
This is sad.
While the party's
What's
over,
happening?
the costs are still being calculated.
Who's partying? Hold on a second. Who's partying?
From breaking previous event or social gathering rules to not masking up during mandates. More than 2,900 COVID-19 related tickets have been issued in BC for a total of more than $2 million in fines. But as of November 3rd, only 921 tickets, or close to 32%, have been paid.
That is
generating
wrong.
$500,000 in fines for the province.
No, that is not good. That is really... Can we get out there and pay our fines, please? What's wrong with you people? No, I don't like this. I really don't like this. I feel like this is wrong. Can you get out there and pay your fines?
Beyond restricting somebody's ability to purchase car insurance or renew their driver's license, the government really has no method of collecting unpaid fine revenue.
The reality is, at some point, you will pay that fine.
Oh, did you hear that? That's an awesome one. Here, this is awesome. This dude right here. The reality is, you're gonna pay that fine. I'm like, get over here, pay your fine.
The reality is, at some point, you will pay that fine.
You took it. We have it. 9% of tickets are currently being disputed in court. 40% have been
No, you did.
$610,000
in fines owed.
Collection agencies will also be pursuing outstanding tickets. They don't get to thumb their nose at the people of this province and get away with it.
Just under 600 COVID tickets, or 20%, have been canceled or the person found not guilty, or are still in progress and neither paid nor disputed. With restrictions lifted, lawyer Kyla Lee says prosecution may no longer be in the public interest.
The law has no longer been in effect for quite some time, and so people don't really see the point of it anymore. The cost of issuing the tickets, the cost of all the enforcement actions will far outweigh what is ultimately collected into general revenue.
At the end of the day, Lee predicts the province will see a
into general revenues will far out really see the point of it anymore. It's the cost of
rest.
The law has no longer been in effect for quite some time, and so people don't really see the point of it anymore.
That's the problem right there. People don't see the point of it anymore. She just hit it. That's the problem. Yeah. What's wrong with you people?
The cost of issuing the tickets, the cost of all the enforcement actions will far outweigh what is ultimately collected into general revenue.
At the end of the day, Lee predicts the province will see a deficit from pursuing pandemic scofflaws.
Scofflaws. You're scofflaws. You hear me? You're scofflaws. You're scoffing at the law. You hear me? You're
Yahoos.
scoffing. Yeah, you yahoos are scoffing at the law. You're scofflaws. What is a scofflaw? That's a great word. Scofflaw. Famous scofflaws in history. Famous scofflaws in history. Okay, let's see here. Famous scofflaws in Canada.
Ooh.
Yeah. Electoral scofflaw. What is a scofflaw? School for scofflaws. Ottawa bylaw cracking down on mask scofflaws. You dirty, dirty scofflaws.
Scofflaw. Scofflaw.
A person... Pan, take it away, brother. Right over here. Let me increase that font for you. There it is.
A person who flouts the law, especially by failing to comply with the law that is difficult to enforce effectively. There you go.
It's difficult to enforce effectively, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be enforced upon you. Please pay your fines, you scofflaws. You're scofflaws.
The pran is for you to pay the fine.
And it's
That's
a
the
good
pran.
pran. It's a very good pran. And right now you're not pranning according to pran. All right, let's see here. Ottawa bylaw. This is from a while ago. It's from September 29, 2020. And they're saying the exact same kind of thing right here, right? That people, these scofflaws. No, this is people who are just not doing it. The warning phase. Ooh, this is scary. Take it away, brother. Ooh. Oh.
Ottawa bylaw. The warning phase for the temporary mandatory mask bylaw is ending. Officers will continue to exercise discretion, but tickets will be issued in cases where a warning is not deemed sufficient or when repeat offenders are encountered. Possible fines, $240, including victim surcharge fine for individuals who are not exempt
wear a
by
mask
the
when you
bylaw and fail to wear a mask. $490, including victim surcharge for businesses or property operators who fail to comply.
Scary. Very scary. Very scary. Get ready. Get ready, because
Watch out.
Yeah, watch out. You better watch out. Right?
Watch out, scofflaws.
Because Santa Claus knows when you've been bad. He knows when you haven't been good. All right, here you go. More than 7 months. Hundreds of them. Hundreds.
You took it. We haven't.
You took a but yours. You are making. Why don't you? Please don't allow me. But mask. But
He just took his off. You took it. We haven't.
you took a but he took a. The took. But it took.
No, you did. No, you did. No, you did.
But it took him. Took him and Badum.
It was tough talk back in May during a tough COVID time.
It is frustrating for all of us that there are some people who think the rules don't apply to them. Well, they do.
But 9 months later, it seems many still don't see the rules applying to them. 2,724 COVID-19 related tickets were issued for things like not wearing a mask or breaking previous social or event gathering rules, administered on the province's request by ICBC. Of those, just 736 have been paid.
At the end of the day, when you go to renew your ICBC insurance,
But when you go to renew ICBC, we're going to cancel your insurance. So it's not a problem. You do contact insurance. It is okay.
You have to pay the fine. And so those tickets will be paid.
Canada, the banana republic. I love it, man. It's too funny for me.
It is very good. We're dancing. Everything is having fun. We're all having fun. But you dance. It doesn't matter. You're going to pay.
Today, when you go to renew your ICBC insurance, you have to pay the fine.
Yes, it is normal.
Tickets,
it is
will be
normal.
paid.
COVID-19 tickets have proven hard to enforce. The one tool, that license renewal, the government has
It is a
its
tool.
disposal, doesn't work for everyone.
It is just a tool. But it's just a tool to make sure you are safe. It is only tool like sledgehammer against your freedom nuts. It is just a tool.
Freedom bookends.
The need to pay the fine essentially follows along with somebody's need to have a license. So the government has never had a good system to collect outstanding provincial fines.
But there were also a growing number of files falling to the wayside. There are 417 of those tickets currently in dispute. 390 have been cancelled, withdrawn, or the individual has been found not guilty. And that number could grow as the court could toss fines no longer deemed in the public interest.
As we see restrictions on...
What is ICBC insurance? Great idea. ICBC insurance. What is it? Excuse me. It is ICBC insurance. Is BC insurance cheaper than Alberta? What is ICBC? Car insurance is BC. Is ICBC the only? It is the BC primary insurance, sure, in the province. What is this? If you have spent any time driving in BC, I have not. You are likely familiar with ICBC. I am not. This Crown Corporation has been in effect since 73 and is the primary insurer for all BC drivers. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You have to get insurance through the BC insurance company? Is that what you're telling me right now?
I thought I saw something there that said that private insurance is available, but
Yeah, it says that. You're right. While the ICBC serves as primary insurance in the province, private insurance is still available. Are you serious right now? What is Insurance Corporation of British Columbia? It's like we live in a socialism. I don't understand, Mom. But, Mom, I thought I was born in a free country, Mom. So that's how they're holding it against you. Got it. Totally got it. Ro, have you been living under a rock? No, I'm in Ontario. I have no idea. I have only private insurance. I pay, what do I pay? I pay Sonnet. And then I have a Costco insurance or something for my house insurance. I don't know. It's just freaking, ugh. And then every month they ding my credit card. You know? That's it. BC isn't Canada anymore. It's China, says Gotcha Knows. Alberta also had it. Was cheaper when I lived out there, says Mark Dietrich. My home insurance and car insurance is all from SGI, says telling me ICBC is only automobile insurance, says Gail Tiddlepaw. Our insurance is private in Ontario. Yeah, okay, so mine isn't private. That's it. So we all pay the same. Fools, says Space. Very serious. They should consider themselves lucky. We only chat and honk, says Problematic Post. Yeah, well, that's it. Okay, so that's how they're screwing people. So this guy who's speaking here must be the ICBC dude. He's like
the little smile he gives like this smile. He's like, yeah, we're basically not going to let you renew your license. And then he gives like this, a-hole smile.
Got it. Now it all makes sense. So you're just not going to you're just not going to be able to drive anymore because you didn't pay your COVID mask fine. Got it. You're CVID. Sorry, excuse me. Oh man. Wow. CVID. Wow. Clyde says ICBC is a monopoly for automotive insurance. It's a complete scam, says Clyde. All right, well, there you go. See that? Had no idea, brother. Wow. Peter Pran ears. I'm a goblin. I'm a little goblin. There's a show I watched, right? It's called Goblin Slayer. I'm just going to show you a picture of a goblin from Goblin Slayer. Goblin Slayer, Goblin. Just watch this, okay? Hold on a second here. Let me get a good picture. Let me get a better pick. Goblin Slayer, great anime. My kids watch anime, so then sometimes I'm like, what is this? I was watching it. I was just drinking. And I'm like, this is good. Like, this is really good. I love what this dude is doing. Just like crushing every single degenerate. There, see that? Does it line up? Check that out.
Same thing. Like virtually identical.
I don't know. I'm getting goblin vibes off of him. There you go.
Virtually identical.
I'm a goblin. I'm a goblin. I am a goblin. I'm a goblin. I'm a goblin.
Sorry.
He's a goblin.
Case closed. Exactly. Case closed. Case closed. Saved to my scrapbook. Case closed. I'm gonna save this goblin face too.
Yeah, you got to save them together.
Yeah.
They're a pair. They're a pair. A pair for the scrapbook.
Yeah.
When you go to renew your ICBC insurance, you have to pay the fine. And so those tickets will be paid.
COVID-19 tickets have proven hard to enforce. The one tool, that license renewal, the government has at its disposal, doesn't work for everyone.
The need to pay the fine essentially follows along with somebody's need to have a license. So the government has never had a good system to collect outstanding provincial fines.
But there were also a growing number of files falling to the wayside. There are 417 of those tickets currently in dispute. 390 have been canceled, withdrawn, or the individual has been found not guilty. And that number could grow as the court could toss fines no longer deemed in the public interest.
As we see restrictions on gatherings and events and parties and nightclubs and dancing and businesses.
Can you believe they did this to us? Can you believe that we allowed this? Can we, we allowed ourselves to go through this? That's it. I'm telling you. Like I said, there's this beautiful lady. She is a real thought, like super thought. Tattoos all over her body. you know, her lips are inflated. But the line is, yeah, man, I'm telling you, but it stuck out. She's like, why are all the guys cucks? And she was in Place Orleans. Place Orleans is it's a mall right near my house. Okay. Right by my house. And she's there, and she's, you know, her tongue is pierced, she's got piercings all over, you know, her breasts are inflated and whatever. And she's just like, yeah, I'm telling you, but she's like, lol, lol. And I was just like, this thought is right. And she goes, the guys are all pussies. And then I watched her and I'm like, I'm not a pussy. I'm not a pussy.
I'm not.
I'm not a pussy. I'm not a pussy. And that was it. And then I became exempt.
Right.
There you go. Reconnecting. Okay. Let's see. Reconnection successful. All right, are we back?
We almost lost it. We almost lost it.
We almost lost it. Okay, refresh. There we go. Okay. It's on ultra mode. Let's see, back. All right, are we back? We're back. All right, there you go. I was just telling my story. There you go. All right, good. We're back. Good. Okay. Yeah, so much for leg day, says HonkTube. No, you're right. You know what? I'm going
to... Get a little tricep workout, do some dips.
Okay.
You know, maybe you can work your legs when we get back going with the commission. Here.
I'm going to. When the commission starts up in a few minutes, it's starting in 3-4 minutes. And when that starts up, I'm going to, I got to exercise, man. I have to move. My body is degrading. I can feel it degrading. I'm getting lardy, fatter and fatter every day because I just keep eating, you know, cheeseburgers and drinking beer. Yeah, man, I gotta work out. What happened to the man who collapsed, Victoria Winter? He was carted off in a EMS emergency system. No evening walks, is Rickardy. No, I gotta exercise, man. I'm gonna exercise. It's the alcohol now. I've been drinking alcohol for years. It's not the alcohol. It's I need a break from everything.
It's the cheeseburgers.
Be lifted. There isn't a message that needs to be sent to the public by imposing the fines.
The ticket's going to the Riverside Calvary Chapel.
As part of all this, Crown prosecutors recently stayed 25 tickets, totaling nearly $59,000, issued to 4 churches in BC accused of breaking COVID rules.
Government officials at all levels need to be more cautious about issuing orders that violate fundamental freedoms of Canadians, and then also issuing tickets.
Whoa. Did he just say issuing that violate fundamental freedoms? Is this guy on our side?
Government officials at all levels need to be more cautious.
Oh, he's from the JCCF. Look at that. Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, Marty Moore.
Okay.
Yeah, man, Marty. Let me just look at Marty McFly. Marty Moore, JCCF. Yeah, that's right. Litigation director. That's him right there. See that?
Okay.
Cool, man. Cool. He was in the States. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. California law. He got his degree at College of Law in California. Then he went to Chicago. After that, he came to Saskatchewan. Canadian law equivalency. Then he went to Alberta. Called to the bar in Alberta in 2015. Cool, man. I'm going to tell my son, you know that? I'm going to tell my 11-year-old. My 11-year-old, he'll be good at this. Constitutional law. I think that's the best. I was actually going to go into law. Did you know law or computer programming? I decided to go into programming years ago. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I applied to both. Okay, let me see what we got here.
About issuing orders that violate fundamental freedoms of Canadians, issuing tickets.
The legal question of whether the orders and tickets breach fundamental freedoms has still not been determined. The BC Court of Appeal will hear this issue in March, and if the court agrees,
just jail all these
the orders were
people.
a breach of rights.
Just jail everybody. I think you should just jail everybody.
Just fine them all.
Yeah, fine
them all, and then make them pay their fines.
Make them pay their fines, or you can't get your automobile license. That's what they should be getting. That's good. I really like that. I think that's great. I think that's a fantastic idea. ICBC sends unpaid provincial ticket fines, I think that should be, directly to collections. But see, this is weird, because why is the British Columbian Insurance Company the ones who are the receivers for the CVID mask fines? How does that work? I'm having a hard time because I feel like this is wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. and you're correct.
Am I correct? I feel like this is wrong. I feel like this is, what's the word? Oh, here we go. Hey, we got Tom Curry. Check it out. We got a whole cast of characters right here.
What a fantastic egg on his head.
That's right. Yeah. Perfect. All right, here we go. So let's see who's up, and hopefully they don't fall over this time. Let's see what's going on.
Right.
I'm
Wow.
gonna do some
Stay
squats.
safe. Stay safe up on the stand there,
right,
fellas and ladies.
Okay, I'm gonna do some squats. Oh, okay. Hold on a second here. We got. They essentially stole 2 vehicles from me. Storm Damage says, "No, you're a hooker." Adjuster told me they were write-offs. Then they sent me an email. I had 14 days to come pick them up. Destroyed vehicles. Oh, wow. That's crazy. ICBC. Because I didn't see the email, they claimed they were legally allowed to seize the vehicles because I abandoned them. Oh, my. We are living in some weird times. Dan Marshall says he scrolled down, very down. Is it true someone collapsed? Here's the video of falling over sudden. Here it is.
It is true.
Yeah, here's a video. We're back now though, but here we go. Here's a video.
He says that there are 300 commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
What's that yell? What's that yell? This gasp. Nice one. Thanks a lot, D. Tommaso. This guy is corrupt. I can smell it. So I'm looking forward to hearing him tomorrow. This guy's very corrupt. 100%. He's working for the Solicitor General Sylvia Jones. Sylvia Jones, Doug Ford refusing to testify. Again, reiterating that today. And D. Tommaso, he's being put in their stead to cover for them. Being in contact with Thomas Carrique, many text messages between the two of them. And D. Tommaso here as he witnesses his the commission counsel falling over. That's it. And I can't remember this guy. I think his name is Paula Quinn. There it is, though. All right, we are back, and we got a brand new witness. Here we go.
Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for adjusting our schedule. That's very accommodating. I understand a witness is willing to go ahead today out of order. It's Mr. Freeman, I think, and counsel ready. Thanks.
Mr. Commissioner Jean-Simon Schoenholtz for the commission, and as you said, our next witness is Mr. Commissioner Ian Freeman.
Okay.
Mr. Freeman, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Bible is fine.
Sir, if you could please stand behind the microphone just for the record. Thank you. For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Ian Freeman, IAN FREEMAN.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Freeman. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you again. So, Mr. Freeman, you sat down with Commission Counsel, I believe last month, for an interview. You recall that?
I do.
So let's pull up WTS 6021. We've prepared a summary of that interview, and you've had a chance to review it with your counsel.
I have.
Do you have any changes to make to the summary?
There is one change I'd like to make.
Okay.
It's towards the end. There's a reference to tow trucks that were supplied or coordinated to, I believe it says we supplied 10 to the city of Ottawa.
Okay.
Send 10 to the city.
We could scroll down to try and find that.
Very close to the end. I think keep going. Keep going. Yes, so it says here in this paragraph that's at the bottom of the page, Mr. Freeman's understanding is that MTO sourced some heavy tow trucks for Ottawa and up to 10 tow trucks for Windsor. It's actually 10 for Ottawa. For Windsor, we provided a contact name for a tow truck to the OPP, but I don't believe they used that tow truck operator.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other changes?
No.
Wonderful, so we'll have that entered into evidence. So Mr. Freeman, could you start by telling us your current position?
Currently, I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Corporate Services Division at the Ministry of Transportation, which is also the Chief Administrative Officer.
And I understand that wasn't your position during the events of January and February earlier this year.
Yeah, that's correct. At the time, I was the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Policy and Planning Division at MTO.
And can you tell us briefly what your responsibilities are and were at the time?
Yeah, so as the Assistant Deputy Minister in Policy and Planning, I was responsible for developing long-term transportation plans, developing transportation policies. We had a unit that was responsible for intergovernmental relations, as well as other policy coordination type activities.
Okay. And what generally is the MTO's mandate?
Well, MTO's mandate is to provide safety for the transportation network, to do operating of the provincial highway system, to provide long-term transportation planning for Ontario's transportation system, and other safety and operational activities related to the transportation system.
And your role within that is the lead on policy development.
That's right.
And who do you report to?
I report to the Deputy Minister of Transportation.
And who was the Deputy Minister at the time?
It was Deputy Minister Laurie LeBlanc at the start. About halfway through the protest period in mid-February, we had the Deputy Minister retired and we had a new Deputy Minister, Doug Jones. There was a very brief period where an associate took over for a few days.
Okay. And how many other Assistant Deputy Ministers are there?
There are 6 other Assistant Deputy Ministers.
Okay. Do you regularly have direct contact with the Minister of Transportation, of Transport?
Not daily, but regular, probably weekly, sometimes less or more, depending on the circumstance and what's happening.
And what kind of contact would have you have had with her during these events?
During the events, we had occasional briefings with her to give her updates on what was happening operationally and the support that the ministry was providing, as well as discussions on what else could the ministry do from a regulatory or policy perspective.
Okay. And what role did the minister have then in responding to these events?
I don't know that the minister had a direct role in responding to the events. The government's response, the government of Ontario's response, was being coordinated through the Minister of the Solicitor General. So she would have certainly had a role in terms of the mandate that I spoke to at the beginning, that she would exercise that, but I don't think she had a specific role in regards to these protests.
Thanks. Can you tell us generally what acts and regulations MTO is responsible for enforcing?
The main act would be the Highway Traffic Act. I think there's quite a few other acts that we also enforce or have responsibility for, but our key act is the Highway Traffic Act.
And am I correct that both police as well as MTO officers can enforce the provisions of the Highway Traffic Act?
That's correct. I don't know if our enforcement officers enforce all aspects of the Highway Traffic Act. I think there's certain elements of that they do, among other legislation as well.
So in some cases, MTO officers could enforce independently. In others, they would require enforcement by police.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to go to ONT 50447. So this is an email dated January 21st from Jessica Barton, who I understand is at the MTO. And if we go to the second paragraph, it says the convoy is expected to start in some areas of Ontario on January 25th, ending travel to Ottawa January 29th at noon. Primarily, it will be bobtail trucks, but may also include four-wheel vehicles and trailers as well. Currently, there's no estimated number of trucks. However, it is expected to be in the thousands into Ottawa. Did you receive this briefing? Yeah, if you go up, you can see the recipient list of this email.
No, I wouldn't be part of that distribution list.
Was this information that was generally available to you at this time on the 21st?
No, this would be, so this is our enforcement branch that this is being referred to, so the transportation enforcement branch. I wouldn't have any dealings with them for this issue at this time.
And so can you maybe just tell us who the ADM for that branch would be, or was at the time?
That would have been the ADM of our Transportation Safety Division, which was Shelley Unterlander.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us, do you have information on what MTO did at this time upon receiving this type of information in anticipation of the events?
My understanding is the Transportation Safety Division developed an operational plan, which would be normal course of action for them to do, which would speak to what the officers, what's the flow of information, what their anticipated role might be, kind of rules of engagements for officers. I would also imagine, although I don't have direct knowledge of it, that our operations division would also connect with police through likely the OPP to see if there was any sort of information that might be needed from highway operations. So, for example, changeable message signs, any support that might be needed for police. But I don't have specific knowledge as to what activities they took at this time.
Okay.
But those would typically be the types of actions that would happen for an event such as this.
And if we can go to ONT 405150, I just want you to confirm, I believe this is a copy of that plan that you just mentioned that was developed. Is that the plan you mentioned?
Yes, this would be it.
Okay. And again, the purpose of that plan was to kind of anticipate what type of actions MTO officers would be required to take as part of this event?
That's right.
And do you know what was anticipated at that time for possible actions they would take?
Well, from my review of the document previously, they were expecting a peaceful protest. They would not be directly engaging with the protest, but that they would, be available if police needed assistance with any sort of expertise around commercial truck inspections and those types of that type of work.
Okay. So, have you had a chance to review Ontario's institutional report?
Yes.
It's been provided, yes.
Yes.
So we don't necessarily need to pull that up, but it states that on February 4th, MTO officers began supporting the OPP with issues arising from the planned protest at Queen's Park in Toronto. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I guess what support was being provided?
My understanding was there wasn't any direct support that was needed. The officers were patrolling the GTA highways to be visible, but they weren't directly engaging in the protest activities.
And would engagement have been only subject to a request by OPP?
Yes.
Okay. And that request didn't come, I take it?
That's my understanding.
And the request for that support, for that visibility in Toronto around that time, that would have been on OPP's request?
Yes.
Do you know whether there was any requests by either OPP or OPS for a similar kind of presence in Ottawa ahead of the arrival of the convoy in Ottawa?
I'm not aware of a request for that.
Okay. How many, just to provide us with some context, how many MTO officers are there in the province?
There's approximately 150.
Okay. And I take it that those, the MTO is able to deploy those to different areas as necessary?
It can be done. It's not typical. Typical, they will operate out of specific regions and locations, but if needed, they can be.
Okay. Do you know if that was done in the present case, redeployment?
That's my understanding, is that officers were redeployed to Ottawa at the request of the OPP, towards the back end of the protest.
Okay. In the institutional report, it states that on February 4th, there was a meeting between the MTO, Transport Canada, and others to discuss certain measures that might be available. If we can pull up ONT 402759. If we can just go down to the next email. Yes, so this is an email that you sent, I understand, with a summary of the calls. I understand there was a first call on a 4th and then a follow-up on the 5th. Is that correct?
That's right.
And this is your summary of those calls?
The one that's showing here is my summary of the February 5th call.
Okay.
I'm not sure if further down it summarizes the 4th.
Okay. I want to touch on a couple points in
Sure.
this email. So here at the point that starts by number 1, it says, I guess I'll start. just above that, they being Transport Canada, correct?
Yes.
Are looking for the following, and then you ask for a response to this. You say, point one, can we provide the impacts of any charges that could be laid to truck drivers, operators? For example, types of charges that lead to CVOR points. What are potential impacts of that? Insurance, sanctions, contracts? Are there other potential non-CVOR impacts? So what was the inquiry here from Transport Canada? What were they looking for?
Transport Canada was interested in understanding if police laid charges, or even if there was the threat of laying charges, what would be the impact to commercial vehicle operators in Ottawa who were protesting? And just to be clear, they were interested in understanding, what type of highway traffic offenses, as an example, that might lead to sanctioning of a carrier.
Okay. And you anticipate my question, that defining CVOR, so that's very good. Did MTO make those inquiries?
We did.
And what generally, can you explain to us what the response to this point would have been?
Well, there's all sorts of offenses. There's a long list of offenses that can lead to points. It could be mechanical fitness. It could be, for example, even stopping on a roadway. Any number of driving offenses could lead to CVOR points. So there's quite a few of the Highway Traffic Act offenses would lead to CVOR points.
Okay. Talk a bit more about that later, but that's a good introduction. Thank you. It continues at point 2. Some jurisdictions have legislation in place that protects critical infrastructure services from occupation, disruption with significant fines, etc. Does Ontario have anything? Not that I'm aware of. And can you maybe explain what that was about and what the response was?
Transport Canada raised that. I can't remember if it's New Brunswick or Nova Scotia, but one of the Atlantic provinces had, I don't know if it was under emergency orders or what, but they had legislation in place that where there was similar situations that were impacting critical infrastructure, so not related to safety, but related to protests or civil unrest, that there were substantial financial penalties included in their legislation. So Transport Canada was interested if anything existed in Ontario, and I wasn't aware of anything, and I don't believe we found anything that existed in Ontario that would be helpful.
Thank you. It continues at point 3. Tow operators, are there any incentives we might recommend to get them to help if needed, or penalties if they don't? And then you say this is a tough one, as I'm not sure we have any direct contracts with them, et cetera, et cetera. So can you explain again what the nature of the request was here and what the response was?
Yeah, I think simply put, Transport Canada was just wanting to know, should police need heavy tow trucks? Would MTO have direct contracts with tow operators that would be able to be deployed in the city of Ottawa? And so my comment there was that, excuse me, I didn't believe that we did have contracts with tow operators that would be applicable inside municipalities. But I was asking the question for them to find out.
And what did you find out on that point?
We did not.
Thank you. Let's go to ONT 50311. while we're pulling that up, we've heard from the City of Ottawa that they asked the Deputy Minister of Transportation whether there was anything that could be done in regards to truckers' insurance or CVORs, but that the province wasn't prepared to do anything in that respect. So I guess my question is that accurate? What's your response to that?
Yeah, there's several documents, I think, in the record that speak to questions around this. So maybe if I could just try and explain the CVOR.
Yes.
How it works. So, and I think the deputy speaks to it a little bit here, but the way that the CVOR regulation works is it's a process by which there's escalating penalties and by which a safety record is built over time that allows the deputy registrar to take action. So what I mean by that is based on an operator's safety record. So based on the inspections that they have, the convictions that they have, or on-road events, so collisions, they accumulate points. And as they accumulate points on their record, the province takes escalating sanctions towards them. So it starts with kind of warning letters. It might involve an interview to talk to them about their safety practices. And then it would move to perhaps suspensions or other kind of actions to try and redirect them, perhaps a safety audit, up to eventually it could include a cancellation. At the time that we issue a cancellation or throughout this process, they're given written notice that this has happened. They're at the time of a cancellation, and then they are allowed to seek a hearing or a response in writing to the deputy registrar. There's based on that, there's also an appeals process that they're allowed to go through as well. So I think that was the challenge that we were trying to communicate to Transport Canada and the City of Ottawa at the time, was that the Highway Traffic Act itself and the CVOR is built around this process or these procedures that are well understood by the courts, well understood by industry, and to protect the legitimacy of it, we couldn't try and use that process to do something different. And that was the challenge that we were trying to articulate until the emergencies orders were put in place, where it was a different regime. And I'm sure we'll get into that later.
Thank you. That's helpful, and we will get to that. So if we can go, these are minutes taken from, or a summary of a call between the city, the federal government, the provincial government on February 6th. And if we can go to page 6, my understanding is you weren't present at this call, correct?
Correct.
Your deputy minister was present.
That's right.
So if we can go down. So right there. So here we have a few points, a summary of what was said by the deputy minister, correct?
Yes.
And here first it says on tow trucks, they will be working with the private sector to see what's available and can be provided. Are you aware of what efforts MTO made to work with the private sector to obtain tow trucks at that time?
We started investigating this right away and had great difficulty finding tow truck operators that were willing to help. We looked at, we do have some arrangements with tow truck operators, not in municipal, but on highways, in certain highways, as well as in our truck inspection stations, some of them. So we started contacting them as well as any other providers. We spoke to some of their, stakeholder representatives that represent the tow truck industry, and had very little luck. Eventually, we were able to find a few that would agree to help out. But my understanding was, and I wasn't directly involved in this, but my understanding from those that were, that it was a very difficult process to try and find tow truck operators that would be willing to help.
And are you aware of what was making that so difficult?
It was the threat of to their livelihoods, to their business, and to their drivers. They had indicated to us that there was a lot of social media that was obviously, and a lot in the news about this, and so I think they were very worried that these are also their customers, that if they participated in this, they wouldn't have any business. But I even know when some names did leak out, they were inundated with calls and threats, and I believe some backed out as a result of that as well.
And in the end, I think you've already said in your correction to your witness statement, MTO was able to find 10 tow trucks that were deployed to Ottawa?
That's right.
Okay. And how were those found?
Just through calls, through contacts that were made by in our operations division. They were calling, late into the nights to try and find someone, and eventually a small number, one or two, said yes.
And would those have been made available to the OPP?
Correct. We didn't actually contract with them directly. They were we just helped facilitate for the purposes of the OPP.
Do you know if the powers available under the Emergencies Act were used to secure those 10 tow trucks?
My understanding from the area that was working with them, they weren't used directly. They weren't forced to do it, but the indemnification that came in the federal emergency order was helpful because they were worried about damage to their vehicles. I was told they couldn't get insurance, so I don't know if this tipped the scales or not. I wasn't part of those discussions and when they made their decisions, but I understand that insurance was an issue for them and that this was helpful.
Thank you. Second point says, from an enforcement perspective, the MTO is providing assistance where requested. However, enforcement resources are limited. Can you explain in what that referred to and what way were they limited?
I think just to the point of there's about 150 officers spread around the entire province, doing their daily safety mandate. So that's a limited number compared to, I think, the numbers that were being talked about for police, and certainly small compared to the size of the police forces across the province.
Was there ever a shortage of MTO officers being requested to be deployed in this event, or was it more so just getting them to where they needed to be?
I don't think, to my knowledge, there was never a request for resources that we weren't able to meet. This was early in the dialogue that was happening, where the Ministry of Transportation was brought in. So I think she was more making a point that, it's much larger than some small municipal police forces, but it's much smaller than the OPP has, for example, that we just don't have a large pool of resources to direct to help.
The third point here, in response to the point about using licensing and sanctioning as a tool, she, being Deputy Minister LeBlanc, noted that demerit point is a long-term strategy that will not help with immediacy of the situation. It will not impact the actions of many in the short term. Can you, I think maybe you've already touched on this a little bit, but could you maybe explain this short-term, long-term dilemma?
I believe what she's referring to here is the point that I was making when I described the CVOR regime, where, or even licensing, for example, where points are accumulated on a driver record or a carrier record based on, convictions and things that actually happen. And that takes time, so for that to happen, if there was a desire to see us jump to, for example, as some have indicated, just start to cancel CVORs, I think she was trying to make the point that that's not how we deploy that legislation. It's done through the process that I outlined before, which takes actually quite a bit of time to move through the system.
And so your evidence then is that there was no mechanism to apply that kind of penalty in the short term.
That's right.
Okay. Last point, in addition, it seems that many of the trucks are from outside the province, and it adds a layer of complexity to the enforcement of the licensing regime. Can you explain what that additional complexity is when it comes to out-of-province vehicles?
The trucking industry is regulated provincially across the country. So if you're a trucking company that's home base is in Alberta, for example, the province of Alberta regulates that trucking company. Ontario does not. So I think she was simply referring to that even notwithstanding the time that it would take to sanction an Ontario carrier, we don't actually regulate out-of-province carriers. So I think she was just trying to speak to that each jurisdiction regulates those trucking companies in their home province.
And I think my understanding from your interview summary is that while the convictions would have some interjurisdictional impact, Ontario had no way of imposing penalties on outside of the province vehicles.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to put to you in relation to this call, there was testimony from Mr. Steve Kanalakos, the City of Ottawa's city manager. He recalled that during this call, the issue was raised of what tools were available from MTO's perspective, and he recalled that Ms. Leblanc seemed to be a little miffed that she got put on the spot and basically said, "I'll get back to you, I'll look into it," and never did. So I'm just wondering if you heard about that interaction, if you have any response to that.
I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of any more detailed response on kind of the points you've outlined to me being provided to the City of Ottawa at any point outside of this call?
I'm not aware of direct conversations with the City of Ottawa. Most of our interactions were done through the interactions that I was involved in were through Transport Canada.
Okay. Thank you. So let's pull up ssm.can.500363. So my understanding from the institutional report is that Deputy Minister Leblanc attended a FTP, Federal Provincial Territorial meeting with federal counterparts to discuss transportation enforcement responses to the protests. So that would have been on the 7th. And if we go down, these are the notes from that call. You're familiar with those?
Yes, I've seen these.
And you know what the purpose of this meeting was?
Can you just, on Monday, I think, I don't recall the specific purpose of this meeting, but I do know that because there were several meetings that were happening on Monday. And at that point, there was a desire to try and understand the options that could be deployed by transportation ministries and getting situational updates based on what was happening in each jurisdiction. I suspect that's what the discussion was here, but I would need to just look at the notes again.
Okay. Well, here we can start at the top here. It says TC proposal, maximum enforcement strategy. You're familiar with that strategy that was put forward by Transport Canada?
I'm familiar. Not necessarily that term of maximum enforcement strategy. I am familiar with a document that they created called an enforcement strategy.
Okay. So let's go down to page 2. And it says here under Ontario, on the second point, collective enforcement rather than maximum enforcement. I understand that to be Ontario's response to to Transport Canada's proposal. Are you able to explain what was being proposed as a change to the Fed's proposal?
I've read this and I'm sorry, I don't know what's intended by that statement. And I'm wondering, can you go back up to, I'm wondering if this was, and just like right to the top, I'm just wondering if it shows the, oh no, it doesn't show the attendees, sorry, okay. I'm just not sure if this was the call that Deputy Minister LeBlanc was on, or whether it was Deputy Di Tommaso that might have also been on this, because I think joint PSTC might have been transportations and Solicitor General. So it might, like, because a statement like that around enforcement doesn't sound like something that would have come from the Ministry of Transportation.
It's helpful, so we can ask him then. From our interviews with Transport Canada, they seem to have understood that Ontario was concerned about being perceived to be directing law enforcement agencies in how they were carrying out their functions. Would you agree with that characterization?
Well, again, that would be the Solicitor General, and I would say, I think there would be a general sentiment that in the Ontario government that they do not direct police forces.
And that was part of what guided MTO's response.
Well, not quite, because MTO certainly would not direct police, but our role in this was to support police. So I would say that was more of our guiding principle, rather than that we don't direct them. We're further removed from that in these types of events where there's a protest or it's a public order issue. Police lead the response, and Ministry of Transportation is there only to assist. I would say that would be our more fundamental principle, is how we would respond in all cases here.
And so would you agree then that in addition to the various practical concerns around the actual enforcement powers that were available, MTO was also concerned about only stepping in assistance to police and upon their request? Is that fair to say?
I think so, and maybe I would add to that too. We would want to be careful not to interfere with what was a police-led response. What I mean by that is, police would be, as I'm sure, I know the Commission has heard, developing plans, developing communication strategies, all of these things. We would not want to, as in our role as just playing an assisting role, somehow inadvertently create a problem for what police were planning to do. So I would say, the principle was we are there to assist, but we are also, more importantly, not there to not somehow interfere with what they were doing as well.
Thank you. If we could go to ONT 6095, So this is an email from you with some key takeaways from a meeting earlier on February 8th with representatives from Transport Canada. So if we can go to page 2. Here we go. So maybe you just go up first to the top of that email. So this is an email from yourself to the Deputy Minister, and you're briefing her on the key points from that call, correct?
Yes.
So if we can go back down past the redactions there. So it says, and I think this may go to what we were just talking about, SolGen is the Ontario lead for anything to do with enforcement of legal regulatory authority. Communications requests should go through them to ensure consistency, and nothing is taken out of context. Is that essentially reflective of what you've just told me?
It is. And in reading this, I would probably position it a little bit differently, in that police are the lead for anything to do with enforcement. SolGen was the coordinating body from an Ontario government perspective. I think, in writing that out, I probably used I just want to kind of clarify that, because I don't think SolGen was the lead for enforcement. I think that was police. But from an Ontario government response, SolGen was coordinating that.
And so is your understanding that enforcement issues, enforcement requests would come through OPP through to SolGen, and then if MTO is needed, those requests would be channeled through SolGen to the MTO?
Actually, no. So if there was requests from police, they would go directly to MTO, either our operations division to support with, signage and those types of things, or to our transportation enforcement branch for assistance there. SolGen would more be a coordinating body from a government response to this. So I think what we were trying to position here is that when the federal government was reaching out to Ontario ministries, so Ministry of Transportation, we really wanted to try and funnel the response through SolGen, who were at meetings and they were more involved than Ministry of Transportation was. So we didn't want to be sending up information that perhaps would be, different than what the policing strategy or the enforcement strategy might be from SolGen, who are having more direct conversations with the police.
And would I be right to say that this isn't necessarily the usual approach for MTO, that it would apply in every circumstance? It's unique to the type of activity in this case, that would be police led?
Sorry, can you just when you mean usual activities?
So in the normal course, MTO would be able to enforce without coordination with police.
Yes. If it's a transportation safety initiative, so our transportation enforcement officers have a mandate and they deploy that mandate regularly. It does not involve policing, for example. They don't have the powers to arrest, or they certainly I would say if it was any protest, whether it was of this magnitude or even a small protest, police would lead the response to that.
Moving to the second point, in Ontario, license demerits and operator registration points are affected by convictions, not charges. That point is just a reiteration of the fact that this is a long-term process, correct?
That's right. I think the only thing we were just clarifying there is that the point on convictions, not charges. So for something to affect an operator's record, it has to be a conviction, not simply a charge.
Obviously, and a conviction taking some time, it has to work through the court system.
That's right.
And then the final point, MTO enforcement is ready to assist with commercial vehicle enforcement that support its road safety mandate at the request of police. And so going to maybe your earlier point, why was this different that MTO would only act at the request of police? Is it because it was a public order issue?
Yes.
And had there been any requests from police for assistance at this point? Again, we're
Could you just remind me of the date of this?
February 8th.
Actually, I believe on February the 8th is when, so yes, there had been requests of police. So the weekend before, where there was the protest in Toronto, where we were asked to kind of patrol. So there was those requests, and I believe it was on February the 8th that the OPP asked that transportation enforcement officers be under their command for the purposes of the response.
Okay. And so essentially, and was that second response that was complied with, I guess, by MTO?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go to ONT 50458. So this is an email from Parm Batal. Who is he?
Parm is the director of the MTO enforcement program.
Okay. If we can go down. Okay. So he says, I just got off a call with OPP Chief Superintendent Rowan Thompson. There will be a request coming through Solgen, I guess, to request a couple of things. Heavy tow and information and support. I think we've already talked about that. And then it says MTO enforcement support. MTO enforcement officers would be put under the incident command of the OPP to assist with ongoing protests across the province. That's the request you were just referring to?
Yes.
And so effectively, MTO officers would be available to the OPP, but they would only act at their request. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that request, as you already said, was approved by MTO?
Yes.
If we can go to ONT 50460. This is another email from Mr. Batal. If we can just go down a bit more, down. If we can go up. Up. Okay. So it's this paragraph under the bold. The role that MTO officers would do can include patrolling highways as a deterrent, provide intelligence on highways, be a subject matter expert on CMVs. What are CMVs?
Commercial motor vehicles.
Thank you. For the OPP, provide CMV expertise to municipal police services and OPP. CVSA inspections. What are CVSA inspections?
It's Commercial Vehicle Safety Association, I believe. These are basically, it's an organizing body, but it's basically what he's referring to there is doing mechanical inspections of commercial vehicles.
Dangerous goods support and providing other support as required. The work will be coordinated through OPP Emergency Operations Center, and MTO enforcement officers will be fully embraced within the OPP Incident Command for deployment and dispatch. So that's consistent with what you just told me. that they would be integrated within the OPP. And is the list I just went through there in that first sentence, is that consistent with your understanding of what they would be doing in support of the OPP?
Yes.
Okay. If we can just go up to the top of this email, just right up to the top. So are you aware of what was the purpose of this email?
I don't know who he's sending to. It looks I'm assuming he's sending it to all of the entire MTO enforcement officer group. So I think I think it's information sharing. So knowing that this is what's happening and to make sure officers are aware of what their responsibilities are.
So it's effectively to brief officers on what the agreement is between OPP and MTO.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know they ultimately updated the operational plans, et cetera, to accommodate this, but I suspect this was having just been informed and agreed to that's what they were doing. They were making sure officers were aware as quick as possible.
Okay. Let's go to ONT 50461. If we can scroll down, I think there's a portion in bold. This is, sorry, before we go down. So this is an enforcement directive. So is this a directive that would have been issued to all enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. So this is February 9th. If we can go down, there's a section in bold there. It says there, officers are not to engage in enforcement activities with individuals or vehicles participating with the Convoy for Freedom or related protest activities. What specifically was this meant to address?
This is basically making sure that officers understand that they're there in a supporting role for police based on, it's probably outlined in here as well, but similar to what you would have saw in the exhibit we just had, which was speaking to their role of helping with inspections, providing expertise, that type of role versus, making sure that they know they're not out there handing out tickets or doing those types of things.
And was this direction coming on request to the OPP, or was this a decision from MTO not to have officers conduct enforcement themselves?
I don't know where it came from, but it would be, it rings true as to the way that this type of, the approach and to this type of activity is when there's a police-led initiative, police are there to do enforcement. We provide support and expertise within our mandate. But again, our officers are not, they're not armed. They don't have firearms and things like that. So they would not provide that type of support.
Thank you. So I'd like to go to ONT 50156. This is a February 8th letter from Deputy Minister LeBlanc to Deputy Minister Michael Keenan of Transport Canada. You're familiar with this letter, correct?
Yes.
Were you involved in discussions around the drafting of this letter?
Yes.
Okay. And can you maybe explain what the purpose generally of this letter was? What was it in response to?
I think it was twofold. There had been a lot of discussions that we had back and forth between the Ministry of Transportation and Transport Canada, where we had committed to following up, and we wanted to make sure that our position was formally responded to. But I also think, there was many discussions where the federal government or municipalities had made suggestions that, why don't you just cancel CVOR as an example, like, why can't you use these types of powers? And we were trying to just make it clear that this, we've looked into this and it's not possible. So we just wanted to make sure we went on record by describing what we felt we could and couldn't do, so that there was no kind of ambiguity to it. And the other piece was just to make sure the roles and responsibilities within the Ontario government was made clear, that SolGen, the Solicitor General's, the Ministry of Solicitor General, was the coordinating ministry body, and MTO was there to assist.
Okay. If we could go to the third paragraph in this letter. It says, starting at the second sentence, the Ministry of Transportation stands ready to provide support as needed to law enforcement in areas where the ministry is well placed to help, and we have been working closely with the Ministry of the Solicitor General, including the OPP, to assist where possible. This includes providing traffic management support, such as messaging signs and barriers, to support traffic rerouting caused by the protests, and rigorously enforcing any convictions resulting from the protests. It also includes providing commercial vehicle enforcement support in ways that support the ministry's road safety mandate at the request of police. Ontario's response is being coordinated through the Ministry of the Solicitor General, and all requests should be directed through them. So was the federal government to understand then that all requests for MTO enforcement assistance were to come through police and to be communicated through the Solicitor General's office?
Requests from the federal government to the Ontario government, we were requesting that go through the Solicitor General. Okay. The Ministry of the Solicitor General, sorry, not the Solicitor General.
And so was the response here effectively communicating to the federal government that they were asking MTO to go beyond their enforcement capabilities?
No, I don't think that was the intent so much as in this part of the week, the first half of the week of the started on, I guess, from the 4th to the 8th or 9th when this was sent, there was a lot of reach out between different parties trying to get their arms around what's possible, what's not possible. And I think in Ontario, we were trying to put some order to our response so that we could be coordinated and most effectively support the operations. So I don't think it was meant to be anything more than that. It was to just try and put in a chain of commands, probably not the right language, but a proper communication flow so that we could make sure that as an Ontario government, we were all working together to support as best as possible. But it wasn't to suggest that anybody was overreaching and it certainly wasn't to try and be unhelpful in any way. It was trying to help us be organized in our response.
Okay. And this last paragraph here on page 1, however, I want to clarify some potential misunderstanding on the applicability of driver's licenses and commercial vehicle operator permissions in a protest situation. I won't read the full paragraph, but essentially was the clarification here along the lines of what you've already provided on CVORs?
Yes.
Okay. Was the federal government asking MTO to apply sanctions under that regime, like without convictions?
I don't know if it was ever a direct ask, but it was certainly questions or comments that suggested we should be using all powers within our toolkit, including cancellations of CVORs. I don't think they were suggesting that, go against what is allowed by the Highway Traffic Act or going against procedures, but they also didn't understand all of the procedures. So I think it was them trying to understand, and in a very narrow review of the legislation, it could be interpreted that you could just do that. And we were trying to explain that the application of the legislation doesn't practically do that.
We'll see later that there were warning letters issued after the provincial state of emergency was declared of potential CVOR consequences under that law. Could that have been done prior to the invocation of the provincial emergency, to send warning letters about known potential violations?
I think technically anything is, you could send a warning letter to do something like that. We were never asked by police to do it, and it was a police-led response, so I would clarify that first. But I would also say I think we would be of the opinion that sending warning letters for something that we know we wouldn't deploy wouldn't be the right thing to do.
Okay. And was that type of measure ever contemplated or discussed as far as you know?
Certainly there was lots of discussions about what we could and couldn't do, including notifying commercial vehicle operators that their trucks were there. Like we looked at all sorts of different things that could be considered. Okay. I don't know whether this was specifically discussed.
Okay. If we could go to pb.can.50810, and we'll go to page 4 once you open that up. So our understanding is that OPS had identified potential violations of the Transportation and Dangerous Goods Act. Go to page 4 and down to that background section, please. And you'll see here in this third paragraph, the Ottawa Police are seeking the assistance of TDG, which I understand to be Transportation of Dangerous Goods inspectors, to participate in joint police and MTO operations to provide subject matter expertise to confirm violations under the Act and regulations. Are you aware of these joint operations?
No.
No. And so does MTO play a role in enforcing this Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act?
We do. Yeah, the transportation enforcement officers are trained in transportation of dangerous goods legislation.
And are you aware of whether MTO officers engaged in any enforcement of that act during these events?
I'm not aware. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm just not specifically aware of whether or not the officers, that was part of their mandate that was given if asked by police to do that. I do not know if they actually did it.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to ONT 50111. So this is a February 9th, I think it's an email. If we could go down. Right, so my understanding is in this email chain, there was a question of whether OPP would be collecting CVOR information in Windsor. And MTO was advised that most vehicles in Windsor were not commercial vehicles. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And that was different than in Ottawa, I take it?
I actually don't know how many vehicles there were in Ottawa and whether most or not. There's certainly a large number of commercial motor vehicles in Ottawa. That we know, but as terms of whether it was most, I actually don't know.
Do you know whether MTO received CVOR information on vehicles in Ottawa?
We did, but only at the time when we were asked to exercise suspensions as part of the emergency orders.
Okay, at the tail end of
Yes.
the protests. And is that something that was done on request of police?
Yes.
That MTO was provided with that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If we can go to ssm.can.50374, and we'll go to page 3. So these are internal emails at Transport Canada on February 10th. I just want to get your comments on their content. Up to where it starts, sorry, page 3, suggesting that the federal government had authority to manage international crossings. And then it says, but this purposefully confuses authorities between governments. Was the MTO of the view that the federal government had the authority, or that Transport Canada, maybe more specifically, could act on its own to enforce with respect to the Windsor blockade because of authority on international crossings?
Not in the discussions that I was part of. That there may have been discussions around where the authority lies specifically with bridges, but at an operational level, we were supporting the Windsor Police and the Ontario Provincial Police. So, it wasn't part of the discussions I was having as to who had the authority.
Okay. And if we go to this paragraph, the Bridges and Tunnels Act has some authorities, but they do not directly bring any authorities to bear on the blockade. And then it talks about how the protest here is not on the bridge itself, but is on the road in front of the bridge. Would you agree that as the blockade was not on the bridge itself, the Transport Canada did not have enforcement authority?
I'm not an expert in that, but that would be my sense, is that, and that seemed to be the way it was playing out, is that Windsor Police were leading the response to this with the help of the OPP and perhaps RCMP. I'm not sure whether they were involved or not because we weren't directly involved in the police operations, but that's consistent with my understanding from a layman's point of view of what seemed to be happening.
So I take it from what you're saying then that you're not aware of the provincial government purposefully confusing authorities between governments?
No.
Okay. It continues, if we go down, paragraph starting, we can further suggest. Quietly to Ontario truly wants us to invoke federal authority to manage this crisis. They need to declare an emergency they cannot manage, so we can thereby invoke the Federal Emergencies Act to manage the blockades, i.e. turn their request to use federal authority into a poison pill based on the fundamental reality of legal authorities. So it seemed that federal officials are suggesting that Ontario is trying to force the federal government to use its own authorities. Are you aware of any authority other than the Emergencies Act that would have been available to Transport Canada to respond to the blockade in Windsor?
I'm not. And like this type of kind of discussion that was happening, I wasn't part of.
Okay. February 11th, in the institutional report, it states that the City of Ottawa requested MTO inspectors to perform inspection and enforcement duties in and around Ottawa, and that MTO approved that request and provided officers. I understand from one of the documents that the city was requesting 4 MTO officers. You recall that?
Sorry, is there a document that?
Yeah, we can go to ONT 50463. And we'll go to the 3rd page. If we can go down, sorry, right at the top there, Ottawa City requesting our 4 officers.
Yep. Yeah,
I'm aware of that request.
Yep.
And it says here, they would like visible enforcement, fly the flag and show of force on the roads, as their enforcement capacities have been limited and they want to instill public confidence, essentially mini blitz. And so was the request essentially just to be a show of force in the city of Ottawa, but not necessarily one that would lead to actual enforcement?
So my understanding of this one was it wasn't directly related to the convoy protesters. It was we were asked to provide some commercial motor vehicle enforcement, a blitz that was not addressing the people participating in the protest, but rather focusing on other commercial motor vehicles that were around, because I think from reading this, and I don't know the City of Ottawa's motivation specifically, but from reading this was that they wanted to make sure that the public knew we were also doing regular truck inspections as well. And my understanding is they did do some additional truck inspections on that weekend.
Thank you. We heard from City of Ottawa General Manager of Emergency Services, Kim Ayotte, in his witness statement that the city had inquired with MTO about towing capacity and that he understood that MTO was unable to assist. I take it from the evidence you've provided today that ultimately MTO was able to assist, but that wasn't provided directly to the city. Is that?
That's correct. It was provided to the OPP.
The Mayor of Ottawa testified that there were some discussions between the city and MTO regarding the potential of leveraging insurance to end the protests, and that the MTO was reluctant to explore this idea further. Can you maybe explain the specific issue of insurance?
I don't have much to offer on that, unfortunately. MTO doesn't regulate insurance. That's I believe it's the Ministry of Finance that does that. I don't believe we had, to our knowledge or to my knowledge certainly, that there was any powers that the Ministry of Transportation has, or even perhaps the province to do anything specific with insurance. Certainly not the ministry, and not to my knowledge.
Might penalties and demerit points under the CDR, might those have an impact on insurance?
Yes. So yeah, for sure. So if you as you collect demerit points on your license, your insurance often goes up, and the same is with a CVOR program that over time, as you if you have a worse safety record, you may have insurance impacts from that.
What you're saying is that the MTO could not have imposed some kind of suspension on insurance or something like that of its own enforcement power.
Right.
Thank you. We'll pull up COM 50910. This is Ontario's emergency regulations that were adopted after the provincial state of emergency was declared. So you can reference it as necessary. But what was your understanding of what additional powers the emergency declaration and the regulations provided to MTO and to the Registrar of Motor Vehicles?
So largely, the first I would say is there was a direct nexus between blocking or impeding critical infrastructure, as it's identified here, to the ability for the deputy registrar, or the registrar, to suspend licenses, driver's licenses, vehicle plates, and CVORs. That was the most substantive change for the registrar, so for MTO to be able to implement. And of course, it also gave police other powers in terms of directing people to leave the area and other penalties.
So is your understanding then that it provided MTO and the Registrar of Motor Vehicles the power to do what was being requested prior but couldn't be done?
That's correct.
Okay. If we can go down to section 3. So here it says, no person shall impede access to or egress from or the ordinary use of any highway, walkway, or bridge where such impediment has the effect of preventing the delivery of essential goods or services, severely disrupting ordinary economic activity, or causing serious interference with the safety, health, or well-being of members of the public. Do you know whether MTO or the provincial government had formed an opinion on whether that would apply to the vehicles parked on the streets of Ottawa? Whether they would be causing, A, B, or C?
My feeling is that this was intended to capture a situation like Ottawa and was used by police in Ottawa. So I believe the answer to that would be yes.
Thank you. And do you know whether either the MTO or the registrar used any of the powers? And I believe if we go down, it's keep going down. So the power at section 5 to order the owner-operator to remove a vehicle. And then I think it's at section 6 is to impose penalties. Do you know if those powers were used by MTO or the registrar?
They were. Not 5. I think police used 5. But the registrar did, through the deputy registrar, use the powers of number 6.
Okay. Do you know when those powers were used?
It was at the time that the protests were being cleared in Ottawa. I want to say February 19th and 20th and maybe 21st.
So at the tail end,
Yes.
during the enforcement action?
Yes.
Thank you. I see a request on, this is in the institutional report on February 12th, by the OPP to the MTO to supply concrete barriers. Is that a type of assistance that MTO would normally provide to OPP?
It could be if there was a need to have some sort of highway barrier for an extended period of time.
And I take it MTO responded to that request positively?
We did.
I saw in an email on this topic, I can pull it up if need be, but that there was difficulty with certain contractors in providing those barriers. Are you aware of?
Yeah, it was a similar situation as to what we were having with the tow trucks, that contractors were worried about the implications of helping. So it took they had to go through several to find one that would be able to supply. Ministry of Transportation doesn't have our own source of contract barriers, so we had to use, the concrete barriers. So we had to use contractors.
Thank you. If we could pull up ONT 6081. So this, I believe, is a February 15th email with respect to the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Crime Prevention and Policing Committee. And it's on this topic of Transport Canada's strategic enforcement strategy. If we can go down. So I believe this is an email where MTO provided some comments on Transport Canada's draft strategic enforcement strategy. What was your understanding of that strategy?
My understanding of the strategy was that Transport Canada wanted to give a playbook for the federal government, the provincial government, and police to be able to use consistent messaging and consistent approaches to how enforcement could be deployed in response to the protests.
And I understand MTO had some revisions, some proposed amendments to this strategy. Do you know what the nature of those amendments were? What were MTO's concerns?
So, I mean, this would be pretty normal for there's a good cooperation generally between the federal government and the province. So as they're developing documents, they'll send out drafts and we provide our input. In this case, it was generally to try and make sure that it was we tried to make like fact-based edits to their document. I don't believe it's in here, but I do know in meetings we suggested that this type of document should go through the Ministry of Solicitor General.
Okay. Do you know whether the strategic enforcement strategy was finalized and whether those comments were integrated?
I don't remember seeing a final version of this.
And do you know why that is?
I don't.
So do you know whether it was ever implemented then?
I don't.
Okay. In the institutional report on February 17th, states that at the request of the OPP, MTO secured heavy tow trucks to support police efforts in Ottawa. Those are the 10 tow trucks we've referred to.
Yep.
Did the provincial declaration of emergency assist at all with that?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Okay. If we could pull up ONT 975. We could go down to the second email there. This is a February 17th email. I wanted to share, as FYI, a request we received from OPP to confirm access to driver photos in response to the trucker protest. As you may know, MTO currently has strict guidelines for the use of MTO photos by officers. However, police can access under extreme circumstances. Police indicated they will be using these photos to help in criminal investigations regarding identifying offenders. Are you familiar with this request?
I am. It's not an area of the ministry I've ever had any direct involvement in. But I can do my best to give you some context if.
Well, I guess the question is this the type of request that I understand in extreme circumstances that would be done in other circumstances? It didn't require any emergency legislation provincially or federally?
No. Essentially, my understanding of this is it's to allow police to. They already have access to driver's license photos. This allows them to reproduce the photos if they need to, and it's commonly used for investigative purposes, or could even be used for, an Amber Alert or something like that, where they want an access to a picture or something like that. So it's those would be the type of exceptional circumstances.
Okay. If we go to, I understand an operations plan for ministry officers was adopted to assist with the enforcement action in Ottawa at the tail end of the protests. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain the purpose of that plan?
So my understanding was this just brought a little bit more specificity to their role to support the clearing of the protests. So they had some additional duties where they were going to be working at the areas where tow trucks might be removing vehicles and where they might be taking them for storage.
Okay, so their additional duties would be involved in the removal of vehicles and bringing them to storage.
No, sorry, just to clarify. So they did not actually remove vehicles, but just making sure that if the mechanical fitness was sound so that they could be towed. And then in the wherever the drop-off point was, just to assist police with that. And also if police had any questions on completing any of the forms that they needed to do related to the emergency orders or anything else.
And do you know whether that plan was developed in conjunction with law enforcement?
I don't specifically know, but I would imagine it would have been.
Thank you. And just for the record, that document is ONT 50452. We don't need to pull that up. We could, I just want to pull up briefly ONT 50976. This is one of the enforcement letters that was issued. Sorry, one of the warning letters, if we can go down. So this is the type of enforcement letter. Were these actually issued?
Yes, there was, I believe the number's around 50 to 60 of these that were issued at the request of police. And
I think there's a reference in document ONT 453. We don't need to go there. To this being done at the request of OPP, as you said. Do you know why this was in relation to authority under the provincial declaration of emergency, correct?
Correct.
Do you know why as I understand, these were issued on the 17th of February. Do you know why there was it took 5 or 6 days before these kind of letters were issued?
I don't have any insight into the police planning around that.
Lastly, I'd just like to go to SSM.CAN.500439. So I understand that there was a kind of a post-mortem discussion that was held between Transport Canada and the MTO. Is that right? Or maybe this is just...
I don't specifically recall one.
So it says here at the top, as mentioned the other day, we reached out to MTO for a post-mortem discussion on the blockades. This is on March 4th. Do you remember that?
I don't remember participating in a call. It's possible I did. I don't specifically remember the call, though.
Okay. Do you remember preparation for the call or
No.
hearing about it after the fact?
No.
No. Okay. So I'll just get your take on some of these takeaways from the call. It says, here are a few key takeaways. They being MTO, I understand, are now working through regular regulatory processes with respect to the trucks involved in blockades. For example, if there were tickets laid that impact CVOR, they will run the course of conviction and then would be reflected on the record. Can you explain what that
Yeah,
is?
so that's as I was talking about before. So if there's a conviction that's related to mechanical fitness or driver behavior that is related to the commercial vehicle operator registration, once a conviction happens, it then goes on the CVOR record.
And here it says that they are now working through. Has there been any change since the events in question here in MTO's approach to those types of convictions?
No.
No. And then if we just go down a little bit, the third bullet point, for out-of-province trucks, of which there were many, plates were seized and mailed back to the registrar of the home jurisdiction with an explanation letter. However, there is no mechanism to ensure that there would be an impact on the operator record. MTO is waiting to hear what the response from those provinces and territories will be. So my understanding is that that's still an issue, the ability to enforce CVOR penalties in other provinces and territories.
That's right. Yeah, that's as I described earlier.
And then lastly, if we go down in terms of lessons learned to the second bullet under that, at provincial level, what was lacking for MTO was ability to take immediate action on misconduct aside from temporary powers under the Provincial Emergencies Act. The system right now only kicks in when there are convictions, and that's consistent with what you've told me today, correct?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Freeman. Those are my questions.
Thanks.
Okay, well, maybe we'll take the afternoon break now for 15 minutes and come back and continue with the examination of this witness.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
I'm just trying to
Just trying to work out. I'm on the rowing machine. I don't understand. I'm listening to this guy talk about his bloody life. I'm out of breath, taking a shirted, and I can't relax. Why won't they let me shirt? In peace. Okay. Let me read the chat. Oh God, I'm sorry, I'm out of breath. no, I was just poop and I was still on the bloody rowing machine. I'm just bloody making a poop. I'm just trying not to be such a bloody fat bastard. Okay, hello fellow Scottish is feeling the poo. Okay. Okay, rowing machine, trying to get those pants to fit nice again. I'm just bloody fat. Okay. Megan Thrasher, I searched his Twitter and he never posted about taking a booster, but considering his stance, I imagine Gabriel got his booster and probably his flu shot too. The Highlanders have arrived, says Johnny Boy. Okay, let's take a breather here just to see. I just want to show you Johnny's chest for a second here. Because I feel like...
Wait a minute.
Nah, because everybody's fading, man.
Wow.
The whole chat's fading. So this is I don't like to pull this out because, it'll make a journey.
Oh, wow. So this is okay. I see what's going on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm on Zoom. I'm not getting the
the picture. Okay.
The visual.
Okay, no problem. Here you go. There you go.
There
brother.
we are.
Okay.
And there's Johnny Boy.
Okay, here we go because everybody's fading. We're fading quickly.
So they need a pick me up.
You need a pick me up. You need to see something to make you feel journey. Okay, just look at this beautiful specimen. Here you go. Speed 0.2. Absolutely. Oh. Yes.
Get up, get something sweet, get ya fucking brown.
Wow.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm feeling motivated right now. I'm ready to go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yes.
Hell, brother. Oh my lord, man! I'm telling you, it's hard out there. Listen to this guy from the Ministry of Transportation.
Oh.
You know what I mean, Pan? This is a hard one, brother. I don't know. Is it me?
No. Everybody is feeling it right now. They've sucked the life out of and the energy out of anything that was happening. It was okay. We were getting some good information up until we had the guy who just keeled over, and then ever since then we haven't been able to get that energy back.
I feel like when he keeled over, I keeled over. Do you know what I mean? Like a part of me keeled over.
Like
that's what
part of the soul of Canada keeled over because it's such an SH show. The taxpayer money is being wasted. We're finding no answers. It's on all levels. It's just farcical.
And I heard them at one point talking about the tow trucks again. I mean, these tow trucks, I never heard about tow trucks so many times in my life. Tow trucks. Scobie says, I feel the chat is still good energy. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Moto sucks. Ministry of Transportation. We all fainted together, says Anonymous. So ironic, and we know they won't credit it. Of course they won't credit it. Is it too soon to say they're dropping like flies, says Urban Angst. The new lies, says Space. That's right. Hail the marathon of honk, says Global Dom. We will never be the same. I keeled over too. That was a long sentence, says Eric Peters. Gucci says, we all have some low days, bro. Don't worry, we'll get our grooves up. Okay. It was so sudden. Absolutely. Truth may hurt sometimes, but lies always do, says Karen. I fell asleep, says Sterling Lighthouse. MSM says he was taken in an ambulance and there's no... Well, we saw the ambulance. That's right. Vinny sent the the pics. But I didn't get any updates past that. Let's see if there's any updates over here. We'll go ambulance, emergency, inquiry. Let's see. Here we go.
Residents felt abandoned. No, that's not it. Interpreter, that's 2 weeks ago. Let's see here. No, I don't see anything from. I need to do a search within an hour here. I don't think we're going to find it. Oh, this is interesting. This is just from that short amount of time from Mario Di Tommaso. His personal opinion that the provincial emergency declaration was more effective. It was helpful, but not necessary.
That's something that's been said more than once about, the need for the Emergencies Act. It was helpful, but it wasn't necessary.
Yeah, just looking here. Yeah, okay, so this is Gabriel Poliquin. Let's look this guy up. Should we do that? Should we look up this guy? This is the guy who fainted. Who is this guy? Yeah, who is this guy? Let's go to his... Well, that's him fainting, but I want to go to his... his page. Ah, here he is. Is this him? No, this can't be him. Nah, this guy looks too cool. Okay, here we go. Council at Olthuis van Erte. Here we go. Getting closer. Let's look into who this guy is. Let's see here. Ottawa Art Gallery. Here we go. Gib van Oort. We are very fortunate that Gabriel Poliquin. Here we go. Avocat, linguiste, écrivain, omnivore. Je suis Gabriel Poliquin.
It's got the Ukrainian flag.
Bonjour et au revoir. Let's see what else we got over here. Let's go through his tweets and replies. Let's see what he's into. We're gonna get some interesting information. Good choice of beer. Sorry to miss your reading tonight. I am busy in the ambulance. Sorry, that was rude. I'm sorry, that was rude. It was very rude of me. I'm going to the Ottawa Art Gallery. It's the Windsor Police. It's nothing. It is just, I just take another shot into my ass. It's not a problem. Until I fall, splat on my face. Sur Sparks Street est une magnifique journée d'automne. Cette rue piétonnière a un tel potentiel non réalisé. Idée, solution. À mon avis, c'est que peu de gens habitent le long de la rue Sparks. Ce n'est donc pas un espace communautaire. Dès que les fonctionnaires rentrent chez eux, c'est mort. So he's saying basically Spark Street sucks because it's not a community space. As soon as the people who work there go home, it's dead. C'est mort comme moi. Sorry. Again. Oui, tout à fait, Gabriel Poliquin, mais comment faire un endroit suffisamment attrayant pour que des résidents d'Ottawa du centre-ville et d'ailleurs se disent que de flâner sur Spark serait un bon plan pour une belle journée ensoleillée? That's my French from that's my European French accent.
Euro French.
My Euro French. Twitter isn't the happiest place these days. So I'm going to start a thread sharing some of the hilarious code switching. My 2-year-old is coming up with H.A.I.L to French, which she hears 20% of the time to L1 English. These are delightful terror. Might be interesting to compare baby's output with Chiac, the code switching dialect of New Brunswick, to see if there are any common or divergent patterns. This guy's way too clever for his own good. What is code switching? Do you know what code switching is? We're intellectuals. My name is Gabriel Poliquin. I am counsel as well as I am a code switcher. What is code switching? Code switching is when you speak different with the different people so you can blend in with the people. What is it? We shall take a look at what is code switching.
Ben, do you know what code switching is? If you'd be so kind, brother.
I've heard of it.
If you'd be so kind, let us talk about code switching.
This shift is called. Okay, well, I'll start at the top. Do you have a phone voice? Then you probably know that moment where you recognize the voice on the other end of the line and your phone demeanor relaxes. We all have different ways of presenting ourselves in different situations. We behave differently at work, with friends, and with family members that have known us all our lives. This shift is called code switching. But for people of color, it's a matter of survival. And if you don't realize that it's happening at your organization, it could be taking a toll on psychological safety. Keep reading to understand code switching, why it happens, and what it means for inclusion at work.
What is code switching? Is when you speak different with the different people. If you are with the blackies, maybe you say, what up, nigger? It's not a problem. You can talk like this because you are code switching. When you are with the whiteys, you might say, yes, madam as well. We should not allow them inside of our golf club. Code switching is very important for you to... Code switching. The code switching dialect of New Brunswick to see if there are any common or divergent patterns. This is me with all of my hotties.
He's just chilling.
Just check me out. Then, félicitations. Félicitations, very good for you. But today we must look at this. It's a little drawing of me walking, trying not to be touched by the peasantry of the city. What else we have here? Let us continue. Please show me. Look at what I have done. I collect bugs. Yes, I collect bugs. My name is Gabriel Poliquin. I have fallen over today. But do not worry, I collect bugs to feed the peasants.
Giant Asian hornet.
Découvert dans mon sous-sol, inside of my basement, un frelon géant asiatique. It is an Asian hornet. Meet our new pet.
Ah, so horny. It's a pet that it's definitely it will be with you for years, share all the memories. It's gonna love you long time.
I'm sorry. This is the guy. Yes, I am the fellow who has fallen today. You know me, Gabriel Poliquin. You do not know me for very long. You met me one time and then I fell down. But in my spare time, I go into my basement and I find Asian hornets. My daughter found this one. It is a very dirty little bug, but don't worry, I'm going to eat a steak. But you will eat this bug.
Interesting pet.
What is this? L'assimilation est une forme de racisme. Il faudrait que l'individu se coulât dans le moule qui n'est pas le sien, une uniforme en somme. Il n'est pire horreur, où que cela soit. La terre est à tout le monde, les frontières n'y changeront rien. Wow, okay, so this guy is a straight anti-racist, that's what you're telling me. He retweeted this. Assimilation is a form of racism. It means that the individual must pour himself into a mold that is not his own. Uniforme en somme, in totality, to become uniform. Il n'est pire horreur, où que cela soit. Il n'est pire horreur, où que cela soit. I think I'm missing some little bit of nuance there. Like Fleury. If you ask me to explain the nuance, I cannot explain the nuance. I don't understand English. La terre est à tout le monde. The earth is for everybody. Borders would change nothing. So that is Gabriel Poliquin. That's Commission Council right there. Totally anti-racist. That's very interesting to see. This is why you got to go through their social media. Assimilation is a form of racism. Totally anti-assimilation. That's Gabriel Poliquin. Interesting.
Quote, anti-racist, also a fainter.
Also a fainter. That's right. Also a Ukrainian supporter. Let's see what else he says here about Chris Barber. Let's see. I was just retweeting. Are anyone else's numbers down compared to last year? We have way more chocolat. And I'd say maybe 1/3 fewer kids than last year. Same. We must give them more injections. Too much Halloween. Let us reduce it to 1/5, please. Let's see what else we got here. It's a good thing they forced me to learn French. I like it. It's coming in handy now. Envie d'un nouveau resto à Ottawa, je recommande fortement Yemen Gate au 1559 Bank. Je n'avais jamais mangé de mets yéménites avant, succulent. He likes the Yemeni food. What else we got here? Doesn't believe in borders. Doesn't believe in assimilation. What else we got here? Excuse me. I like this pen, you know what I mean? Going through all this stuff and really getting a feel for the individual.
Yeah, it helps
Order
you
allowed.
understand the context, where these people are coming from, what their goals are.
What is she saying?
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Odor alert. What is she even saying?
Okay, I think
Don't ask
first
me, I'm
up
an American.
is the Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, Mr. Freeman.
Hi.
My name is Brendan Van Nienhuis. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada in this matter. Could we go, please, to ONT 50447? You see, I think we saw this before. This was a note from Jessica Barton to all MTO, yes?
It's to a particularly, to the enforcement branch of MTO.
I see, okay. If we could just look down the page there, just under good afternoon, she refers to a planned convoy called the Convoy for Freedom, right?
Yes.
And if we go a little further down the page, I think to the 5th or so paragraph. There we go. You see that the paragraph, the little short paragraph there with the link highlighted in it, the scheduled dates and routes are planned and can be
Yes.
found at this website.
Yes.
And the website there is the website called Bear Hug Canada Unity Bear Hug 2.0, right?
Yep.
You familiar with that being a website operated by Mr. James Bowder?
I'm not.
Okay. You weren't yourself paying close attention to the different factions, so to speak, of convoys coming?
No.
The distinction between the Bear Hug Canada Unity group and the King and Leach convoy, Freedom Convoy?
No. At this point, I wasn't directly involved in this. I was only following what was in the media.
Okay. Could we go similarly to ONT 50973? And this, too, is a note from Jessica Barton, and this is to Transport Canada, right?
Yes.
And this is sharing information also on January the 21st about the upcoming Convoy for Freedom?
Yes. Yeah.
If you can just go slightly down the page to that first entry in the table, you see already she has information with respect to a planned protest regarding border control in both Windsor and Sarnia, yes?
Yes.
And that's planned as what I think is referred to as a slow roll based on the description offered there?
Yes.
And then moving further down the page to the next table entry, you see again reference to the Convoy for Freedom and the Bear Hug or CanadaUnity.com website, correct?
Yes.
And so, again, to the best of your knowledge, there wasn't awareness on the part of MTO at that time of there being other convoy groups, such as the Freedom Convoy group associated to Mr. Barber, Ms. Leach, etc.
I don't know that I don't know that I would take from this email that there wasn't awareness of other groups. I can't speak to why only this particular website is identified. So I can't say with certainty the answer to that question.
Fair enough. Could we go to ONT 405150, please? And so do you recognize this, sir, as an operations plan for MTO with respect to the Freedom Convoy?
Yes.
And this is a document that went through various iterations as sort of a living document as things evolved, fair?
Yes, there's multiple versions of this. We went through some of them, I think, in the...
And this one appears to have been amended up to January the 31st?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to page 4 of the document, please. If you look at the bottom of this page, you'll see, if I've got my numbers right, yes, you'll see a list here of truck inspection stations across the province, right?
Yes.
And this is a list that tracks, it's not all of the stations, but this tracks the route of the Convoy for Freedom as I was understood by MTO at that time, right?
I can't say for sure, but that it, without seeing if the document states that, but just looking at these locations, that would seem to be correct.
Okay, and also just looking at the text above it, which said this plan's been developed.
Right, yep.
Right.
Yep,
Okay.
yep, that's correct. Yep.
If you continue on to page 5. Okay, and just stopping at the first paragraph, again, you see this is a group of commercial vehicle drivers planning a truck protest dubbed the Convoy for Freedom, right?
Yes.
And then in the third bullet under background, you'll see that, again, this is associated to the CanadaUnity.com website as opposed to other groups, right?
Right.
Okay. Is it fair to draw the conclusion that the intelligence or the information available and promulgated by MTO was really being drawn from the CanadaUnity.com website in terms of intended routes and so forth?
It's possible, but I wasn't part of the design or the creation of this document or really involved at this time, so I can't verify that for you for sure.
Okay.
But this document obviously only refers to that.
If we just look under mission statement a moment, and carry over the page just to see if it continues. I can't recall. It does not. So if we go back up to mission statement, these are the key mission items that I guess have been compiled by your staff with respect to the operations plan, right?
Yes.
And you see that what's being considered is whether to close TIS facilities if necessitated by protest activities, right?
Yes.
Were you aware at the time that more trucks and convoys were anticipated to be joining the existing Ottawa scenario by that point? Recalling this is the Monday after the first weekend?
I feel like by the Monday we had a good sense that it was getting bigger than we had initially thought.
And of course, we saw earlier, you already knew that there were affiliated or sympathetic protest activities that were contemplated or planned in the areas of the Ambassador Bridge at Windsor and at Sarnia, correct?
Yes.
And was it consideration given, so far as you're aware, to whether, in fact, it might have made sense to activate the TIS stations to require inspection of the trucks that were assembling in these locations?
My understanding from talking to the enforcement director is they did have conversations with the OPP and they were asked not to use the truck inspection facilities for this purpose.
Okay. If we go to page 7, please. In the second bullet point under enforcement, I see there, it reads in the last sentence, officers will not be involved in any commercial vehicle traffic stops of vehicles that are participating in the convoy protest unless directed to do so by the site leads, right?
Yep.
And was that similarly at the request of the OPP that your officers from MTO not be involved in such stops?
I can't say that what went into this was at the request of the OPP, but I would say that, as a general application of these types of protest type activities, that MTO would not interfere.
Could we go please to ONT.IR.701? And I'll ask to go to page 7 when the document's up. This is the Ontario Institutional Report, Mr. Freeman.
Okay.
And if we go to page 7, to the entry for February the 4th, and that's the entry for 16, let me actually do the first bullet. At 9:09 a.m. entry, do you see that?
Yes.
It indicates that MTO officers began supporting the OPP with issues arising from the planned protest at Queen's Park in Toronto, including blockage of GTI highways, right?
Yes.
And that lasted until Monday, February 6th, correct?
Yes.
That would be the second weekend of the convoy events?
That's correct.
And at that time, similar assistance was not provided by MTO with respect to the scene in Ottawa, correct?
Well, my understanding on that weekend is MTO officers were also providing regular patrols in Ottawa as well. I believe MTO was also assisting with closing of highways. I don't know whether it was done through enforcement officers, but I believe that weekend there may have been some highway closures. I may be wrong in my facts, but I know there was definitely times where MTO assisted with closing of highways or exits at the request of the OPP. It's possible it wasn't on that weekend.
Okay. Is it fair to say you don't recall when, but you believe that that occurred at some point?
Yes.
Okay. If I look at the next entry on February the 4th at 16:45, representatives of MTO attended an urgent meeting convened by Transport Canada, correct?
Yes.
And that was to discuss provincial and territorial mitigation measures directed at the Freedom Convoy protests, right?
Yep.
Could we go now, please, to ONT 402759? And just to be clear, you did not attend the February 4th meeting, correct?
Correct.
Could we go to the bottom email, which is at the intersection of pages 2 and 3? There we go. You see there's an email here from Aaron at Transport Canada, Aaron McCrory at Transport Canada to you and others, right?
Yep.
Your provincial and territorial colleagues?
Yep.
And Transport Canada here is again apologizing for the late evening email, but hoping to have a follow-up discussion tomorrow, that is to say Saturday the 5th at 11:30 in the morning, right?
Yes.
And I guess that's Central Time, so 12:30 here.
Yes.
And you attended that meeting?
I did.
If you go up page 2 to see your report onward from the meeting. There we go. Just go a little further up, we can see where it starts. Okay, so let's just see, you're reporting out to your staff, I believe. Could we just go to the email header? Reporting out to your staff, correct?
One was my staff, 2 were ADM, Assistant Deputy Minister colleagues.
I see, okay, to your colleagues and staff.
Yeah.
And you're reporting on what happened at the meeting from your perspective?
Yes.
If you just go a little down the page there, you're reporting on what Transport Canada is looking for with respect to 3 things. So if I may summarize, the impacts of charges that lead to commercial vehicle operator registry points, right?
Yep.
Legislation that protects critical infrastructure and services from disruption, right?
Yep.
And lastly, incentives that might be offered to tow operators or penalties to compel them to provide services, right?
Correct.
And if you go a little further down the page, you say they're hoping for any information we can provide as soon as possible, right?
Yes.
And Transport Canada has called this as an urgent meeting, right?
Yes.
And what you say to your colleagues and staff is, my suggestion is we pull what we can easily do on Monday and send end of day. Best efforts here. If something isn't available, I think we can say that, right?
Yes.
So you're saying to your colleagues and staff, essentially, don't work too hard on this. Don't kill yourself. We'll deal with it on Monday. Fair?
No, I don't. I didn't mean it to say that. I think people. It's a Saturday, and they would need to engage other people to try and find these things out. So I was suggesting that we would have something to them by end of day Monday.
Can we go to ONT 403842? This is the February 6th meeting, Mr. Freeman. The Sunday meeting to which I believe you didn't go, but you did send Lori LeBlanc, right?
She's the deputy minister, so I don't send her, just to be clear.
Excuse me, I've got the
it's my boss.
Roles reversed.
Yeah.
Could we go to page 6, please? If we go under where Mr. Keenan is speaking, he's got 3 bullet points summarized. And he notes at the last bullet point that the Wellington encampments, that is, say, the Ottawa occupation, is the spiritual source of the protest movement, right?
Yes.
And it's inspiring, in short, other protest activities that have begun to be seen in locations as far away as Coutts, right?
Yes.
It creates the spiritual fuel that will sustain the actions of the various encampments, right?
Yep.
And if I look at Ms. LeBlanc's response, she's reporting in the 3rd bullet that demerit points relative to the CVORs, I take it, is a long-term strategy that will not help with the situation in the short term. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that also that the trucks are from outside province, and that adds a layer of complexity to enforcing on a licensing basis, right?
Yes, that's what.
And if I look at the top bullet, she says that with respect to tow trucks, MTO will just be working with the private sector to see what's out there. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the next day, February, or actually, can we go to the last page of this document? You see there, the second last speaker noted is Jody Thomas, the National Security Intelligence Advisor. Yes?
Yes.
And she says she regrets ending on this point, asking, would the province be looking to the federal government if this protest was happening outside of the city of Ottawa, for example, another place like Kingston, right?
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps this is a question we can ask tomorrow, but it appears Deputy Solicitor General Di Tommaso says this is a protest and encampment movement against the federal mandate on trucks. They came to Ottawa from across the country for that purpose, right?
That's what it says, yeah.
Does that reflect Ontario's attitude at that point towards the Ottawa protest as a federal responsibility?
I don't know if I can speak for all of Ontario. I was just being brought into this from the federal government at this time to look at options. I don't know that we thought this to be purely a federal problem. I do think we understood the movement was against the federal mandate, but in our minds, this was a policing issue, not necessarily a federal versus provincial issue.
Can we go to ssm.can.405289? I'm showing you a text exchange from your minister with Minister Alghabra of the Federal Minister of Transport, okay? Are you familiar with these exchanges?
No.
No. Were you involved in any calls with Minister Mulroney and Minister Alghabra?
No.
Okay. We can just take a look at them a second and scroll down the page. It's clear, though, that assuming that's what they are, that this is Minister Alghabra asking for a call, right?
Yes.
And February 7th, 3:50 p.m., Minister Mulroney, fair to say, does not respond in the sense of scheduling a call, right?
Yep, it sounds like she's waiting for an update.
Yeah, fair enough. And if you look at the bottom of the text exchange, you see that Minister Alghabra reports on February 7th at 8:23 p.m. that the Ambassador Bridge is now blocked, right?
Yes.
If we go now to ssm.can.40 the exchange continues. Minister Mulroney does not respond for about 24 hours, at least if these texts are accurate.
Correct.
And she refers to a letter from Laurie LeBlanc being what addresses the ideas that have been suggested, right?
That's what she says, yes.
Go further on down the page. And Mr. Alghabra says he'll look at it, but would be good to speak tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Go to ssm.can405291. Mr. Commissioner, I think I've just hit my 20 minutes on my clock. May I have another 4 or 5 minutes to complete this area?
Yeah, go ahead.
And at the top of the page, you see Minister Mulroney now sends a letter along, says happy to speak once you've had a chance to review, right?
Yes.
Continue down the page. And you see that by Friday, February 11th, Wednesday, February the 9th, Minister Alghabra is again asking, who do you recommend in your office we should reach out to for a call, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand they did speak, and we'll come back to Ms. LeBlanc's letter in a moment. If we could go to, well, actually, let's go to the letter briefly, ONT 50156. This is the letter of February 8th from Ms. LeBlanc, right?
Yes.
If you go to the third paragraph on the page, the fourth paragraph. She here is, I think, saying roughly what was said in the meeting, right? That the CVOR sanctions have a complicated administrative process that will require time to be effective, correct?
Yes.
And if you go to page 2 of the document, she says, I know we all have empathy for the people of Ottawa that are enduring this protest while also respecting and recognizing the right to peaceful protest, and the MTO will continue to work with SolGen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So no additional contribution from MTO from a regulatory perspective is communicated here?
Not here, no, but we did, maybe this isn't your question, but just in case this is helpful, we did, immediately move from this to develop options, which ultimately became later that same week, in the emergency order.
Could we go to ssm.can.401001? And we'll go to the very end of the document, please. Just above that, you can see that this is a readout of the February 9th call between Minister Alghabra and Minister Mulroney. Okay.
Yes.
And the indication here is that Mulroney's message to us is that they see these as federal trade corridors. They want us to take the lead. Minister Alghabra pushed on this and said that that would need to be a formal ask. They have said they don't have the ability to do more from MTO. They agreed to work with our department to see if there's anything else that can be done. overall, I'd say the tone was difficult and they were trying to put this on us. Were you present at that call?
No.
So if this is Minister Algaber's recollection of the call, I suppose you wouldn't be able to contest that?
No, I don't know his recollection.
Great. Now, sir, you know Huron Church Road in Windsor that leads to the Ambassador Bridge?
Yes.
You're aware that's a municipal road where the Windsor Police Service or alternatively the Ontario Provincial Police are police of jurisdiction?
Yes.
And that connects Highway 401 to the port of entry. And 401 is OPP and MTO jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
And similarly, just while we're at this, Wellington Street and the streets of downtown Ottawa under occupation by the Freedom Convoy, likewise, were under the jurisdiction of the Ottawa Police Service or alternatively the Ontario Provincial Police and within the authority of MTO from a transport regulation perspective. Fair?
Yes.
Now, on February 11th, the Premier Ford declared a state of emergency and invoked the Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act.
Yes.
And that was followed by regulations that actually implemented the measures, which did not happen until the 12th, correct?
Yes.
And that was the Saturday of the third weekend of the convoy events?
Yes.
You agree with me that critical infrastructure defined in those regulations included 400 series highways?
Yes.
It did not include municipal roads, right?
Well, it did. It did in that, and we went through this. We'd have to bring it up so I could describe, but it does include municipal roads, and those powers were deployed in the city of Ottawa. If that's where you're going.
Okay. Now, in terms of the power to order to leave or order to depart, right?
All provisions, including CVOR powers that were talked about previously.
Okay. You're aware that on February the 14th at approximately 4:30 p.m., the Prime Minister announced the invocation of the Emergencies Act, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that the Premier of Ontario that morning had expressed his support for the Emergencies Act being invoked during the First Minister's meeting, yes?
I don't recall that specifically, but...
Are you aware that the Premier of Ontario has recently reaffirmed his support, saying that he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister in making that decision?
I did see that in the media.
Okay. And if we just go back very briefly to ont.ir.701. Actually, I'm sorry, we just skipped that. Can we go back to ONT 50179? And it's just my last point, Mr. Commissioner, I apologize. If we just go to page 2, please, the top of the page. And if you want to look at the header, this is an email which refers to the 10 tow trucks you indicated were sourced for Ottawa when you corrected your witness statement at the beginning of your examination today, correct?
Yes.
And you'll see if you go down to page 3 in the bullet points, which is an email from earlier on the same day, February 16. There's a third bullet point there that says, important, all 3 towing companies have requested a letter that the province will cover costs, indemnity from other damage and claims for vehicles that are towed and so forth, right?
Yes.
And it says that's because their insurance companies have specifically told them that they will not cover those risks, right?
Correct.
And if you go then finally back to the top of the page 2, this is the evening of February the 16th. It indicates that one of the 3 towing companies has in fact dropped out, which is what gets you to the number 10 instead of 13 that you thought you had earlier that day, right?
Yes.
And then by now you know about the EA, and the first bullet says, need a letter from the OPP requesting these 2 companies to provide services and stating that the federal act, that's the Emergencies Act, will cover any damage and indemnity, correct?
Yep.
And if you go to the very, very top, you see that Jason Beaupre is reporting that he's told them, being the towing operators, that this letter will come tomorrow and that they are moving tonight based upon him and Steve's commitment and credibility in the absence of that letter, correct?
Yes.
And we've been through that letter with Commissioner Carrique. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Windsor.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman.
Hi.
My name is Jennifer King. I'm legal counsel to the City of Windsor.
Hi.
In your witness summary, and you mentioned in your testimony, you state that you're aware that MTO assisted the OPP in identifying contractor to place concrete barriers in Windsor,
Yes.
and this was at the direction of the OPP.
Yes.
I take it that you understand that this was to better manage future risk of vehicles being used for blockades and disruption of cross-border movement of people and goods?
Yes.
Are you aware that there was confusion at MTO at the time as to who would pay for these barriers?
I've subsequently read in the documents that there was questions as to how it would be funded.
Okay, so I'll show you some documents. If you could please pull up, Mr. Clerk, ONT 50182. Well, this is coming up, Mr. Freeman. This is an email dated February 15th between Jasan Bopare of MTO and Superintendent Dana Early of the OPP. And the commissioners heard this week that Superintendent Early shared joint command of the police response to the blockade with Superintendent Crowley of the Windsor Police. Okay? And you'll see, if you could scroll down just a little bit, the first bullet, you'll see that it says, upon request by the OPP, MTO has supplied temporary concrete barriers through a contractor. And if you go to the sub-bullets, and you can see here, partway down, you'll see, since these TCBs are being installed along a municipal roadway, MTO has requested the OPP to advise how compensation to the contractor can be arranged. Next bullet states, preliminary thought from the OPP is that compensation would be through federal funds available to support the emergency response to reopen the Windsor-Detroit crossing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you aware of that at the time?
No, I didn't have any involvement in this at the time.
Okay. And if you could just scroll up a bit, you'll see that the estimate for the work is $1.3 million.
Yes.
Okay. If you could please turn up ONT 50438. This is an internal email exchange at MTO dated February 16th, Mr. Freeman. And it's involving Doug Jones. And by February 16th, he is deputy minister?
Yes, likely his first week on the job.
Okay. If you could scroll to page 3, please. Further down a bit, please. There you go. Thank you. So on February 16th, Doug Jones is writing to Stefano Oliviero. Who is that?
That would be an advisor in his office.
Okay. And you'll see that Doug Jones is talking about a conversation that he has with the CAO of Windsor, that's Jason Rayner. And he talks about, again, this issue of costs of the concrete jersey barriers. And a concern that has been raised by Jason Rayner about how much the city would be responsible to cover. And it's not clear to me, based on the, because this is black and white, who made this statement, but someone at MTO was under the impression that the total cost for the installation, removal, and rental of the jersey barriers would be covered 100% by MTO. Do you see that?
Yeah, and I read this as him asking that question.
Okay. And so I'll take you to one more document here, WIN 402143. So this is an email exchange between CAO Rayner to individuals at Rayner, so you wouldn't have seen it at the time. Thank you. And if you could scroll all the way to the bottom, Mr. Clerk. Okay. And you'll see here that he's reporting to individuals at Windsor on February the 17th. Just a quick update that I had a good call with Deputy Minister Doug Jones, MTO, who is helping to coordinate a planning table with MTO, Solgen, OPP, WPS, and Windsor to discuss the long-term needs to protect our international crossings. I'll let you know once I hear more. And he continues, the deputy also indicated that he understood but was confirming that costs like the Jersey barriers that were authorized by MTO staff at OPP's request would be paid for by the province. Do you see that? So if you can scroll up, Mr. Clerk. And you'll see an email from Mr. Rayner to the same group the next day, and it states, it would appear that the new Deputy Minister MTO is finding out just how the province works. He stepped back from both items today that we discussed earlier in the week. MTO will not be covering the cost of the barriers, although he said he would not be surprised to see an application for the province to assist with those costs and others, ? At some point. No commitment to pay, though, at this time. The argument is that we are the road authority and we approve the deployment of the barriers, so therefore are responsible for the costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
The Commission heard from the Mayor of Windsor that Windsor has requested that the province reimburse their costs, including the cost of these barriers, but has not received a response. Do you have any information as to whether or not the province will be reimbursing Windsor's costs?
I haven't seen the request and I don't have any information. I'm sorry.
Okay. And if further down, in the next paragraph, Mr. Rayner writes, in terms of the intergovernmental planning table proposal, there's no interest at this time given the ongoing situation in Ottawa. I won't take it to you, but the Commissioner heard on Monday from Mayor Dilkins, who testified that he sent a letter in March requesting that all levels of government sit down to discuss working together to protect important international border crossings. It's my understanding that there's been no response from the province to this request. Are you aware of any response to Windsor's request?
I'm not. I haven't seen the request either, and nor would I in my current position.
Okay. Do you know if the Ministry of Transportation is planning to meet with appropriate agencies at all levels of government to discuss protecting critical border crossings in Ontario, such as the Ambassador Bridge?
I'm not aware of what the ministry intends in this regard. Again, in my current position as in corporate services, it's not something that I would be aware of. I do know that the province ultimately did pass further legislation, and I can't speak to who was consulted on that.
Okay, so you don't know if the municipality of Windsor was consulted on that legislation?
I wasn't involved in it, so I can't say.
Okay. I only have a few questions left for you. Do you know if the ministry has an emergency plan pursuant to the Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act?
Yes, we do have.
Okay.
plans.
Which assistant deputy minister at the Ministry of Transportation is responsible for that emergency plan?
I expect it would be Eric Deutsch.
Okay, and what's his title?
He's the Assistant Deputy Minister of our Operations Division.
Okay. Do you know if the ministry's emergency plan addresses threats to critical transportation infrastructure like the Ambassador Bridge?
I don't know the full scope of the plan, so I can't answer whether it does or not.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Ottawa.
Good evening. My name is Anne Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers representing the City of Ottawa.
Hello.
So we've explained that the CVOR is the Commercial Vehicle Operator's Registration,
Yes.
right? And you need one to operate a commercial vehicle in Ontario.
Correct.
And the CVOR program monitors and evaluates the operator's safety records.
Yes.
And the CVOR operator, the person who holds the registration, can be either a person or a corporation responsible for the operation of the vehicle.
Yes.
Right. And I take it only applies to certain categories of vehicles.
Yes, over a certain weight, I believe.
I have a note here that it's 4,500 kilograms gross weight. Does that make sense?
That sounds right, yeah.
Perfect. And we've seen in the documents and in your witness summary reference to a sort of a demerit point system, right?
Yes.
And I take it the CVOR tracks the operator's collisions, right?
Yes.
Infractions or
Yes,
convictions.
convictions, yep.
Convictions.
Yep.
And any findings on safety inspections.
That's right.
And over time, they rack up points until you get to a state where they have so many points that the ministry may issue notice of the intent to either suspend or revoke the CVOR.
Correct. The only thing I would just add to that is there's other interventions before it gets to that point.
That's the end of the process.
Yes.
Right. And you've talked about the notice requirements, the due process, and the appeal rights that are embedded within the suspension.
Yes.
Right. And I take it we can agree that certainly some of the large trucks that participated in the convoy in Ottawa had CVORs. They were of that size.
Yes.
And that at least some of them were involved or were committing or had committed as part of their convoy activities, potentially offenses under the Highway Traffic Act and possibly other statutes and bylaws, right?
I would expect so.
Right. And if convicted, some of those offenses would end up on their carrier record, right?
Yes.
And contribute to that escalation of points that we've talked about.
Yes.
And I heard you explain that that process takes time, and that's why the ministry thought it's not really a short-term solution, right?
That's part of it. It's not only that it takes time, it also allows for appeals, hearings, so I guess that's part of taking time, but it doesn't allow us to take direct, immediate action.
Right. You could issue notice of an infraction, for example, under the Highway Traffic Act today, but it would take perhaps several months, if not longer, to get a conviction, for that to be reflected on the carrier record, and you'd need several convictions before you got to the point in time where notice of a suspension would issue.
Likely, yeah.
Right. Now, I understand that, but you also mentioned, and it was in one of the documents we saw, I can turn it up if I need to, that there was significant considerations with the use of the CVOR for non-roadside enforcement purposes. And in fairness to you, I wrote down that you said earlier today that you didn't want to use that process, the CVOR process, to try and do something else, and that there was concern about affecting the legitimacy of the process. Do you remember saying something to that effect?
Yep, something to that effect, yeah.
Can you help me understand, or help us understand, what you mean by that? I understand the timing concern, but the other concern, this notion that you shouldn't be using the CVOR process, the normal process, for what you perhaps viewed as an illegitimate or end to which it was not suited.
I think it was just as what you've just said there is the legal analysis and the deputy registrar view, the experts in the ministry, was that if we start to use this for something that it wasn't intended for, or we had no process for which, it questions the ministry's thinking that maybe that applies to other actions that we take in the future. So, the next time there's a conviction, there's an action taken by the ministry, have we shown history of constantly using our processes and legislation consistently and, as they were intended for? I think there was a worry of that as well.
Was the concern, just so I understand, was the concern that if there was a conviction for an offense, for example, under the Highway Traffic Act, that occurred during the convoy, and that ended up on a carrier's record, and at some point in the future formed part of notice of suspension or grounds for a suspension of their CVOR, was that a concern to the ministry? No. Okay. So it was just a bypassing your normal process that was a concern to the ministry?
Yes, bypassing the normal process and using it for something that has never been used in the past or intended to be.
What is that something? That's, I think, what I'm struggling to understand.
To try and address a protest or a civil unrest situation, not to address specifically a case where we have a well-documented safety record and police records to us requesting certain activities.
Understood. Thank you. Could we pull up ONT 50111? And could we scroll to the bottom? Or, sorry, yeah, just to the top of that email, perfect. You were taken to this email, Mr. Freeman, but not to this part of the chain. This is an email from Mr., I'm going to pronounce it Beauparai. I apologize if I'm butchering that. And if we scroll down, we can see in his signature block, a little bit further down, Mr. Clerk, thank you. He's with the MTO, correct?
Yes.
With the Highway Operations Management?
Yes.
We'll scroll up a little bit. He says, good evening, Chief Superintendent Carson Party. So Chief Superintendent Party is with the OPP. We heard from him earlier in this inquiry. And he says, my apologies for the cold call. I've been working with Chief Superintendent Thompson and Superintendent Eaton on some other files and have recently been asked to lead, coordinate MTO's overall response at the provincial level related to various, and I'll slow down here, blockades in the province. I am reaching out to you regarding the ongoing blockade at the Windsor-Detroit Bridge. And I'll pause here because Chief Superintendent Party was actually in charge in Ottawa, not in Windsor. Mr. Beauparai was confused, and that gets cleared up, up the chain. He says, we are wondering whether the OPP has been collecting CVOR information of trucks blocking the bridge crossing, and if available, can this information be shared with MTO? This will allow us to review and be better prepared to support the OPP as this situation continues to evolve. Would be great if we can discuss this further, or if you can connect us with the appropriate OPP contact. Thanks. And if we scroll up, just so you can get the context, Mr. Freeman, that's Chief Superintendent Party's response advising that he's in Ottawa, leading the support plan for the OPS and advising him who's in charge in Windsor and giving some additional information. The reason I bring this to your attention is I had understood that, in fact, the position of the MTO was not to reach out and offer to assist with CVOR, but only to act in response to specific police requests for assistance. And can you help me reconcile that with this email?
I think we were trying to get a handle as to, there was a couple things. The first I recall, there was anecdotal communication we had heard that actually at the bridge, it was mostly non-commercial vehicles. And I think we wanted to know if that was actually the case. We just wanted to understand more. And there was even, we were having all sorts of discussions as to how we can help. I think it's important to know we were certainly there to support the OPP, but at this time, we had been having discussions with the federal government and others about what else can the province do. At this time, we were looking at what sort of, because we believe the CVOR did not work, what could we do? And that's how the emergency order came about, or I shouldn't say that's how the emergency order came about. That's part of what went into the emergency order within a matter of 2 days was new powers that could do what was being asked. So we were looking at all sorts of different angles. We were there to assist the OPP. We weren't doing any direct enforcement, but we were trying to gather information just like many other people were as well. So we were looking at all sorts of ideas, and I think this also connected. There was just a question like, could we start calling CVOR operators to tell them that their truck might be there? Like this was just, one of the many angles we were trying to do to try and help solve the situation that week. Just because we didn't think the CVOR was the right way to go, it didn't mean we weren't trying to find other ways to address the situation that week.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is the CCLA.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. My name is Eva Krajewska, and I'm counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association.
Hi.
With respect to what is the MTO's role in public protest or public demonstrations when they block highways or roads. Would you say that it's typical that, or not unusual for public demonstrations to create or inhibit traffic? They
can, certainly. And the ministry's role would be the same as I've described, to assist police as requested.
Right. And would it also be fair to say that you would also create signage and divert traffic as necessary in order to facilitate the demonstration?
Yes, as requested by police.
So you would be guided by the OPP or the police of the jurisdiction to provide that assistance?
Yes.
To facilitate the protest?
Yes.
And as would it then be also consistent, we looked at the MTO's plan with respect to the Freedom Convoy. My friend for the Government of Canada took you to the fact that the MTO suspended the inspections of trucks through the convoy. Was that also kind of part of facilitating the protest at the time?
I don't know if it was intended to facilitate a protest. I think it was based on the direction from the OPP to not engage in that way. I just don't know if the intent was, as you've described, to facilitate a protest or not.
Okay, but other than with respect to direction from the OPP or police forces, the MTO would not take enforcement measures against a demonstration.
Correct.
And I know many of us have covered the CVOR issue. And if I could just go back to that again, the letter to Michael Keenan that you were taken to earlier, it's clear that the enforcement under CVOR, the purpose is public safety, correct?
No, the purpose is highway and safety of traveling public.
Right, and to sanction non-compliant safety behavior.
Yes.
And as you told my friend, Ms. Tardif, your concern, or the MTO's concern, about using the CVOR was that you did not want it to be used in relation to civil disobedience.
It wasn't so much that we didn't want to, it was that it wasn't intended or ever used in that way, nor do the procedures or the policies that it's the practical application of it was ever intended for it to be used that way. The Highway Traffic Act as legislation is about safety for traveling public and motor vehicles, not about public order or protest. It was never that's not its purpose.
And was there also a concern of setting a precedent to use the CVOR as a method of enforcement against civil disobedience?
I don't know if it was so much that it was a precedent, a worry of a precedent. It was a worry that it didn't actually do what people were asking it to do.
Was there also concern that you would delegitimize the process that exists with respect to the CVOR and how it's understood by both the government and industry participants?
Yeah, that was a concern.
So I'm just going through my notes because some of these issues have already been covered. And my friend for the Government of Canada took you to the fact that the Ontario Declaration of Emergency was declared on February 11th, 2022, but the letters with respect to this, I'll call it the CVOR enforcement under the EMPCA, were not issued until February 17th. And you stated that was an OPP decision as to when to issue those letters, when to issue those warnings?
I don't know if it was OPP, but it was a policing decision.
It was not an MTO decision.
Correct.
And Mr. Freeman, did you have input to Minister Mulroney into what the MTO would be requesting under the EMPCA? Did you provide input as to what cabinet should consider before the EMPCA was relied upon?
We provided yes. So after after we determined that the CVOR was not the appropriate mechanism, we began to develop options that could potentially be used. We did brief the minister on that. Ultimately, we provided input into what the Ministry of the Solicitor General was developing, for which they used.
And can you provide just kind of an outline of the options that you provided to your minister and to the Solicitor General?
Well, we provided options looking at, increased changes to, for example, new legislation or changes to the H.A.I.L penalties that could exist, those types of things.
So amendments that could be done to the H.A.I.L to increase fines or increase enforcement?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next, the CCF.
Mr. Freeman, good afternoon. My name is Ajit Chaudhary. I'm with the CCF. I have some questions for you about tow trucks.
Okay.
And the legal tools to compel the provision of tow truck services. So I'd first ask the registrar to put up the emergency measures regulations under the Emergencies Act, and I have a document code for that, although I imagine it would be on speed dial here. So it's SSM.can.401911_REL.301. So while we're waiting for it to come up, I take it you're familiar with the emergency measures regulations?
I'm familiar, but by no means an expert.
You referred to them in an answer to a question posed by my friend from the commission, though.
Yeah.
So could we go to page 8, please? So if we could just scroll down, please, to, Mr. Registrar, to 7.1, that's good. So would you agree, if you could just have a look at section 7 sub 1. Have you seen that section before?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd agree that section 7 sub 1 in substance says that a person must make available and provide tow truck services if requested by the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness or the RCMP Commissioner or a designate. Correct?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So could we go down then to the next page, please? To 10 sub 2. And so could you just have a look at that, please? Have you seen this provision before?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree that in substance, section 10 sub 2 provides that creates a criminal offense for a failure to comply with the emergency measures regulations, including the provision we just looked at together, section 7 sub 1, in relation to tow trucks?
That's what it appears to do, yeah.
Good. And there's sanctions involving both fines and imprisonment under both summary and indictment?
Yes.
Good, all right. Now, I'd like to take you to the H.A.I.L, if I could. And so this document, Mr. Registrar, is CCF 50s, I believe. Yes, wait. 60s, 10. And while we're waiting for it to come up, Mr. Freeman, you stated in your evidence this morning, or earlier today, I should say, that the H.A.I.L is a key act for the MTO?
Yep.
And so you're familiar with it?
Not all parts, but I'm familiar with it.
Well, we're going to take you to section 171. So this is on page 361, please. If you could scroll down just a bit. Okay, so if we could stop there. So this section is entitled Tow Truck Services. Are you familiar with this section?
Not in great detail, but I can understand it.
Okay, so I'd like to ask you a question that's about section sub 3 6.1, which is on the next page. Let's stop there. So this says, so the title for this subsection is Other Prohibited Activities, and it says no driver of a tow truck or other person who is in charge of a tow truck shall engage in an activity prohibited by regulation. Is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Good. Okay, now let's go down a bit further to subsection 6. Stop there, please. And so subsection 6 says that the lieutenant governor in council or the provincial cabinet has the power under subsection B to prescribe prohibited activities for the purposes of subsection 3.1. Is that right?
Yes.
And that seems to be quite a broad grant of authority to the provincial cabinet, correct?
You're getting a little out of my depth in terms of legal interpretation here, whether it's broad or not.
But it says that it doesn't say what sorts of activities can be prescribed. It just says prescribed activities.
Prescribing prohibitive activities, yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So
for the purposes of what's above, but I just want to refrain from trying to interpret this too much here. It's beyond my expertise.
Okay. Good. And then let's go up a little. I promise you, this is the last subsection we'll look at together. So if you could scroll up, please, Mr. Registrar, to subsection 4. And so this provision is entitled offense. It creates a provincial offense for breaching any provision in this section, which it would include, of course, any regulation enacted pursuant to subsection 3.1, correct?
Yes.
So, Mr. Freeman, I'd like to ask you this. Would you agree that under section 171, at any time, the Ontario Cabinet could have made it a regulation that a tow truck driver cannot deny a tow truck services if requested by a suitable public official, so a municipal chief of police, the OPP commissioner, or the head of the RCMP?
I don't know the answer to that. It's there could be other provisions here that suggest otherwise. I don't know this well enough.
So, Mr. Freeman, I'm going to press you on this a bit. I put it to you that this is the only section in the H.A.I.L governing tow trucks, and that under this section, the provincial cabinet can prescribe conduct by tow truck drivers, and that it's an offense if a tow truck driver breaches that requirement.
I'm not a lawyer, and anytime we would say what we can or can't do, it's something we would engage our counsel on. So I don't want to tie myself to an answer that I could be wrong for the commission.
So, Mr. Freeman, I'll conclude on this note then. If in fact the provincial cabinet could have passed a regulation requiring that a tow truck driver provide a service and making it an offense to not do so, would that not in substance have been the same as the corresponding provision in the emergency measures regulation?
I think based on what you said, possibly, yes.
Good, thank you.
Okay, next, the convoy organizers.
Good evening. My name is Brennan Miller, and I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is the organization that represents the protesters that were in Ottawa in February and January of 2022. Just have a couple of questions for you, sir. Are you familiar? I'm assuming you're familiar with most transportation law. I know my friend has put some things to you, and that you talk to lawyers. But are you familiar with the International Bridges and Tunnels Act?
Not in any sort of depth.
Okay, but you're familiar of its existence?
Yes.
And that's a federal law?
That's my understanding.
Right. And I understand that law is governed by the Federal Minister of Transportation. Is that correct?
That I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware that under that act, that at any time, for the purpose of safety and security, that the Federal Minister of Transport, if the minister is of the opinion that there is an immediate threat to the security or safety, any international bridge or tunnel, the minister may make directions, including directions respecting the evacuation of a bridge or tunnel and the diversion of traffic or persons, requiring any person to anything that, in the opinion of the minister, is appropriate to do or refrain from doing in order to respond to that threat. So he's permitted to just pass an order to vacate the bridge, vacate the area. Would that have been helpful?
Well, so two things. First, without the act in front of me, I can't say that's part of it or not. I don't work for the federal government. And again, police were leading the response, so you'd have to ask police whether or not that would have been helpful.
Mm-hmm. And this protest, did it started on the 7th?
No. It
7th
started,
of February?
Sorry, you're talking about in Windsor. I believe that's the date.
Right, and they cleared it on the 12th?
12th and 13th, I believe, yes.
Before the Emergencies Act?
Yes.
And at no time did the minister pass a regulation in order to vacate that bridge?
The federal minister?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Okay, next, the Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Good evening, Commissioner. Emily Tamman for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. We don't have any questions, thank you.
Okay, the Windsor Police Service.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Tom McRae for the Windsor Police Service. We have no questions.
Okay, the Ottawa Police Service.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service.
Hello.
You were asked some questions by one of my colleagues earlier about MTO enforcement officers in Ottawa, and I believe you weren't certain if they were used in Ottawa on the first weekend, so I'm going to see if I can help you. If we could call up, Mr. Clerk, ONT 400272, please. Page 1. At the bottom of page 1. These are situational reports that the MTO puts out. And you'll see at the bottom of page 1, so this is January 28th. This would be the Friday. And we see convoy arrived in Ottawa starting at approximately 1. And it says MTO officers will assist as usual practice if requested by OPP. No current request for assistance. And so I'll take you to then the one for the following day, which would be the Saturday. Okay. And if we go to ONT 400273, please, on page 2. And if you just scroll up a little bit, please. No, the other way, I'm sorry, scroll down. Thank you. So you'll see on January 29th, so that's the Saturday, convoys to arrive at Parliament Hill. MTO officers will assist as usual practice if requested by OPP. No current request for assistance. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so as I understand it, and so I believe MTO did have enforcement officers there for the subsequent weekends, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe they were as well.
Right. In Toronto, we know, however, that MTO was asked in advance of the February 1st convoy arrival to be on the GTA highways by the OPP, partly as a deterrent and to provide support to the OPP, correct?
Yes.
And so that was in advance. It was the day before, I believe. Is that correct?
I don't remember the exact time, but it was in advance of the expected weekend protest.
And the focus was on the routes going into downtown and the 400 series highways.
Yes.
And that's because you had the Ottawa experience, so Toronto was treated a bit differently.
Again, we weren't making decisions. It was the police who asked for the help. So one could imagine that might have been why they wanted to do that.
And it was the OPP who specifically asked for MTO to be involved. And Ottawa was always expected to be a peaceful event, I believe. That was in the original operational plan of the MTO and the original announcement on January 21st that we saw, correct?
That was MTO's understanding, yes.
MTO, we saw, I took you to when I started, the situation reports. And I understand those situation reports came out virtually every day and sometimes a couple times a day during the convoy.
Yes.
And so you would agree with me, I've looked at the situational reports for January 23 up to January 28th. There's no reference in them to the convoy causing major problems or to how long they're going to be in Ottawa. Is that record with your recollection?
I don't recall them speaking to the timelines or level of disruption.
Right, and I won't call up the documents, but just for the record, it is ONT 40s 0260 to 0272. And it is only on January 29th, which is ONT 40s 0273. Mr. Clerk, if we could please turn that up on page 1. And if we could just scroll down, please. Yeah, sorry, if you can just stop there. Thanks very much. Information received, so this is January 29th. Information received that the convoy protesters may stay in Ottawa for up to a month or longer if their demands are not met. So that's on Saturday when the convoy is already there. And so up until then, I did not see it referenced. So I take it only became relevant on the Saturday when they were already there. Is that right?
Well, that, I don't know about relevant, but that's maybe when whatever intelligence the enforcement community at MTO had became apparent.
And if I look at all of the operational updates prior to January 29th, all of them refer to the convoy, but don't note any particular concerns. There's a heading on those documents called operational updates and impacts, and there's nothing of particular concern raised in any of them. Is that fair?
I would have to look at them, but I don't recall that being the case. And probably consistent with MTO's role for protests is we don't get the same level of intelligence that police do. So that might have been the understanding of those who were involved at the time.
Sure. I believe I've used my time, Mr. Commissioner. If I may have another, just a couple minutes.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And I know on January 26, and I can call it up if you need it, but on the January 26 operational update, I saw on page 1, and it was ONT 400267, there's mention that one of the convoys there is about 135 kilometers length, but there doesn't seem to be any particular concern noted. Do you recall reading it? It's actually in the third paragraph, I'm sorry. And there doesn't seem to be any concern noted. MTO wasn't trying to stop it on the highway or slow it down or divert it?
Well, MTO wouldn't have that role. Again, in a protest situation, police would be the lead and we would be there to assist. I don't know in any of these that the level of concern is ever indicated. And I was not involved in these early reports. So I'm seeing them, for the first time when we've pulled them up.
Sure. In fact, the operational plan of the MTO says officers will not be involved in the commercial vehicle traffic stops of people in the convoy, correct? That was the direction you had from the OPP?
Yes.
MTO, I believe, says in their plans that they recognize the right to peaceful protest, which is what this was supposed to be, correct?
That's what we understood it to be.
I won't call it up, but there's reference to, and I don't believe you were at the meeting, but there was a tripartite meeting, and it's SSM-can.NSC 402676. On page 2 of 4, one of the issues raised, and I believe it was raised by Mayor Watson, was a request that the MTO, at that point, it was February 10th, get more involved, and noted that the MTO always sets up blitzes on 400 highways, but haven't done so in this case. Is that correct?
I would have to see the document, but are you asking, is his statement correct?
No, I'm asking, is that statement correct, that the MTO does do blitzes on highway 400 series highways, but did not do so in this case?
MTO does do enforcement blitzes, not directly on the highways, but, near highways. In this case, we were asked not to do that type of work by police, by the OPP.
And sorry, just to finish off, I want to ask you a question regarding weigh scales. And one of the things considered by the MTO was to look at what Quebec did, because they had a convoy as well. And I understand they set up truck inspection stations, but Ontario chose not to do that. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And the question was raised, and it is ONT 400092. The question was raised about whether weigh scales could be used to slow down the convoy, as was done in Quebec. But a decision was made not to do that in Ontario, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And it's on page 2, actually. Yeah. And I understand that under the Highway Traffic Act, MTO officers may stop vehicles and direct them to weigh stations, correct? You have that authority?
Yes.
And if weigh stations are open, trucks have to stop and be subject to inspection, check for weight, height, length, axles, proper class of license, etc.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's Janine Cabersi, and I have no questions.
Thank you. Counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly, and we also have no questions.
Government of Saskatchewan.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Mr. Freeman, I expect you're familiar with the Council of Ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety?
Yes.
And I understand that that council involves federal, provincial, and territorial ministers and officials. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there is an ADM level table for that council, correct?
Yes. Yep.
And do you sit on that ADM level table?
I don't in my current role, but I did in the role that I was in during the time of the protests.
And I'm interested in February of 2022 during the protests. So you did participate in that table at that time, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct that officials from the government of Saskatchewan also participated in that table at that time?
Yes.
And this has been referenced already in your evidence, but I understand that there were meetings of the ADM level table on February 4th and 8th. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes. And maybe just to clarify too, it wasn't a formal committee meeting, but members of the committee were meeting informally at the request of Transport Canada.
Yes, my understanding is that the meetings were organized by Transport Canada, and they were specifically because Transport Canada wanted to develop a common strategy to deal with demonstrations on roadways. Is that fair?
Yes, it was. That was part of the purpose. Absolutely.
And these were effectively ad hoc meetings then. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes.
And they were organized then on relatively short notice?
Yes.
And then in your experience, such FPT meetings can be set up on very short notice. Is that fair?
Yes.
And can they even be set up on weekends if needed?
They add, certainly people can ask to meet on the weekend. Again, I don't know that formal committee meetings would ever occur, but informal meetings, I could imagine, could be called at any time.
And during those meetings on February 4th and February 8th that were set up on short notice and which were ad hoc meetings, you had good participation from the FPT representatives, did you not?
That's my recollection, yes.
I also understand that there was discussion at those meetings about, of course, this common strategy to deal with demonstrations on roadways, but that discussion was really about what might be accomplished with existing provincial and federal law. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that would be part of the conversation as well.
You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there was no discussion of the federal government potentially invoking the Emergencies Act at those meetings on February 4th or 8th, was there?
I don't recall it or see it in any meeting summaries, no.
That would have been a big deal if there was discussion of that nature, wouldn't it?
And maybe to clarify, this is ministries of transportation typically, so something like that might not be raised at that meeting because it's not necessarily a transportation tool. But yes, I would think it would be something we would remember and would report back on.
And in your view, would those meetings have been an appropriate forum for the potential invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act to be discussed? And I'm thinking particularly because you have MTO officers that may need to exercise certain responsibilities if the federal law was used and new responsibilities were placed on them.
I don't know. I don't know if I can answer whether it's fair or not. Certainly having time and awareness would be well, but I also know it's this is a very big instrument for the government the federal government to use. And I don't know that they would start with that group to speak to first.
If that information were made available to you, for example, on February 8th, it would have been valuable and you would have been pleased to receive it, correct?
I mean, the more information is always better, but I don't know if I would agree that we would expect to hear about the federal government choosing to invoke such a legislation or a tool at that type of meeting. That would be my sense. I don't know. I wouldn't expect to hear something like that in that committee.
It might be above your pay grade. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Okay, next, the government of Alberta, please.
Good evening. Honolora Yamamoto for the government of Alberta, and we have no questions.
Okay, thank you. The Democracy Fund, please.
Good evening. It's Alan Honor for the Democracy Fund. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask you a few questions about tow trucks. Can we pull up ONT.403842? This is a document that my friend from the Government of Canada showed you earlier today.
Okay.
Pardon me, I'm sorry, I think that's not the right document.
403842.
I'm sorry, just bear with me for a moment, please. Sorry, that was 3842, ONT 403842?
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, can we try ONT 50179? I'm looking for an email here from Jason Parazzi. That's it. Thank you very much. Okay, so as I was saying, this is a document that my friend from the Government of Canada showed you earlier today. If we look at the top of the second page, so if we can just scroll down there. What we see here, and actually, if you can just scroll up a little bit. Okay, so you see just up at the top, this is an email from Jason Baravi, and later in the text of the email, he says that the third towing company has dropped out and that you're now down to 10 tow trucks. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if you just scroll down to page 3, a little bit lower. That's good. In the first point in this email, which is dated February 16th, we see that the 13 trucks are heavy tow trucks. Do you see that?
Yes.
So what you're down to now is 10 heavy tow trucks as opposed to 13 heavy tow trucks.
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that if the companies were being compelled to provide tow truck services under the Emergencies Act or the measures available to them, they would not be able to drop out?
That's my understanding of the federal legislation, yes.
Right. And so this email suggests, when we read that somebody dropped out, that the 3 towing companies were providing their services willingly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. The CLA, CCDL.
Good evening. Mr. Freeman, can you hear me all right?
I can.
My name is Colleen McEwen, and I'm counsel to the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council of Criminal Defense Lawyers, 2 organizations with joint standing. I know I'm standing between everyone and dinner, so I'd like to ask you just a few questions about the role and the limitations of the Highway Traffic Act and the CVOR system. And I know my friends from the City of Ottawa and the CCLA have already asked you some related questions, so I'm going to try to be brief.
Okay.
You said in your witness statement and have repeated here that addressing protests is not the purpose of the Highway Traffic Act or its associated licensing tools. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Instead, the purpose of the HTA is to keep traffic flowing and keep the roads safe. Is that fair?
It's primarily a safety legislation, yes.
Okay. And you identified in your witness statement some of the provisions in the Highway Traffic Act that would make it an offense for individuals to block a highway. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to pull up your witness statement, but you identified a few provisions. Is that right?
Yes.
There's section 170, subsection 12, which prohibits parking or standing a vehicle in a way that interferes with traffic. Is that one of the sections?
Yep. Yes.
And then section 132, which prohibits unnecessarily slow driving that impedes or blocks traffic. Is that one?
That sounds right. Yep.
And then section 134.1, which authorizes police to direct the removal and storage of vehicles or debris blocking traffic.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And of course, you knew at the time that parking vehicles in the roadway was something that protesters did both in Ottawa and in Windsor. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's why you pointed to these particular provisions in your witness statement.
Yes, I think I maybe was asked for relevant provisions, but yes, that's why.
These are the ones that are responsive to that concern.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that blocking a road can interfere with keeping traffic flowing and keeping roads safe.
Yes.
Okay, and you told us a little bit today about some of the ways the HTA and associated licensing tools can't be sort of used properly. And for example, you explained that the MTO was concerned about delegitimizing the CVOR certificate system by misusing it in the context of civil disobedience. Do I have that right?
That was part of the concern, yes.
And the MTO took the position that the scheme couldn't be used to just cancel a CVOR certificate outright, at least not until the emergency order was in place.
That's right, not without the due process and the collecting of evidence and following the steps.
Right. That's the lengthy process that you sort of several counsel took you through, and sort of shortcutting that. That's the kind of action that would be a misuse of the CVOR scheme.
Yes.
Or a misuse of the demerit points scheme for outside the commercial trucking context.
Right.
But I take it that it's not the MTO's position that the police should refrain from laying charges under the Highway Traffic Act where appropriate, simply because this was a protest.
Well, I don't believe we have an opinion on what police do or don't do. That's up to police in the context of the situation that they're dealing with.
Right, because that's a policing decision, whether or not to lay charges, whether it's an appropriate situation, whether there are other concerns. That's a policing decision, not a decision that comes from the MTO.
That's right.
Okay, but so police deciding to lay charges under the HTA, that's not something that would be the kind of misuse that the MTO was concerned about.
Correct.
And so should the commission understand your comments about the role of the HTA as being related specifically to the suggestion that perhaps the MTO could get involved and cancel licenses or cancel CVOR schemes? So I guess my question is your comment about the limited use of the HTA specifically responsive to that sort of suggestion that was being made perhaps by Transport Canada as they tried to understand the scheme, perhaps by commentators in the media? So should we understand your comment in light of those suggestions?
Yes, it was more specific to what MTO should do, not an opinion on what police should or shouldn't do.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
No.
Okay, well, I just have a couple of quick questions. Just in terms of the the demerit system, you talked about the problem that the regulation of trucks and their CVROR is provincial.
Yes.
Is there no mechanism for transferring demerit points from one province to another if a vehicle from another province, a truck, incurs offenses of some sort?
No, there is. So my understanding is convictions that would happen in one jurisdiction are shared with the home jurisdiction and would go on their record there. What doesn't happen is the points that are accumulated on our on Ontario carrier. There's no. Sorry, I'm not doing a very good job explaining this. To really quickly to better answer the question, if there's a conviction that happens in Ontario, another jurisdiction would report that on their carrier's record.
So I'm trying to understand what the problem was because of trucks from outside of Ontario. You'd mentioned that was a problem, and I'm not understanding it.
Well, so if we took action specifically, we can only take action from a sanctioning action on Ontario carriers, meaning we can only suspend Ontario carriers' CVOR. We don't have the ability to remove or suspend the licensing of an out-of-province carrier. We can, if police lay charges and there's convictions in Ontario, that would go on their home record. But what that province does and how that impacts their license in that jurisdiction, Ontario has no control over. Does that help clarify?
It doesn't. I would expect the consequences are probably fairly similar from one province to another if there are an accumulation of offenses. Absolutely.
I would think that they would be somewhat similar from province to province, although I can't speak to what other provinces have. The suggestion was more in response to, at the time, there was a suggestion, well, why don't we just cancel their or suspend their CVORs or equivalent in other provinces? And the point that was being made is Ontario doesn't have the power to suspend or cancel other provinces' abilities to operate.
I understand that, but I think I also understood you to say Ontario didn't have that power either without going through charges and et cetera. So
yeah. This is true. I don't know that we were trying to say anything other than that it's, we have control over the Ontario population of carriers. We do not have oversight of out of province carriers.
I guess I might not agree in the sense that you have the same oversight. You're supposed to supervise and charge them and make sure that they're behaving in the same way an Ontario carrier would.
Well, police would lay charges or our enforcement officers for specific infractions, but the role of the registrar or the deputy registrar in sanctioning them only applies to Ontario carriers. Maybe that's a better way to describe it.
Okay, I understand that. Now, one of the things I wanted to also understand is the emergency regulation in Ontario. It provided powers with respect to the licenses, the CVROR. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, what's the process there? Is it a charge to which they will then have to go to court and they have a right to appeal? And
specifically with the emergency order, there was no rights to appeal. It was a direct sanction that the registrar could apply.
So it's suspension immediate, which is the difference with a process of. And the emergency order, you said at one point that there was no provision with respect to tow trucks in Ontario's order.
Related, I think specifically, I think I was referring to direct that tow truck
Yes.
must comply, or any sort of indemnification.
Yeah, so there was nothing in the emergency order in Ontario?
Correct.
And do you know if if your ministry had requested that be included?
I don't recall a request on that.
Do you know if anyone else requested, any other ministry or police requested?
I don't know.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks very much for your testimony, and thank you for accommodating the commission by switching. That's much appreciated. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we are complete for today, and we will come back tomorrow morning at 9:30, and we hope well, it'll be a fairly long day tomorrow again, but nothing new there. Adjourned till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
See you later, Rolly. Thank you. Thank you, Rolly. Really appreciate it. Appreciate that total waste of time. Transport minister, not minister, but transport ADM. ADM. What is even an ADM, right? Transpo ADM. What does ADM stand for? Let's see what it stands for. Total waste of time. What did you think, Pan? I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, not the best day of testimony. I want to hear, their grounds for, their justifications for invoking the Emergency Act. I don't feel like we're getting any answers, and we already know the answers. The answers were there were no grounds.
No, there were.
We're not even asking questions.
No, there's no point. And what I saw was interesting was there was some Omar algebra, Omar al-Khabras, al-Khabramur, al-Khabran. And that guy was the only dude. I want to see this little rat, this little Arabian rat. Put that Arabian rat on my screen. That's what I want. I want the Arabian rat. Pull him out. Bring on the Arabian rat.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, honestly. Man. Yeah, bring him on.
He looks like a troll doll.
He does.
Hi, yeah, hi. No comment. No comment.
Why is it? Explain this one to me, okay? I was born in England. I came here. My mother was saying, she said, what did she say? I was, 11 months old? The other day? I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, before a year.
Omar Al-Khabras. That's the dude I want to see. Bring him on. No, instead we got Ian Freeman. Corporate Services. Hold on a second. Solarn, come here. This kid is killing it. I named him after solar energy. Solarn, come here. What does your name mean?
Solar energy of the sun.
That's right, solar energy.
Yeah.
That's right, because you're powered by green.
Green what? From where? You're totally not from below.
You're reading the chat. Don't read the chat. The chat is
Poof the Magic Dragon. Hi, kiddo. Salt. Assistance Lemo, not even man guy.
I want to see Omar algebra. Okay, listen to me, right?
What is faster?
No, okay. I got a question for you. No, let's ask the kid. I haven't coached him or anything. I'm drinking, so this is really off the cuff. Okay, so what are you?
A chicken?
No, what are you? I'm being serious. Don't play games.
A regular boy.
No, what are you?
The solar energy of the sun.
Yeah, what are you?
What do you mean?
You live in this country, right? You live here?
What do you want me to say? I don't know.
That's a good answer, because I don't want to, put this identity politics into this kid. This kid he is just like a fresh little chicken. He's a fresh little chicken. He's born from an egg, right? He's born from an egg, and he doesn't know what he is. He just knows that he's a boy.
Am I a chicken or a boy?
What do you like to eat?
Sushi.
You like to eat sushi? All right.
I love sushi.
You love sushi.
Sushi and poutine.
Sushi and poutine. That's a good mix. You see what I mean? There's no identity politics. That's what we need. But instead they want to teach us, what are you? Are you Canadian? Are you Indian? Are you a girl?
I am.
What are you? Are you a?
I think I am a boy. No, I'm a boy. I'm a boy. I am technically from India, but I was born here in Canada, whatever you call it. I mean
What did you think of the Freedom Convoy when we went?
I think it was very fun.
Why?
It was good because it's good to have all your own freedom instead of like.
We went there many days. What did you think of it?
It was fun. I think it was good. Everyone had their own freedom there though, which was really good.
What do you mean?
Everyone could do what they want. They didn't have to be stuck in their house and can never get out.
You're gonna wear a mask?
No, that's so stupid.
You're gonna be.
I'm
You
not
have to
gonna
wear
be
a
a
mask.
duck.
You have to wear a mask now, kid. You gotta wear a mask. You gotta wear a mask. Here, I'm gonna put a mask on you. All right, get out of here. Go. Be good.
is that?
Be good. Be good. Be good.
Okay.
Good boy.
See you,
Be
Daddy.
good. See ya.
Goodbye, and just blow your fat belly.
Yeah, whatever. I'm fat. It's true. I'm fat. All right, let me see over here. I sent a link to a beautiful lady. She's going to be jumping in over here. Her name is Anita. So let's see if she's going to jump in here. Anita, she's a freedom fighter. Okay, we're just doing internet. I'm not freedom fighting nothing. You know what I mean? That's a big word. You know what I mean, Pan? That's a very big word when you say freedom fighter.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, no, we're just, we're at this point, we're just doing YouTube, getting information out there. I don't really, people will say that. Oh, you're fighting for freedom. I don't really feel that way. We're just getting information out there.
Exactly. Hey, do we have you? Anita, are you here?
Oh my God. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I am.
Welcome to War Campaign.
Yeah, can you turn on your camera? I want to see you, pretty lady.
Listen, you're catching me off guard.
I want to see you, pretty lady. Pretty lady, if you be so
Start
quick.
my video. Oh no. No. I'm just in my house.
No, you're so pretty.
Around. No, I actually look terrible. I am not ready for this. I was just running around. It's like,
don't worry.
Oh, no.
No, that's okay. You look good. No, you look good. You look good. Don't worry about it. You look good. Listen, I'll tell you what I tell all my lady friends. Just dim the lights and everything is all right. Just dim the lights. Don't worry about it.
Dim the lights? Is it that bad?
No, it's
oh, bro, that was backfired.
Did you want me to put a bag over my head?
No, you don't.
Put a bag over it.
No.
Dude, you're just catching me off guard. I have no lipstick. Oh my God.
No, you look amazing. You look amazing. I'm just teasing. You look amazing.
Oh my God.
No.
Please just minimize.
All right, yeah,
the
better.
screen.
Yeah, perfect. Don't worry.
Better?
Yeah, better. Just dim the lights. Don't worry about it. Perfect. You look good.
Okay.
Excellent. All right, Anita. So, if you don't know, Anita used to be an executive. She was working at Global TV. She was behind the scenes. So, yeah, talk to us about your story because I've been talking all day. So, go ahead, Anita.
Oh, okay. I worked at Global News here in Vancouver. I worked there for 20 years, and I was a director of newscasts. So that just means that I was a technical director. So the producers would make the show, and I put the show on the air. And when we started to not report properly, or when I felt that we were really compromising information or not telling the public what the hell was really going on with everything top to bottom, as soon as I started to speak up in the newsroom, I think I just kept getting suspended, told to shut up, told to be quiet, told to, stop talking. And anybody in who knows anything about journalism is that you never stop talking. You're the people that are supposed to find the damn answers. That's your whole job. And currently, I think a lot of us are almost sort of in agony at how bad it's become. Like, I feel agony when I watch the former place that I worked at and the type of newscasts and what they're saying nowadays. They have missed the mark on absolutely everything as far as I can see. And we're supposed to be eating this crap constantly. And it's agonizing because, like, if you work in a normal job, then maybe you can get away with not knowing things. But when you work for a news organization across the network, it is your job to report accurately. But they just put that out the window. They don't care. They don't care about you, and they don't care about telling you the truth.
I remember I seen you. You were giving a speech. So when did you really kind of because you lost your position there at Global. I remember I saw a little bit there. You were standing there. You were giving a speech. You were wearing a leather jacket. Don't worry. You look great. Don't worry about anything. I'm just teasing. You look amazing.
Did
No,
you
honestly.
know that?
Yeah.
Oh, just texted me a minute ago. He's like, "Do you want to hop on?" I'm like, "Oh my god!" Okay, yes.
Don't worry. All that's, listen, honestly, all that is immaterial. The point is people are interested because you've got something to say. You've done some great things out there. You've inspired a lot of people, and you've made a stand, right? I remember there was a meeting that you had recorded, the meeting at Global. Yeah, I remember that, right? So Global TV, those guys, executives, they sat you down. So run us through how they fired you, because I remember that.
Okay, I got in trouble for going to a rally, and I went to this rally because we started to put things on about giving this vaccine to pregnant women, and any fool.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop you right there. This is YouTube.
Oh, we can't say that.
Yeah. Anita's on Rumble. She's on Rumble. You know what I mean?
I'll censor myself.
I'm gonna drop her link in the chat. Let's just say that different people had different opinions about different medical procedures. Ooh.
Yes, that's true. We are meant to have no opinions here on YouTube. So I have no opinion on what you want to do with your body. I would just say, let's see how I can carefully say this, that concerned me, what I just said. People who are going to have babies, that concern me. Obviously, the decision is yours. And then I started to look into it. And as we all know, I don't even need to tell you. I don't even need to tell your viewers. They know. They know what's happened out there. Follow Naomi Wolf. See what happened in Waterloo, see what happened in Scotland, see what's happened all over the place that people are very scared to report on. So I went to a rally, and then I ended up speaking at the rally, and I didn't mean to. And then, of course, obviously, I got busted for doing that. And then I got hauled into that meeting.
So what do you mean you got busted? What happened there? So you go to a rally, first time ever, you're behind the scenes. At first, you had been, moving that direction where you were going to be in front of the TV, and you said, you know what, I'm in behind the scenes. And then you go, and all of a sudden you're speaking, and then they stop you.
When I went to the rally, I actually met a former cameraman from Global, and I'm like, oh my God, hi! And we were chatting, and then I met a bunch of people, and then I saw a lady who was giving a speech, and then I thought, oh, this lady, I had seen her online. I thought, let me go talk to this woman, and I went to go talk to her. And I said, look, I got to run to work, but, I'll talk to you sometime. And she goes, where do you work? And I said, Global. And she was like, what? And she just grabbed me and said, you have to speak. You have to say something. And I thought, it's now or never. I'm here. So I just spoke. I didn't say anything bad. And then I just said, I wish things were better and we could all get along and be more transparent and stuff like that. Then, somebody sent it to my work and said, look, one of your own here is talking. And so then I got hauled into that meeting because they said I was violating journalistic principles. Excuse me? Who the hell is violating journalistic principles? It's those buggers, top to bottom. Right?
Yes.
And so then I told them that, and then they couldn't find a reason to suspend me. So I didn't actually get fired after that. They kept having me work. I think they fired me. They threw me out of the building. I'm 5'2". I'm an extremely tiny person, but they had some manager named Jerry, who I don't mind naming publicly because I think he has no balls whatsoever. I can't stand him. And he came to work to escort me out. This tiny woman. It's like, I worked there 20 years. You coming to escort me out because I'm worried about what you're saying to the public. I should have beaten him up in the parking lot is what I should have done. But anyway.
Whoa. This is YouTube, babe. We're not beating up anybody.
Oh, sorry.
Right? Okay. I'm just saying.
I'm getting in huge trouble. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's good. No.
What you can say is, though, Jerry, you have no balls.
Jerry,
you have no balls.
But
the word no balls.
That's right. The word we're using here is bookends.
Thanks to former Chief Slowly.
Let me show you something here.
Oh, bookends.
Yeah, exactly.
But the thing is,
yes, honey.
All I was trying to do was raise concerns, give them articles from the British Medical Journal, talk to them about maybe some of the incentives behind what's going on. I talked to everybody there. They didn't want to listen. So they don't want to hear it.
No, they don't. I want to show you something, Anita. Check this out over here. This is Peter Slowly. This is where the whole bookends thing comes from. Here it is.
Okay, bookends.
Chief asked who we should have in to be POU incident commander, and I asked for Dave Springer. At that point, Mark Patterson said, Dave Springer, an inspector, came into my office this morning and told me what I should be doing, that he wasn't actually there. The chief responded by saying if he did that, he would cut off Dave Springer's nuts and call his boss. And it goes on. And I don't recall, do you remember the rest of the statement you made?
I don't even recall that incident, sir.
Okay. So you don't recall it, or it didn't happen?
I don't recall the combination of things that she's talking about here, sir.
And you don't recall saying that you'll cut off Dave Springer's nuts and use them as bookends?
And use them as bookends? No, sir. I don't recall saying that. I don't think I've ever said anything like that.
There
It'd
it is.
be very lame bookends, you know.
Right,
like,
right.
You're not going to get much support of two dangling little, you know, balls, but that's very funny.
That's Peter Slowly. We've been following this. You know it. You've got your own channel. You're doing this. So now what's going on with you? Because I remember the firing, right? These guys at Global, the way they sat you down, and I was fired too, right? Chief Technical Officer. They tried to do over here in Ottawa. I was at 130 Slater for a company called Get It Local. And this guy, Ryan, right, who would run he was the president at the time. And, you know, him and I, we would chat, and, you know, we're all just kind of rude. That's just what we are. We're rude, you know what I mean, behind the scenes. That's just the way it is. You know, we're rude. This guy would be like, I'm a football player. The guy's huge, right? He's like 6'5". He's like, I was a football player, and I used to beat up black guys. I ain't afraid of nothing. And I'd be like, yeah, wow. Ryan. You go, right. All right, bro. Okay.
He said that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And I would laugh, and then we'd have a drink of scotch. It's just a joke. It's just, you know what I mean? Just like us white dudes just having a good time. You know what I mean? Just having a good
Yeah.
It's one of the white guys.
You know what I'm saying? But then all of a sudden you do the wrong thing because you don't support, you know, the liberals and everything they want to do. They want to inject you. They want you to write down what you've done today on a list. You know, exactly what you're talking about with pregnancy. And I'm going to kind of go around this, you know, the conversation here because of the limitations, right? But let's just say that my wife, when she was pregnant, we decided not to do any of that because I did not believe it was safe. You know, it's something that we didn't want to do. Every person has to make that choice up for themselves.
Of course, yeah.
And you've been speaking out, and you've seen these guys. How did they make their decisions over there at Global?
Regarding
what to
stories
report. Stories, what to report. Did they show the other side? Did they think about it? Did you hear anybody having those conversations?
You know what? I never heard anybody saying anything. Well, actually, that's not true. I did. You know how when there's a general consensus because you work somewhere, like say you work in a medical office, and then some information comes from top down, says this is what we're doing now, and people just go, okay, this is what we're doing now. That's how any big business implements any type of policy, and so everybody just goes along with it. The thing is, I feel like there was a real gap of information that was missing. So when somebody says the angle we're going with is the wet market, then that's the angle they go with.
What do you mean the wet market? Hold on a second. What's a wet market? And you look great. Don't worry about nothing, Anita.
You know, I didn't even put any concealer
Don't worry.
on,
You look perfect. You
you
look amazing. Honestly, for me, I age all of my meat. I have a downstairs fridge. No, I'm serious. Listen
okay, well then I don't know
if we're gonna like where you're going with this.
No, I'm serious. I got all this.
Trying to save
beyond
you.
Thanks, Pan. By the way, this is Pan over here.
I'm beyond meat. Huh?
Let me slow it down here. I got Pan over here. He's from Oregon. Okay, and I've been telling.
Who's this Chewbacca guy?
Yeah, Pan. Introduce yourself, man. Yeah.
Oh, you're the guy that you. Oh, how come we never see your face?
I'm mysterious, I guess.
Who's noodling up to Chewbacca? Who is that guy? Sammy Davis Jr.?
Good guess. No, it's Lando Calrissian from Empire Strikes Back.
was so stupid. Who else would it be? Of course it's Lando. Okay, I'm with you. All right, Pat. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You're the one I hear in the morning because I turn on the war campaign in the morning because I like to, I like to watch and see what's going on. And I can't trust my own news source that I worked for. Well, to stream it properly, but I like the fun. I like how you guys pepper in all the fun when you guys are running
for
the
listening.
show. Yeah, I enjoy it.
We appreciate you turning in.
Yes, and lots of people are tuning in, and a lot of people are getting their news from alternative sources because we know that the people that were meant to tell us the truth have no inclination, no monetary inclination either to tell you the truth. So they know where their bread is buttered, right? Like these people at Global. But anyway, all right. I mean, that's all of mainstream media. They know what they have to say. They know what the agenda is. That agenda came to them and they just towed the line. And as far as I'm concerned, they let their countrymen down. They really did. And I'm so ashamed of the industry that I worked with for so many years. I'm ashamed of them. When I see the headlines, when I see the online articles of people that I know and worked with, I know who wrote all this stuff. I've talked to them. It's such a, I just don't understand how you have to be psychotic. I don't understand.
Talk to me about why you got into journalism. You got into Global, you got into journalism. Where did it start for you and where did it end?
It ended when I started to say, hey, what are we reporting? And they said, shut up and get out. It started for me only, I think I always wanted it to be maybe have a radio show or do something funny or just talk. And I wasn't really ever a news driven person, but like the only game in town here in television is news, right? So like CBC, CTV, Global, we just do news. There's no other real programming going on right now. So that's how I fell into it. And I did like some reporting and some radio hosting and some presenting and that type of thing. But then I fell into that technical job of directing. And then I've stayed a director for a really long time. But I would say, a naturally curious person, even ever more so now that I do my own journalism and I report. I've always had journalistic capacity, but I never really did anything with it, because I ended up in that technical job. You know, when you end up in a job and you know that job isn't really your thing, but you just do it. I mean, years of my life. Yeah. Look at this. It's Anita.
There you go, right? You like that? Okay, what should I put over here? Because it
matches the shirt.
What do people want to find you? Okay, so let me see here. What's the best way to find the stuff that you're doing these days, Anita?
I did make a website badly, but it's like a link tree. So you can just go to anitakrishna.com and I'm starting to try to use YouTube more, although I'm such a big mouth that it's difficult. I use Rumble. There you go. That's it. That's all my thingies, like my Rumble channel, speeches I've made. You can see that interrogation video of Global hammering me for going to a rally.
Whoa. No, nobody's hammering you, honey. Not while we're around. We're not going to let anybody hammer you. Okay?
Yeah, don't hammer me. Leave me alone. If you hammer me, I'll come for you. I'll come for those.
Yes.
Those balls.
Right? And that's okay. So Anita, I thought you'd like her, Pat. You know that?
Oh yeah, very cool. Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I'm sorry, I almost got you take it off YouTube.
No. It's all good. It's all good. Remember, I told you that this is the YouTube game. It's just the way it is. We want to we want to speak to everybody. We get it. It's just the way it is. There it is, anitakrishna.com. Check that out, and then you're going to be able to get to her link tree, and you'll see her. She worked for Global. I mean, that's a pretty big deal from where I'm from, and then decided that she was going to speak out, say her piece, got fired for it. You can watch the firing video. It's pretty awesome. No, it's a cool video. The way they fired her. It is. Yeah, you taped it. You got the camera angle from the side. You're talking to the Zoom, and they are just like, I don't know what the word is. It's TWATS, isn't it, Pan?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you thought when you saw it? You thought, what did you think? Were you like, they don't care about the truth? Is that the impression you got? Or they were just trying to get me? Like, what impression did you have?
I got the impression that, like, I fell in love with you when I saw it. I was like, this is the girl. You are no. Like, all jokes aside, when you were out there on that speech, you were full of vigor. You were full of energy. You were alive, and it was amazing to see. And the passion you spoke. Okay, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is Anita speaking on stage. I'm going to just pull it up while we're talking here. Okay, when she's speaking out there in Vancouver, she's so like, she wants freedom, man. She wants freedom. And she wants freedom, and she can't get that freedom.
All you people here today, all of what you're seeing here, this is not going to happen tonight on the 6 o'clock news, is it? You will not see yourself. You will not see how patriotic and beautiful and how you're waving all the right flags that I can see. You will not see yourself on the news tonight. And do you know how I know that? It's because I directed the news for 20 fucking years over there.
Cool, huh? That's a cool clip. That's awesome. And it goes on.
Amen, sister.
Yeah, man. When I saw her.
I mean, yeah. Like, when I got there to that rally, all I saw was love, beauty, music, people hugging each other, holding each other. And I got quite shit on at work by my colleagues because they were really criticizing the convoy for that one Confederate flag. That one stupid flag. I don't know who the hell put it there, but that's one flag. Like, that's okay for you to shit on me? And everybody at work, including the director of the 6 o'clock news, who's a really nice guy, he was like, Anita, there's this Confederate flag there. That's all you can see in the sea of flags and all the people that are there. And they chose to focus on that. And they were just very critical of that one thing because that's the one thing that they could focus on. And so anyway, when I got to that rally in Vancouver, I saw so much beauty and love and unity, and I knew that our reporter would not represent that story like that. Although at the time, our reporter was getting really attacked when he was doing stories. So I think he tried to do some sort of moderately balanced story, but it did not portray what I saw, and I knew that. So when you showed me saying that off the top of that was all off the top of my head. What I said there.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. Well, I was watching that and I clipped it, and it was a private clip. Like, I do these private clips so I could replay them. You know what I mean? I got a couple Alex clips that I have to myself. One of my favorite is, I am a human supremacist. Yeah, no, I'm serious. If you type that in, I am a human supremacist, you're going to find it awesome. I can't really say too much because I'm living in 1984 with you, Anita. You know what I mean? If you were here with me, I would cover your mouth with tape, with duct tape.
That's what. Well, that's so romantic.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Woo! Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Duct tape. No, I think that's a new one for me. Duct tape. But I'll tell you,
First time.
I don't have any mask handy, but that's what the mask is.
Exactly. It's a metaphor.
You don't talk.
Exactly.
It's a metaphor.
Exactly.
And these lunatics. I went to my eye doctor, and all the eye doctor ladies there were like, you need to wear the mask. And they handed it to me with tongs. I said, excuse me? I will not. And then, of course, you cause a scene. It's getting exhausting. Why can't we just give this shit up? Like, end this bullshit now.
You see why I like her? She's amazing. She's great. That's it. Matt RX7, Ro knows how to turn ladies gorilla tape. No, what I'm saying is it's a metaphor for the world that we're living in, right? And in the doing, do we know the knowing?
Yeah.
Just today, Doug Ford is talking about, he's kind of backing off Ontario here, Doug Ford, the premier. BC is absolutely nuts. Talk to me what's happening in BC.
Oh, we are just relentless. Like, we cannot even let our own healthcare workers go back to work. And that is partially Global's fault because we ran headlines written by those two stupid 6 o'clock anchors. If you live in this province, those two stupid dummy anchors, one who's a giraffe and one who's vacant, they wrote headlines saying, running that Bonnie Henry clip saying, if you're a healthcare worker and you don't want to take the jab, then you're in the wrong job. And now everybody, all that did was proliferate hatred towards our healthcare workers, right? And to this friggin' day, our nurses are still out of work. And things are changing in the UK. Things are changing in Alberta because of Danielle Smith. But these guys are dug in here. This is like, if you cannot see you're on the path to, I don't know what, complete tyranny, I don't know what. But a lot of people don't see it. They're like, oh, well, you didn't take the jab and so what? Like, a lot of people don't care. They don't get it. They don't realize. So our healthcare workers and paramedics and a lot of people that should be back to work are still not back to work here. We have a new premier because Horgan left because we've got David Eby now. And I don't know what this guy's like. I don't know. Like, he's been around for so long. I've put him on TV many times.
So who's the new guy? Who's the new guy?
The new premier is David Eby, and I'm not really up on all his platforms and what he believes in.
Okay.
He doesn't seem to say the right things, in my opinion. He's really not a big instrument for change like how Danielle Smith is. I think he's a waffler, and he will toe the line based on where his bread is buttered. Like, I don't see him saying anything about inflation, gas prices, good jobs, getting our healthcare workers back to work. I just see him sort of pandering the same sort of bullshit. So we'll see what happens with him. I don't see him as an instrument for change. Mm-hmm. So it's really bad in this province still.
So I got a lady. Go ahead. Yes. No, you're saying that's why.
That's why people want to move to Alberta.
So from BC moving over, huh?
I think a lot of Canadians want to go to Alberta. Nobody's standing up for us. Just talk any sense.
No, I know. I thought about it.
It's still really bad here.
I thought about moving to Heaven/Florida. This is before the Freedom Convoy, right? When my wife was pregnant, she gave birth December. And
so you have a new baby.
Yes, we
like
do.
A little baby, yeah.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah. I know you're also a mother. And
I have old babies. Yeah, I am a mom. Yeah,
me too. I got a bunch of old.
Boys.
Yeah, I mean, we got the same kind of age range. We were speaking the other day. Kids growing up. My daughter's 15, teaching her to drive and all that. Now, I guess it's technically illegal, but hey, she's just come after me. You know what I mean? GTFO, come and get some, right? You know what I mean? It's just the way it is. The point is that our kids are growing up. Here we are. We're not even sure if we're going to be able to send them to university, right? Without necessarily kowtowing to their medical diktats. That is scary to me.
That is scary. Hopefully by the time our children get to university, those diktats will be removed. But big universities here are funded by, I think who. I think the gate, I don't know who's giving them money. Someone's paying them off, but even in Canadian universities, to toe this line and to have these ridiculous mandates as well. And the other thing about university is that I hope it continues to not be so ridiculously woke. I hope they learn about Jane Eyre and Mozart and history, whether you agree with what somebody did 400 years ago. You cannot judge anybody what they did back then, how they lived their life. You just teach history. Teach it as it is and let the kid decide what the hell to make of it. Don't sit there and say, this guy is a colonial bastard who had slaves. Yeah, well, if you lived 400 years ago, what would you be doing, idiot? These stupid idiots that run around telling you to put masks on and jab yourself up, they're no better than the people they criticize. So the university has to get better, as far as I'm concerned, too. You're absolutely right, Ro. Like, what kind of world are we leaving these kids if we don't fix it? But fixing it is bloody hard work.
It is. You remind me of like kind of I was describing to Pan earlier, Like I see you as sort of like a Jordan Peterson in a brown girl's hot body. Like you know what I mean? Like I got, not really, like I got
brown Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, like I got weird feelings. It's kind of like, because your accent, where did you grow up?
Here. But I was married to an Englishman. Do I have an accent?
Yeah, you got an accent. You do. Yeah, you sound like you came from like a Canadian, some kind of northern settlement somewhere in Canada. Like, it just reminds me of Jordan Peterson. I don't know why. I feel horny.
Oh, good.
Also,
I love him.
Yeah. I feel weird. I feel jorny. I also feel kind of mixed up. I feel weird. I feel Pan, help me out, brother.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. I mean, Jordan Peterson. I don't know what to say.
Well, I'm perplexing you maybe because I'm a package you probably haven't seen very much. Maybe it's that. I don't know.
Is that it, bro?
I don't know.
What's your package? What's your package? Tell me.
I'm telling you.
Total package.
No, but you caught me on a day where I don't look as pretty as I should normally look. Like I got the frizzy hair and I put no concealer on. I look like a raccoon.
No, you look great. You look great. Don't worry about all that. Listen, I'm telling you, you look great. You got an amazing soul. That's what counts. All the rest are just jokes and just tomfoolery. We got Chintzy 13. I can't thank you guys enough. The work campaign is for the people and portrays the courage we need in this world. And Anita is an example right here. And I don't like this. I was approached by some people, and I don't want to name names, okay? They were saying to me, they're like, hey, why don't we do a video with all these colored people and everyone standing for freedom? I said, listen, it's because it's friggin' dumb. You know what I mean, Pan? You tell me. We talked about this.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to show the woke people how diverse you are, because you go through all that effort and you're still not going to be diverse enough for them. Why? Because of your politics. So there's no changing the way these people feel about you. So don't even play to their games. Everyone knows that the Freedom Convoy was actually diverse. There were people from all walks of life there, all colors. I mean, and that didn't even matter. Like, it was about freedom. It was about standing up for your rights, and all these different types of people came together. That's what people are failing to miss. And you can explain that to these SJWs, these woke people all day long. They will never, ever get it.
Yeah. They want to believe what they want to believe because it suits their narrative. Because how could you live with yourself if you actually faced reality? If you actually, in your heart and in your mind, knew that there were families, Black people, Muslim people, Indian people, white people, salt of the earth, farmers, truckers, whatever, coming together, you can't live with yourself if you know that. So they don't want to know it. They don't want to know it. And I had a director there at Global who thinks I'm an idiot and thinks that, certain medications are just bullshit and stuff like that. And she also said to me one day, she goes, well, good luck. Good luck with your freedom fight. What a bitch. Like, total bitch.
No, I like her. I mean, this is great.
I told you like her. I told you like her.
These are the people of British Columbia. They work at Global News. Okay? Those are the people putting on your news. And I talked to the news director there. He's an Indian guy. Sorry. And I was so vocal about all my concerns. And I won't get into the whole conversation because maybe I'll save it for another day when I put concealer on. And he just said,
yeah.
And he just said, get vaccinated. That's what he said. Get vaccinated. That's what he said. Are you kidding me? And I just did a story about a guy who took an AIDS.
Whoa. I'm going to stop you. No. I'm stopping you. Let me put the link up instead, okay? You want to hear?
Okay. And he
Yeah. No speaking.
Oh, we can't say that.
No.
Okay.
No.
He's going to put the tape on your mouth.
Oh my God. Get the duct tape because I've already gotten in trouble. Okay, I won't say any more. But we can talk about something else if you want for a bit.
I'm going to head out.
I'm going to make for an after-school snack for the kids.
Yeah. Do your thing, Anita. I know you got the kids. Hold on a second. When I click the Rumble over here, what does it do? It takes me to Why do I gotta log in? Why do I gotta log in here? You gotta fix this, Anita. What's going on?
Oh,
over
I gotta
there?
fix this. I gotta fix this. I don't know because I don't click there. Okay.
You gotta go through
Does
this.
that work?
Hold
Well, I
on.
gotta go through this.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
Go
know.
through it. But anyways, there it is. AnitaKrishna.com. Check it out. Let me. AK Straight Speaks. I'm just
Even
gonna-
if you go to Rumble and just type in my name, stuff comes up. So
Okay.
sorry about that. And also, I'm a technical. I'm awful at these things too. So that's why I'm not like savvy. Oh, there you go. So there I am on BitChute or whatever.
Yeah. You gotta check
I don't
her
do
out.
anything on BitChute, but
Anita Krishna, AK Straight Speaks. Okay.
that's
Anita-
on Rumble. Yeah.
I'm gonna
so
talk to
sorry
her.
that.
It's okay. I'm gonna talk to her after, and we're gonna fix this up. AnitaKrishna.com. You know what? And that's I'm taking a personal interest. I'm here to, as they say. Excuse me, I can't say it. I want to say.
No. I mean, she can offer us a lot of knowledge. She can tell us the inner workings of these, the Coutts, how they do it in the mainstream media there at Global. Very valuable knowledge that she can offer us, and I really appreciate her coming and spending time with us. So thank you very
so
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me.
You look beautiful. I'm a fan of you. I'm a fan of your body. I'm a fan of your mind. I'm a fan of you.
Okay. Well, yes. Let's do this again.
We will.
Any type of commentary or insight you want. Maybe we could watch the hearings together or something and make some comments or who knows. Anything you want. Give me 20 minutes warning so I can brush my hair. Although it doesn't make a difference anyway. My hair always looks like this. And
Don't worry.
I'm
All
here
this
for
stuff. All this stuff doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Okay. The fact is that it's the soul. The amount of people I met, you met during all these months. The last year has filled our hearts with absolute, resolute determination to bring freedom to our people, Anita. And you were there doing those speeches, and that's what this is about. And I really want to thank you. And we say here, honor, accountability, integrity, and loyalty. Hail, Anita. Truly, I feel that. I really do. You are the virtues that we're living up to. We're trying to live up to them. We're aiming towards them. Hard to do so. You did it, and you lost your job for it, and I would love to have you back here, and I really do thank you. And you're real. You're real. Sometimes I got to stop you because you're going through this is YouTube. You know what I mean? But you're real, and a big hail to you, sister. Appreciate
Next time I'll be more cognizant of that.
No, don't worry about all that. We'll talk. Okay. And, why don't you give a message out to the chat, and then we're going to jump off over here.
Give a message. What kind of a message? Just a mess? Just any message?
Whatever's in your heart.
Just
Whatever's in your
Call
heart.
me. No, I'm joking. No, I'm saying, to anybody that's been fighting and to anybody that is going through what we're going through, at least we have each other. We're not alone. We know we are doing the right thing. We know that the battle is hard, and no matter what's going on, they're always trying to get you. We know that, but know that you're on the right path, and maybe one day you can make up with those family members you've been fighting with. You can make up with people that love you. That's our goal. And we just got to maybe get through this hump. But know that you're not alone, and we all feel this way. And you know what? We all need each other. I need you. You need me. We need to support each other. So I'm so happy to have met you online. And I thank you so much for all your kind words and support.
Thank you so much, Anita. Very much appreciated. And Pan, from the American perspective, what are your thoughts, brother?
Yeah, no, we're all in this together. Absolutely. I mean, this is a global issue. You got these people all over the world penetrating the government. So this is something that we all need to be aware of. And, Ro and I, we just want to get the information out there and have a fun time doing it. And you're obviously an intelligent and fun person. So, we'd love to have you back.
Love you. Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Hail the chat. Hail, brother. We will be back here again tomorrow at 9 o'clock a.m., 9:30 a.m. The inquiry starts, but we will be here at 9 a.m. to check out who's going to be on. And thank you so much to AnitaKrishna.com. Check her out, and we will see you here again tomorrow. Hail the chat. Hail freedom.